that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Oh my God. Oh. Did he just drop an F-bomb?
He went, listen, on Sunday, Trump went full MAGA.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's dropping F-bombs, okay? Our president is out of control. He can't be stopped.
Yes. Oh, the profanity bomb. Jeez.
Yes.
We're going there.
We're going there. That was good. That was good. I like it, though. I like it. It shows the seriousness of the situation, right? When you drop a fuck and the president says, fuck you, Israel. Fuck you, Iran.
Yeah, I saw the clip just out of context and I was like, oh, these kids with their AI. And I was like, oh, fuck.
It's so bad. There's an account
It's real.
I know. There's an account I follow on X. I forget his name. And all he does is like post like AI content of Trump and like all the the political stuff. And it's all, you know, it has like the lip syncing down and the voices. It all sounds like super on par.
Yeah, it's very realistic.
Right. And it's the same thing. I saw his clip and I'm like, oh, that was like another. I assumed it was his. But then I'm like, wait a minute. I was like, the C-SPAN. Like, what's going on here?
So,
we're so cooked.
Does that overshadow the whole? I mean, I haven't really heard a lot of people talk about the F-bomb, but just like in passing, other than just in passing. So it doesn't seem like the F-bomb is dominating. Well, look, I didn't watch much of the news this morning, so maybe it is dominating the story. So everything I looked at was mostly about the ceasefire coming to an end. So it was more about the substance than the F-bomb.
Right. I didn't check so much what the mainstream media was saying about it. I did see on X when this clip came out, it was like everywhere. Everyone was just like, oh my God, Trump dropped the F-bomb.
Yeah.
It's over. And also, because, you know, last night, for those of you that are listening that are, you know, weren't following the news very closely, last night, actually, here, let me bring it up. I made a little timeline here of tweets.
Oh, sweet.
Okay? Make a little timeline.
The Trump timeline?
Yes. Okay. So, well, first, let me start here. This was yesterday at 3:52 p.m. East time. Donald Trump says, Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, which we expected and have very effectively countered. There has been 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down, and one was, quote, set free because it was headed in a non-threatening direction. I'm pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they got it all out of their, quote, system, and they will hopefully be no further hate. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured.
Why would you say that? Totally undercuts the whole thing, right?
You don't like that Trump explicitly told everyone that Iran.
He's telling the world, yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of silly, isn't it?
Well, don't you think that's a trust building exercise when they're like, look, we don't really want to hurt you. And then when you go and blabber to the world, oh, they told us ahead of time. That's doing the opposite of building the trust, right?
Yeah, I'm on dual mind on this. I agree with you 100%. That was my initial reaction. And then I was like, why would Trump do this? And my thought process was, well, he probably looks at Iran. So Iran's response to I don't know if you've seen this, but Iran has been pretending on their own social media and on their own platform and to their own citizens that they had some sort of massively successful military strike that wiped out some American base and that we were crying uncle.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
They're just lying to their own people about this.
I know. The propaganda flows.
Right. And it was actually, there's interesting. Someone had a bunch of pictures from some sort of Chinese social media app where they were repeating all this stuff. For Chinese.
So China's joining in. Okay. Wow.
Yes. Okay.
Backing them up.
And Iran, whenever they make these public statements, even though they'll do like negotiations and stuff behind closed doors, publicly they'll always be like, "Oh yeah, we're totally going to fight back and we're going to crap all over America." So I wonder if Trump sees all that and he's like, "Hey, if Iran can do that, why can't I do that too?" So he's just like rubbing it in their face.
Maybe. Okay, so that's actually good then. He's giving them a taste of their own medicine.
I don't. I mean, it doesn't. I guess it doesn't matter
When you are the
like
bigger
Iran and,
party, though, isn't it better to be magnanimous?
It is,
Yeah.
especially if you're the stronger force, right?
Yeah.
We don't need to, we don't need this. We know what's actually going on.
You don't
But-
kick the twerp's ass and then go spit in his face, right?
Right.
You help him up. You're like, here
There
you
you
go.
go.
You fought pretty good for
Even
a
though they
pussy.
did not. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Just because we don't want to have to keep looking over our shoulder because you don't know if the nerdy kid's going to come back with like a wrench and hit you in the back of the head when you're not
I
paying
know.
attention.
It always is.
Yeah, exactly. So he continues, says, I want to thank Iran for giving us the early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Right.
Okay.
They get
that
it
was
all out of their system. That is just so condescending.
It's very condescending. It's
Hey,
massively
look, you got it all out of your system now.
Yes.
Now we can be friends.
Yes. I mean, I agree
You
with you
had
from
a good cry.
from a world leader perspective. It's
Mhm.
it's dumb. Like, he doesn't
Mhm.
need to be so massively. That's funny. It's funny to me, but like, it doesn't need to be so massively condescending because it could theoretically, if Iran was like pissy about it, they could be like,
Hey.
oh, well, fuck you.
It's the art of the deal.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I don't
I think you could be a little. I think the deal making could be a little smoother here.
It could be. It could be. Though every person I've heard who dives deep into analyzing military stuff, who dives deep into analyzing government structure, I haven't heard a single person say anything other than the fact that all the attacks that Israel has done and now America have been massively destabilizing to the Iranian military and the Iranian political leadership, and that they're all kind of like, running around trying to hold, this sinking ship together while a lot of people are fleeing, a lot of people are in hiding. It's not exactly clear, who's controlling what. So it would make sense that Iran is like kind of seems very strongly like they want this conflict to end.
Yeah, the people are discovering that Iran has no defense. They've been spending all their money on offense.
Yes. Yeah.
And now they're fucked.
Because Israel was so successful, like neutering their defense right to start. So
were they going after their defense as much as they were going after because they were
they hit
those
all
mobile
their
rocket launchers, but those were to shoot missiles at Israel, right?
They hit those, but they also knocked out all of their anti-air defenses.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Right, which that was why Israel could just bomb them.
They're two anti-air. They're two anti-air defense.
I think they had
guns,
more
right?
than two. Maybe they had three. Okay.
They have 700 launchers for launching rockets at Israel, and they've got two anti-air defense weapons. So
well, that's why it was so stupid and preposterous for Hassan and all these other people to be like, Iran is going to like close the Strait of Hormuz and they're going to go all full, scorched earth and attack Israel and America and blah, 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 blah. That's the only thing that America and Israel are going to understand. There's no way they're going to make, sue for peace. And then it's like, then reality happens. And they're like, oh, everyone's saying they can't actually, they're in total disarray. And they apparently are. And
they're just trying to stay in power.
Yes.
Yes.
Which is part
Those
of why
88 clerics are trying to keep their heads right now.
Yes. And that's part of why Iran is constantly posturing like that they're so strong, even though they're obviously not at the moment. So then after that post, last night, Donald Trump posted, "Congratulations, world. It's time for peace."
Hey, look at this. This is so begging to MAGA.
It's so funny.
This is a please forgive me.
Yes. Congratulations, world. It's time for peace.
Right.
Then after that is the famous post where he says, congratulations to everyone. He said this at 6:00 Eastern time. Congratulations to everyone. It's been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire. Now, here's where it gets confusing. Okay. He lays out the timeline of the ceasefire, and it's very weird. He says, in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions, for 12 hours. So it sounds like he's saying there will be a ceasefire, but the ceasefire doesn't start until 6 hours from now after they all want to
all dump their loads.
Yeah, they want to dump their loads on each other for another 6 hours, and then they're like, oh, then we'll ceasefire, right?
Right.
Why wouldn't you just hold off on the ceasefire announcement until after that point?
Trump can't fucking wait. He's like, holy shit, I've got like 20 minutes here. Let me send off a tweet.
I think that was here's my theory. I think the plan was he was supposed to wait and he just couldn't. Either he just couldn't, or there was some sort of miscommunication. You don't understand, because when he posted this about the ceasefire, okay, Israel made no comment at first. They just didn't respond to this, and Iran, their comment was that there was no ceasefire. So they didn't know they pretended like they didn't know what Trump was talking about.
Though they have True Social accounts? Are they responding on True Social, or
they responded on X?
Okay, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah. They said this is what the foreign minister of Iran said in response to Trump's tweet. Well, I'll go back to Trump's tweet because I didn't finish it. But he says, as Iran has repeatedly made clear, Israel launched war in Iran, not the other way around. As of now, there is no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations. However, provided that the Israeli regime stops its illegal aggression against the Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, we have no intention to continue our responses afterwards. The final decision on the cessation of our military operations will be made later.
Okay. So they're open to a ceasefire then.
They are, yes. So some people think, or have made the argument that they think like Trump is like trying to force the ceasefire by just declaring it. I don't think that's what happened. That would be very stupid and very risky. I think it was kind of what, we both feel was that they had planned on a ceasefire, but they weren't going to announce it until after they dumped their loads. And then Trump just blew his load and announced it before anyone was ready for some reason.
He's like, I got a load for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't know. It could be that he is trying to make the ceasefire stick. So I don't know.
Well, if you want to be more charitable, Trump, you could say that maybe even though they agreed to this, he thought maybe that they weren't going to actually do it. So he felt if he came out and announced it immediately, that would put pressure on them to actually stick with it, I guess.
Yeah, that could be.
But the way he's acting is very much more like he feels betrayed by Israel. Like in that clip that we just played. Like he's obviously super mad, super pissed off about the situation.
Yeah, because he's been out for days saying, it's all over, we're done. We're not going to get into another forever war in the Middle East. And also, obviously, Israel's probably been begging us to drop those bunker busters on those nuclear assets, right? So I'm sure Trump said, okay, well, we have to have a ceasefire if we're going to do this, and you have to agree to a ceasefire.
You think he got that before dropping the bunker buster?
Yeah, of course. He probably got a handshake deal, right? When they're yeah, well, things have changed. They shot at us. Of course, they warned us 48 hours ahead, but they still shot at us.
Sure. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that would make sense. But also, Trump on his True Social, he was reposting all these people. So after he posted this, and I will get back to the tweet and finish it, but after he posted this ceasefire post, there were so many people I saw that were on MAGA accounts that are all saying, "Oh my God, peace in our time. Trump should get the Nobel Peace Prize."
Oh wow!
Right.
So it worked.
Yes,
and it worked.
And Trump was like reposting them on his own True Social. Like there's like Charlie Kirk and all these other people that are like, Trump should get the Nobel Peace Prize. And so obviously, if Trump comes out, he makes this big statement about how there's a ceasefire. All people are saying, "Oh my God, he's like the most amazing, peace president of all time." And then immediately there's like them blowing the shit out of each other. It's like a huge slap in the face to Trump's, reputation.
This is the mission accomplished moment right here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, maybe. I think there's still a good possibility that the ceasefire will maybe continue now.
Right. Is there a ceasefire going right this minute?
Supposedly, there is a ceasefire going on right this minute.
Okay.
Yes. I don't. Let's see, because I'll go over the timeline. But anyway, so let me finish. So he said for 12. So this is why it's weird. He says there will be a total ceasefire, parentheses, in approximately 6 hours from now when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions, and parentheses, for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour, Israel will start the ceasefire. And upon the 24th hour, an official end to the 12-day war will be saluted to the world. So it sounds like he's saying that there's in 6 hours from now, after they drop their loads, there's going to be a 12-hour period where Iran doesn't attack. I don't know if that means Israel can attack. And then after Iran doesn't attack for 12 hours, then Israel's not going to attack for the next 12 hours. And then after that, then there'll be an official agreed upon ceasefire between the two of them.
Right. He's trying to talk it into existence. The power of positive thinking.
Yeah, you think that's what's going on? He's
labeling it the 12-day war because he's like, remember the 6-day war?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is just twice as good.
Right. Then he says, this war could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will. God bless Israel. God bless Iran. God bless the Middle East. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the world. Then after that, Trump posted in all caps, the ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Why does he end, like, it's on his account. So why does he end it with that? Where we know who's saying it.
He wants to put the gravitas to it. It's like his signature.
Doesn't it seem
he's
like
signing
more the opposite,
this
though?
Amazing work of art? This,
I don't know. To me, it reads the opposite.
Will be
especially
remembered.
When you say the ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. It's like, please.
You're
please
right.
don't do it. Please don't do it.
You're right.
So basically, after that post, what happened? Now, this is where it gets confusing because there was that 6-hour window where it's like, is it technically a ceasefire or not? I mean, it sounded like Trump was saying it wasn't, but in that 6-hour period, Israel had a massively large bombing campaign on Iran. Israel has said that it was just military targets. Iran has claimed that they killed or they blew up a bunch of civilian buildings. But I don't know if anyone's confirmed either way. So then after that 6-hour period, Iran was firing some missiles back, some in the 6-hour period, which did hit civilian targets and people were injured and killed. But then there were 3 missiles that Iran fired that were after that 6-hour time period. One, which was literally 6 minutes after the ceasefire came into effect, and 2 more that were a couple hours after the ceasefire. Now, those 3 missiles, none of them, supposedly they were either intercepted or they went somewhere where there was no one, so it didn't matter. So they didn't mean anything. So, but in response to that, Israel was going to go on some kind of mission where they were going to go blow up a bunch of more shit. That really enraged Donald Trump. So then Donald Trump posted on True Social in all caps, Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do it, it is a major violation. Bring the pilots home now. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States.
So this mission is in progress, and he's yelling it out of the sky.
Yes.
Did it work?
He said, well, I'll tell you in a second. So then he had a second post while Israel was maybe doing some sort of bombing campaign. He says, Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran.
Oh my God, this is
They just do it a plane wave. They just do it a little plane wave, right? You know?
He's watched too many movies. This is like Independence Day.
You know when they do the air show on the planes, they do the little wave.
Of course.
Flip their wing. Yeah, they're just doing a little plane wave.
Course,
okay? Hey,
yeah.
Iran. Israel's just like, hey, Iran. What's up, buddy? What's up,
Visual
buddy?
contact.
Yeah, you could see all the planes. They have little chibi faces, and they're like, hey, what's up, Iran? He continues saying, nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. So what happened was while this bombing operation was in effect, Donald Trump, while he posted this to True Social, picked up the phone and called Netanyahu, and they got into some sort of big argument. And he basically, what happened, the end result was that Israel was planning to bomb some more military things. They pulled back, I believe, all but one of their planes, and they only bombed one radar tower or something. And Netanyahu, and Trump agreed. The sources say that Trump basically agreed that, okay, you can bomb one radar tower, and then that's it. And then you're going to stop.
Mm-hmm.
And so
wow. He did rein him in.
He did. Well, so far, we'll see. As we're speaking, I don't know. I could be saying all this, and then right now there's more missiles flying because everything moves so quickly.
Yeah, things were moving fast. That's for sure.
So then the next post Donald Trump said after that, He said, in all caps, Iran will never rebuild their nuclear facilities. And that was it.
Mm-hmm. They said that, or he said that?
Donald Trump said that.
Okay.
So, and now we have world peace, everybody. And then we had, after that was the clip we just watched, which we can go back and watch the beginning of it because it's kind of funny. He's like really attacking CNN, which no one really caught because they all caught him just, saying fuck you essentially to Israel and Iran, which is more important than him shitting on CNN, but it's still pretty funny.
Why is the Dow up 500 points? I thought we were having World War III.
Because it's peace in our time, baby.
And
right now, Trump is heading to a NATO summit. So there you go. That's where he was on the way of the plane.
I think Jerome Powell is speaking today. He's probably happy about this.
Yes.
Fire has been diverted from him.
Well, so Trump actually made a comment about Jerome Powell today.
Did he?
Did you not see that?
No, that's hilarious.
Where was it? Here it is.
So
this is what Trump said after all
Too
this.
late, pal.
Well, actually, no. He said this in the middle of all the bombing stuff. So you did see it. Yeah,
Really?
He said, quote, too late, Jerome Powell on the Fed will be in Congress today in order to explain, among other things, why he's refusing to lower the rate. Europe has to do 10 cuts. We've had 0, no inflation, great economy. We should at least be 2 to 3 points lower, would save the U.S. $800 billion per year. Plus, what a difference this would make if things later change to negative, increase the rate. I hope Congress really works this very dumb, hard-headed person over. We will be paying for his incompetence for many years to come. The board should activate Make America Great Again.
That interest rate is direct government spending. What does government spending do?
What does it do?
Printer go burr.
Oh, printer's going burr.
Yeah.
And then Donald Trump this morning took a big swipe at AOC. Okay.
Oh, wow.
He's been on fire on True Social. Trump said, "Stupid AOC." It's always good when that's how you start.
Oh yeah. Any truth that begins with stupid, you're like, yes, it's gonna be hot.
Stupid AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, one of the dumbest people in Congress. Now he put dumbest in like air quotes, which I don't know why.
Yeah, that means she's not dumb.
Yeah, I'm confused, but okay. One of the dumbest people in Congress is now calling for my impeachment, despite the fact that the crooked and corrupt Democrats have already done that twice before. The reason for her rantings, in air quotes, is all of the victories that the USA has had under the Trump administration. The Democrats aren't used to winning, and she can't stand the concept of our country being successful again. When we examine her test scores, we'll find out she is not qualified for office.
Oh, shit.
But nevertheless, far more qualified than Crockett, who is a seriously low IQ individual.
Oh my God.
Or Ilhan Omar, who does nothing but complain about our country. Yet the failed country that she comes from doesn't have a government, is drenched in crime and poverty, and is rated one of the worst in the world, if it's even rated at all. How dare the mouse? True. This is so silly. How dare the mouse? I've never heard that. That's a new phrase for Illinois.
The mouse?
Yeah, the mouse.
Oh, he's calling her the mouse. Okay.
I assume, yeah. How dare the mouse tell us how to run the United States of America? We're just now coming back from that radical left experiment with Sleepy Joe, Kamala, and the auto pen in charge. What a disaster it was. AOC should be forced to take the cognitive test that I just completed at Walter Reed's Medical Center as part of my physical. He's really hitting this like
he's going for blood.
Yeah, he's really. Did she? I know she made some comment about impeachment, but did she like say that he was like crazy or something? It's. No, I don't know why he's like hitting the IQ thing so much.
She said this is illegal. The war has to go through Congress, and this is an act of war, and whatever. So,
as the doctor in charge said, "quote President Trump aced it," meaning I got every answer right.
No way, he got 100%.
He got 100%. You got 100% on the cognitive. He could draw the clock, okay, completely.
Oh, wow.
Right. I like that he says, as the doctor said, I aced it. And then he explains what that means. Do people not know what ace? I mean, I think everyone knows that, right?
Well, if you got 100%, you want to brag.
Okay. Instead of her constant complaining, Alexandria should go back home to Queens, where I was also brought up, and straighten out her filthy, disgusting, crime-ridden streets in the district she represents, in which she never goes to anymore. She better start worrying about her own primary before she thinks about beating our great Palestinian senator crying Chuck Schumer, whose career is definitely on very thin ice. She and her Democrat friends have just hit the lowest poll numbers in congressional history. So go ahead and try impeaching me again. Make my day.
Wow.
Make my
Our
day.
Palestinian Congress member.
Yes. Well, he's been calling Chuck Schumer that ever since Chuck was like, complaining about Israel. So even though he's Jewish, he's Palestinian now.
MAGA complains about Israel a lot.
Yes.
So
I guess they're Palestinian too.
maybe so. Secret Palestinians.
And then after that, the last thing that Trump posted, he's been posting nonstop on Truth Social, but the last thing that's kind of interesting is because there's been this whole conversation about, what is the split? What is the divide in MAGA between, bombing Iran, being involved in it or not? Is there a split? How does everyone feel about this? Where's the, is Trump going to just direct the party? They're going to do whatever he says, or is there going to be pushback? So there's actually a Washington Post article today. Or actually, I'm sorry, it's from 2 days ago, but Trump posted it today. Trump posted a Washington Post article in its entirety with screenshots on his Truth timeline from 2 days ago. And it says MAGA voters back Trump on Iran and reject isolationism. And this article cites a poll done by the Ronald Reagan Institute. So I don't know how trustworthy they are, but the poll is about all this isolationism. And the poll shows that overwhelmingly Republicans, and specifically self-identified MAGA Republicans, are in favor of the United States being involved in stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Says, according to their poll, it says, how much do you think preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon matters to U.S. security and prosperity? 74% of self-identified MAGA Republicans said a great deal, and 16% said somewhat. So the overwhelming majority care about that.
Holy shit.
According to the Ronald Reagan Institution. But then Donald Trump is citing this. So he at least feels that it's he's going to use this as to justify his actions. It says, the question is, when it comes to international events, do you think it's better for the United States to be more engaged or less engaged? 73% of self-identified MAGA Republicans say more engaged in international events.
You wouldn't think that looking at social media, right?
You would not. That's why I keep telling people the punditry on the, well, I mean, again, this poll, who knows? Maybe the poll is completely wrong, or maybe the internet right is going to fall into the same pit that the internet left fell into, where they think that Twitter and X are representative of reality when in fact they are not at all.
Right. You can have a big audience on social media and it just is not really a big audience in the real world.
Right.
In the voting world.
In the voting world. Yeah, among the voting class. And then there's another interesting part of this poll. This is one of those, like, when they ask poll questions and you realize that people answering these polls don't know what the fuck they're talking about or understand politics.
Oh yeah, I love those polls.
Yeah. So they asked people how they felt about the tariffs. And MAGA Republicans overwhelmingly, 77%, 71%, were in favor of throwing tariffs. Yeah, we're supporting throwing tariffs on Canada, Mexico, Japan, and China. Okay, overwhelming. But when they ask those same people, do they support protectionist-based economic policies or free trade internationally?
Overwhelmingly,
they said free trade.
That's so hilarious.
So they don't know what the fuck they're talking
hilarious.
about.
They don't know it's protectionism.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
They don't understand.
God, those are the best polls, aren't they?
They are. They're always fun. It's like the whole, like, oh, do you support a public option? Yes. Do you
want to pay for it? No.
Do you want to pay for it? No. Yeah. Do you want the government to pay for it? No. Well, what exactly do you want then?
Right.
Right.
Hard to say.
Or like, oh, do you like Obamacare? I hate Obamacare. Do you like the Affordable Care Act? I love the Affordable Care Act. Like, oh,
it's amazing.
Interesting. Yeah, it's great. Wonderful. Okay, here. Let's watch the beginning of this. Now, I do apologize if you're wearing headphones. You might want to pull them out just because that airplane sound is pretty rough.
Pretty bad. It's better than background music.
That's debatable.
I don't think so, but I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. There was one rocket that I guess was fired overboard. It was after the time limit, and it missed its target. And now Israel's going out. These guys got to calm down. It's ridiculous. I didn't like plenty of things I saw yesterday. I didn't like the fact that Israel unloaded right after we made the deal. They didn't have to unload. And I didn't like the fact that the retaliation was very strong. But in all fairness, Israel unloaded a lot. And now I hear Israel just went out because they felt it was violated by one rocket that didn't land anywhere. That's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either. All I do is play both sides. I'm going now.
So you're like really good at being the Trump whisperer, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Well,
I guess
we're
it
in
depends.
Uncharted territory here,
right? I guess it depends on what Israel does, because if Israel holds fast, then I guess Trump will. They'll look at this as like a hiccup, right? They'll look at this day as a hiccup, and Trump will claim victory, and everyone will say he brought peace, and everyone will kind of forget about this little side quest.
right? Obviously. It's funny, we both watched that thing. I don't know the name of the guy who did a bunch of books on Trump. He was snuck into the White House and basically was cultivated a bunch of contacts in the White House that he's supposedly in touch with constantly. So he's always going on different podcasts and talking about what's going on behind the scenes. His perspective was exactly the perspective that I laid out about how Trump is going to do anything that he thinks makes him look good, right?
Right.
But evidently a bunch of Republican Congress people went to Trump, and Trump was super nervous about all this because of the Tucker Carlson interview with Ted Cruz, which we're going to watch on Thursday, I think. So, but Trump is like, Trump perceives that Tucker Carlson completely destroyed Ted Cruz, and he's kind of worried if he pulls the trigger on this situation in the Middle East that he's going to end up in the Ted Cruz camp and everyone's going to come for his head. So the congressional Republicans basically put the thumb screws to him and just talked up his ego, said how badass he was going to look, and I think they said "fuck Tucker" and tried to get the "fuck Tucker" meme going in his head,
right,
nonstop. So, and look, he did. I mean, he did kind of look badass. I'm not sure if any of this is true. Obviously, these are all unnamed sources, but it goes with what I'm saying about Trump just wanting to look amazing, right? He just wants Team America. He wants to be kick-ass, right? But part of me, when I was listening to this, I was like, this is why he brought the B team out with him when he did the press conference, because he wants fall guys. If this doesn't go correctly, he wants to be able to say, "Oh yeah, this was Marco Rubio's idea, motherfucker."
That's why Marco Rubio looked like he hadn't been sleeping.
Yeah, Hegseth as well.
Yeah,
it's funny. They also say that nobody knows what Trump is going to do minute to minute, because Trump doesn't know what he's going to do minute to minute.
Right.
So a lot of people are pushing him in all kinds of different directions. This is I wouldn't want to be making these decisions. This is high stakes gambling all the way. So and who knows how this is going to turn out. I'm less worried about Trump and his legacy. Obviously, that's all he's focused on. Obviously, I care more about the country and how things go down for the country. And so I don't know I'm not sure the right decisions to be making here. I'm watching. We're going to see how it plays out, right? Do you have strong feelings about? There's too many players involved, right? We're gonna get dragged in. Now we've lost all of our levers with Israel because we actually bombed the nuclear facilities, right? They were forced to play nice when they were trying to get the bunker busters out of us. Now that they got them, they can do whatever they want.
I think Israel's still going to have to do. I mean, they still want to maintain a relationship with America. They have exhausted huge amounts of their interceptor missiles, which I think we help build, or they buy from us.
We
So,
can't cut those off though. That's like, it's the idea that
I
we're
don't
going to do
know.
that.
Who knows if Trump, if Trump feels that he was made a fool by Israel on the world stage, I think he could, be very hard against Israel. And I don't know how the public would react. I know obviously the internet pundit class would be
They
very
would
happy.
love it. I was just thinking the bifurcation there, because
Right.
the Tuckers of the world would just be over the moon if that happened,
Right.
right? Obviously, we deny them those defensive weapons, and then they get bombed the shit out of Israel. Oh, Tucker would be doing a little dance. But I think 90% of the American people, just like the polls you laid out, would be horrified. We could prevent this, and we didn't do it.
Yeah, because then the media will just show images of like apartment buildings in Israel blown up, nonstop to rub in Trump's face, essentially.
It is the psychological reactants that are involved here with people. Psychological reactants is that feeling you get when someone tells you you can't do something and you want to do it more than ever. I don't know if this is an old meme, obviously, but Bender from the Breakfast Club, when the guy's completely taunting him and he's doing things that are completely against his own self-interest, but he just can't help himself.
Right.
That is kind of what's going on in people with the Israel situation, because obviously they feel like we're being manipulated by Israel. And to some extent we are, right?
Sure.
It's the same way that your kids have the power to manipulate you, right? You
Mhm.
really want to put the thumb screws to them, but ultimately there's only so much you can do. It's your fucking kid, right?
Right.
So they have some sort of leverage over you at all times. So, and the people who have the massive psychological reactance, the Dave Smiths of the world, they're not, they can't stand the fact that Israel has any sort of sway over the American people, but they do.
Mhm.
Sorry, that's life in a
Yeah.
democracy.
Well, I think I would wager, or I would guess that Israel ultimately wants to maintain a positive relationship with Trump and with America. I don't think Israel, it wouldn't make sense to me unless they had like some new information, like, oh, because there was a lot of speculation, which we don't know 100% yet, or hasn't been reported 100% yet, and
Yeah,
we'll never know, about like
the
Iran,
yellow cake's on the move.
right, moving some of its enriched uranium and possibly moving some of it, was able to dismantle some of its centrifuges and other things and move them before the facilities were destroyed. And so I would think that Israel, unless they got information that they felt very confident, or they found out where that was being located and could destroy it by bombing it, that would be, to me, the only reason why Israel would really push for sort of violating a ceasefire. Not because they care about the ceasefire, but because they know. I mean, Netanyahu's not stupid. He knows how much Trump values his reputation, and he knows that if Trump comes out and says there's a ceasefire, and then Israel, shits all over it, that it's going to look really bad for Trump. I mean, he understands that. So I do think that Israel and Netanyahu would probably be trying to play nice with America and Trump, and from their perspective, I think that's part of why, like, that Trump probably wasn't supposed to announce the ceasefire until the actual 6 hours had passed. And Israel would probably be like, hey, you gave us 6 hours. You never said we did all our bombing in the 6 hours. What are you complaining about? Yeah, it was a shit ton of bombing, but it was in the we followed the rules, right? It's one of those situations. And it
If they
seems like
gotta,
Netanyahu sort of operates in the whole, like, I'm following the rules. He's not really like abiding by like the unspoken uh deals that seem to be, made around the table.
well, if they've got an episode of 24 going over there with the following the yellow cake, then it would make sense that they would violate, well, not really violate, but they would get as far along in that project in the 6 hours as they could. So they're worried about a dirty bomb now because they have all this enriched uranium
Right.
that a lot of people are saying has been moved. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to bring up, because we had a huge fight about Cash Patel and Esper over the fucking airspace of, what was
The
it,
airspace clearance.
Somalia?
It was, yeah, something like that.
Who the fuck? Okay. So I've come to the conclusion that Esper is full of fucking shit. Okay. because nobody called Iraq to get clearance to drive 7 fucking B-2s over Iraq. Iraq was complaining to the UN about us violating their airspace. Nobody asked them to use their airspace. We said, fuck you. And we went in. So they pulled a full fucking Kash Patel.
Yeah, but that's probably because Kash is, in the administration now. So he told them. Even though he's FBI director, he specifically picked up the phone. He's like, "You better not fucking ask Iraq for airspace clearance." All right.
I think Esper was just totally bullshitting about the fucking airspace bullshit.
No,
I think that airspace is like nobody gives a fuck about airspace at any of these countries. If we're going in, we're going in.
Well, I mean, they did. I believe multiple sources, it wasn't just Mark Esper, did report that there was a delay in the operation. So I don't think that part is contested.
Of course, yeah.
Right.
Of course he did.
But there's something else too I want to go back to where it's a good point where Trump brings out, his cadre behind him when he gives his 5-minute speech.
Oh yeah. What's your take?
Which is, I think you're right. I think part of it is maybe to have people to throw under the bus if it goes
Fall
poorly.
Guys, yep.
But I think from a more, it's weird coming from me, but from a more charitable perspective, I think it's because, because I listened to that conversation too, the guy who was claiming he has like kind of the inside scoop on what's going on in the Trump White House. And it seemed like a lot of the people pushing back against Trump doing that action was JD Vance and was people in his administration. And so it would make sense if he goes through with it. He wants to bring all these people out to show that they're supporting it, that they're either bending the knee to him or that they're all in agreement to follow his actions.
That could be. I mean, it serves both purposes as well. Obviously, It does send signals to all of the isolationist MAGA people that they're all united on this, right? Especially if JD Vance, obviously. JD Vance is a key player for selling that, right? But yeah, Hegseth was looking around like he knows, oh my God, they're going to fucking pin this on me. Like he had I'm going down for this look in his eye. So if the reporting is right, that everyone close to Trump, it just has no idea what he's thinking or planning on doing or anything. He just keeps everyone in the dark. That's got to be so uncomfortable for them. That's not a good working situation.
No. And I mean, that was sort of the rumor in the first administration too, was that a lot of these decisions would be made at the last moment. That's what this guy was claiming about this B-2 bombing operation. The Trump administration was kind of making it sound like, the 2 weeks was like some kind of ruse. They gave Iran 2 weeks and then, you only gave them 2 days. And his claim was that wasn't a ruse, that Trump really was going to give them 2 weeks, but then they decided to just go ahead and, do this kind of sneak attack. My thought on it is that I'm sure not only did the more hawkish congressional Republicans come in and tell Trump that he looked like a badass if he went and did this, but they also said you can't, wait the 2 weeks because, they're going to move more of their materials around. You're going to give them 2 weeks to completely deconstruct those facilities and move everything. You're going to give them 2 weeks to maybe get some sort of defenses in place. The window is now, you got to take the shot now. And I'm sure Israel was saying the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And so it probably made more sense to do it, now anyway. I know that I had heard a lot of people were saying that they had been planning the operation, which I'm sure they were planning the operation. Even if they were going to wait 2 weeks, they had been practicing. So it made sense to do it, to not wait the 2 weeks, honestly.
Yeah. Hopefully Iran doesn't have a lot of fight in them. I mean, that's what people are saying, but it's so funny. After 9/11, the dirty bomb was all anyone talked about for years. Oh, 9/11 was terrible, but imagine if they had the stuff to make a dirty bomb. There were documentaries made about what would happen if a dirty bomb went off in New York City or Los Angeles, right? You just have to abandon it for 1,000 years.
Yeah. Well,
so
I mean, everything that Iran is signaling so far has been that they don't want to continue.
Right. Yeah.
Which is interesting because it kind of goes counter to the narrative of like, well, they're controlled by religious crazy people, and that's why you can't trust them with a bomb if they're acting more pragmatic in this approach. Though maybe not, because I was listening to this guy who's a nuclear scientist who used to work at the IAEA, and
Hmm.
he still has a lot of contacts there. And he said that he was kind of dismissing this whole notion that that they were not going after the bomb, saying that that was ridiculous, that everyone at the IAEA knew that they were going after the bomb, that there's no reason to enrich the uranium past this point, except if you're going to do this. He made sure to bring up the fact that the hardest point, he makes sure to bring up that this point that I think a lot of people don't understand is that when they enrich uranium to make the bomb, it's not a linear progression. He was
Yeah,
saying
it's
that
exponential.
yeah, it's exponential. He was saying that 60% of the time and effort to enrich uranium is really to get it from 0 to 5%. And that to do the 60 to 90% that Iran had left, supposedly, is something they could accomplish within a week or a couple weeks or something. It is actually something that they could do fairly quickly if they wanted to ramp it up. Um, but he said that that they do think that they did destroy most of those facilities, but they don't know what they were able to remove from them. So he thinks that if they save the enriched material, they might, they only really pushed Iran back, 3 or 4 months, or even maybe a year at maximum. So it's very possible that, Trump is going to claim victory here, and there will be a total ceasefire and there'll be peace, but that will just be back here at another half a year, a year again.
Brian Macbeth had a really good example for the refinement process. He said if you're taking green M&Ms and just sorting M&Ms only by the green ones, like as soon as you're at 60% green M&Ms, the sorting process becomes infinitely easier because
Right,
it's
right.
like all green M&Ms, right? So
Yeah,
as soon as
exactly.
you synthesize it right down to the pure uranium, then it's kind of the same situation where it's just very easy to get it a little more pure, a little more pure.
True. True, true, true.
So yeah, hopefully they are playing nice. I don't know. I just
It would be nice.
I've seen so much craziness, right? I mean, I've lived through September 11th. I lived through the housing crash where it's just like one day everything's going great and then all of a sudden, oh shit,
Mm-hmm.
October 7th. So,
Do you think
yeah, I like to be optimistic, but ugh.
do you think that there's going to be any significant amount of blowback on the right-wing MAGA influencers who are basically screaming at the top of their lungs that Israel controls America, that we're going to get bogged down in a forever war, that Trump betrayed them, regime change, blah, 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 when, assuming that the ceasefire holds and nothing happens and Trump just gets to say, hi, blew up their nukes and that was it. And all those people look completely wrong. Do you think there's going to be any sort of blowback against
For
the
them,
people? Yeah, for them.
none whatsoever.
Okay.
But look,
That was gonna care.
if we end up if this thing escalates and we end up putting troops over there or anything, oh my
Hmm.
god, they're going to be insufferable. Holy fucking shit. It's
Right.
going to be I told you. It's going to be Candace Owen I told you so's for fucking.
Hmm.
Oh my
Hmm.
god, please. Please tell me we don't live in that universe.
I hope not.
Yeah, I don't want
Who
that.
cares about the loss of life? I just don't want to hear that from Candace Owens and
Or
these other
Tucker
people.
Carlson. Oh my god,
Yes.
fucking Tucker Carlson. Hmm. I think we have a bunch of Tucker fans in our audience, so I almost put a
Disgusting.
poll up asking how big a fan you are of Tucker Carlson.
Tucker is one of the most proficient liars I've ever
Hmm.
seen. Whenever I hear him talk about the facts of a situation, it just constantly lies about it. Even if he doesn't need to, it's very weird. But
I
there's
heard I heard for the first time that he's thinking about running for president in 2028.
that would be fun. That'd be fun. I mean, my question at the debate stage would be should a person who's been mauled by a demon in their sleep be
Hmm.
president, right? Because that shows you that there are dark, malevolent forces that are out to get you, right? I don't know if I want my president to have a priest who's doing warding spells at the White House every day because the demons are trying to get him.
Tucker Carlson laughs like a trans man. I don't know.
That's an interesting comment.
I don't know if he can. He laughs
You know,
like
it
he's
reminds me of
had
in
vocal work, like he's trying to transition.
he sounds like Mozart in Amadeus. Remember?
Oh yes,
He did that.
yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
perfect.
But Mozart had, at least he could make the beautiful music, right? What does
That's
Tucker
true.
have?
That's true. He makes beautiful propaganda, right?
Mm.
There's actually a clip. It's interesting. Steven Crowder attacking Candace Owens, calling her a liar
Really?
for all her attacks on Donald Trump for
She
the whole Israel thing.
They've had bad blood forever, though, right? I think Steven Crowder didn't Candace Owens go after Steven Crowder when the Daily Wire thing blew up? Because she was at Daily Wire at the time, and I think she was like, "This is an ongoing war between the two of them." So,
Yeah, you're right. It's interesting because obviously now Candace Owens hates the Daily Wire, so
right, yeah.
it's fascinating. Yeah, that's true. That's a good
But
point.
she still hates Steven Crowder too. She's like, I hate the Daily Wire, but I hate you more, Steven.
Right. Well, you would think after her, leaving Daily Wire, they should be pretty aligned, but I guess that's not the case.
Yeah. No.
Thanks so much, Jack Johnson, for the 50 Aussie bucks. Has been watching you guys for years and don't know if this is relevant, but leftists would view Palestinians as white if they were a majority Christian ethnic group, or at the very least, they and others would view the conflict very differently. I agree with you 1,000%.
Then they wouldn't care at all. It would be it'd be like white versus white. Ignore.
Yeah, they wouldn't care. Philip Cogans for $20 says, from what I know of current intel from OSINT accounts and telegrams, is that Iran's hangups on having nukes are timing devices. Interesting.
Well, really?
I don't know anything about that. But
close. Holy shit.
Interesting, yeah. Short Stack Goblin for $5 says, I watched Kyle Kalinske videos just to hear his hyperbolic spin on everything. Dude has lost the plot. The Jews have seemingly fried his brain.
Yeah, that's sad.
Don't disagree with that. Yeah. I don't know if it's real or if he's doing it for views. It's hard to tell because the more like unhinged he gets, the more his view count goes up. So it's like, well, is he just playing it up for his audience or is that actually how he is?
Right.
Don't know.
We should do that.
We
should just play it up for the audience.
Christian Ball for $2 says, why do the streams start in the middle of vids?
Christian Baller still hasn't figured it out. Christian, come on. That's called a cold open.
Cold open. Just get right in the action. It's like a little tease. Okay.
Yes.
Like when you would, in those like police shows, it starts with like the murder. And
yeah.
then you have the intro music. Okay. So it's like that.
Yeah.
Trump he just murdered, I don't know, Israel, Iran by dropping an F-bomb.
It helps our analytics with new people.
Yes. I don't know if we're going to get to it because I think Wick and his co-host are come on in a little bit, but in this rest of this conversation, he says he starts going off on how CNN sucks ass. They're like the worst ever. He fucking hates them and despises them. It's pretty funny. Said Ray for 2 SGD says, is Trump a king for preventing the TikTok ban? I don't think he's a king, but I think he's really stupid. I think he's phenomenally stupid for preventing China's amazing spying / propaganda machine from being dismantled in America. Albert for 29 months says, not the F-bomb I was hoping for. Well, I don't think Trump was going to start calling Iran and Israel gay. If that's what you were hoping for, but Grendel Vat for $5 says, well, this has been an exciting 48 hours. Quick, when was the last wellness check on Dave Smith? That's a good, yeah, I'm sure the cope is going to, I haven't been checking in. I'm sure the cope is flowing greatly. The Wooster for $5 says, Patriots in control. Chud Jack remains undefeated. Hannikins and foreign assets expose. Israelis and mullahs reined in. Plan trusters fully vindicated. There you go. Wooster's very, very happy about all this.
Oh, really?
Short Stack on for $2 says, Sitch, it's okay to give the guy a little credit. Never. How dare you? Poboxy for €5 says, how many of your social media audience follows you because they want to have a laugh or are curious about opinions different than your own? That's a good question.
Yeah, we should do a poll on
We
that.
should do a poll. The Curtism 255 for 279 Canadian. Thank you. Says 50 characters is BS, and I wasted it telling you. I agree. YouTube is very oppressive with their character limit. The Wooster for $5 says Tucker Carlson revealed himself to be a turncoat against Trump and a pannequin during this whole ordeal. Why would any self-respecting MAGA support him? You'll have to ask them. I mean, it's so funny because I brought this up years ago. I said, the lawsuit, it really shows you that no one really cares about anyone. As you look at Destiny, okay? Remember like all this shit came out with Destiny, and I was like, oh my God, it's over for him. And then after a few weeks, I don't think it really affected I think it affected his audience a little bit, but it didn't really substantially change his audience that much. And it's because people don't give a shit. They don't care if like the person they listen to is like a liar or a hypocrite or a piece of shit whatsoever. As long as they're producing content or propaganda that they enjoy, that's all people really care about at the end of the day. It was the same thing with Tucker. And I said this years ago. The lawsuit against Fox News showed that Tucker Carlson hated Donald Trump. He was caught with his emails talking about how much he fucking despised Donald Trump and was happy that he lost the election and was happy he was gone, won't have to do this shit anymore. And then after that, after he says all that, he's like, oh, I'm Trump's #1 fan again, and I love Trump, and the Democrats are all evil, and Trump's the fucking savior. And everyone just shrugged and said, well, they made all the excuses in the world, every excuse possible for Tucker. And so, but here we have it again, where Tucker comes out, he has this big split with Trump, and we'll see what happens, because it seemed like Tucker was trying to walk it back. He had some conversation. He claims he had some conversation with Trump. Trump claims he had some conversation with him that he was very, he basically bowed down and kissed Trump's toes. That's how Trump characterizes it. So I think Tucker is going to walk it back, and we'll see. I think Tucker's fan base is going to have they're going to be completely forgiving. No one's going to care. The people that are Trump people are going to forgive him. The people that were mad about the Israel thing are just going to say Tucker was right and he stuck to his guns, even though he really didn't. And nothing will change.
Does Tucker get Trump's endorsement in 2028?
That's a good question.
I mean, if Tucker becomes the nominee, I mean, obviously he's not going to get his endorse. He's going to endorse. I don't know if he'll even endorse before there's a nominee. He might endorse JD Vance. He might make him wait, but if Tucker gets the nomination, which, oh my God, it's just, that's a world.
I don't think Tucker's going to run.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to run.
Well, look,
I have a bad track record of predicting that.
I know. But, now I'm betting on Tucker to actually run.
I don't think he's going to run. He probably makes too much money and is way too successful doing what he's doing. I mean,
you said that same thing about Trump.
Yes, but Trump had already been president, and his ego, controls him.
Completely unsatiated. Yeah,
I think Tucker operates on a different software than Trump does.
Yeah,
but again, I've been totally wrong. So you can take it. You can take this as the bank. I don't think he might pretend like he is. I don't think he's actually going to run. And I think Trump will. Unless something crazy, I mean, obviously we have 3 years away, so who knows? But I'm saying if we continue along this trajectory, I think it'd be pretty crazy for Trump to not support JD Vance in the next election.
Right. What's up, Wick?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes. I can, yeah. Sounds great.
Beautiful. I sent the link to Tali. Hopefully she figures it out.
Okay. Nice. Yeah. Are you on NPR? What's happening here?
Am I on NPR? What do you mean?
Yeah. You're giving me the sweet, sexy NPR voice where we talk into our microphone.
That's just for you, Sitch.
Just the intimate.
Yeah, I'm excited. I love that ASMR.
You're welcome. Yeah. Nah, it's my headset broke and I got these earbuds, so it's changing how I engage with my audio. And
really, it sounds like the quality was different. So you're like, I gotta sound sexier.
No, because I can't adjust the volume on the fly. So before with my headset, I would turn myself down, so I didn't get that double echo. I can't do that.
Oh, I gotcha.
So
I gotcha.
Well, our audience really likes you, Wick. They really wanted you to come on. So
good.
Yeah.
Well,
It
let's
seems like
see
we
if
have a
that
lot
that
of overlap.
remains. Let's see if that remains to be the case after we have this show, right?
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna say?
Oh,
What's gonna
good
get you in
question.
trouble here? I sent you
We're
a
gonna find
second
out.
link that is for the watch together. I was
Okay.
thinking, well, we can talk about anything.
Sure.
There's a video that we could watch and react to that is kind of interesting. I don't know if you saw it. Cenk Uygur debates Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball. Really, he debates Crystal Ball. I guess Kyle Kalinski's behind a paywall. Probably
I
because,
haven't
because it
seen
gets
it
so
yet,
fiery,
so it'd
right?
be let me see if I can get this watch together up. Hold on.
Uh, I think
Confirm.
Tali joined
I saw
briefly
her for a
there.
minute.
Yeah.
You pick a
So
name.
Tali is your new co-host? Is that the
Yeah,
situation?
she and I have been doing a few shows together, and it's worked out really well. She's got she's more center right and I'm more center left, and so we got a good dynamic going there. And
Okay.
she's been watching you guys for a while, and she's like, "Oh, you're going on Sitch and Adam. Please let me come on too."
Okay.
Wow. Look at
Yeah.
that.
Okay, give me a
Cool.
second.
You didn't tell her I told you no, right? And then you begged and I gave in. No, I'm kidding.
Def-
I kid.
Funny. It's funny.
I said immediately, yeah, sure. Well, that's cool.
Okay. Let me make
I'm
sure.
generally a pushover, so
In general, good to know. For the
Unless he's
future.
arguing with me, then
right.
then
Yeah,
not
then
so
I'll
much.
bring up something from months ago.
Yes, exactly.
So
Remember
mad
the
at that
time?
Mark Esper. Oh my god, what a fucking
Mark Esper is an
Can you
innocent
guys hear
baby
me?
angel. Yes.
I can hear you, yeah.
Hello, Talia. Tali? Talia?
Get it right, Sitch.
Tali.
I don't know.
We did hear you. I don't know if you're still speaking, but
We briefly heard.
well, Wick, why
Anyway,
don't you tell everyone
we
who
can.
the fuck you are for anyone
Yeah,
that
that's
doesn't
a
know?
good
Good
idea.
question. Okay, while she's getting her stuff together. So yeah, name's Wick, or at least that's what I go by on the internet. I do a lot of political commentary.
What's your real
political
name?
streaming.
What's your
My
first
real
and last
name is
name?
the secret.
No,
Okay,
I'm just
I'll
I'm
DM you
kidding.
my social security number too later. Okay, if
Nice.
this goes well.
My
But
real
no,
name's Adam Strange. Everyone knows my real name, so
no, but
I've never
I've
been
been doing this
doxxed
for
or
a couple of
anything.
years now. I went on Tim Pool a couple months ago. That was
Oh, you
fun.
did?
Yeah.
Wow! Holy shit! You went to the
They had me on
compound.
the culture war. Yeah, here, look. I'm not a Tim Pool fan, but I got to tell you,
Mhm.
they treated their guests right. Okay. They flew me in, they wined me, they dined me, all that stuff. That was nice. It was a good experience. But oh, Mr. Timmy, he's a fun guy. Um, he's a lot. But no, that's what I do. And people like me, people dislike me. I'm just here, and I'm glad to be here. So thanks for the invite.
Ooh. Hello?
Cool.
Yeah, we
Hello.
can hear you, Tali.
Can you hear us?
You can see me too. I can't see myself. That's
Oh.
scary.
We can't. No, we see a black screen.
Oh.
but we
There's a
can't hear you.
little in the bottom left-hand corner of Zoom. There is an audio button and a video button, and you got to make sure you've selected your right camera and your right audio gear. So
Okay.
that's the key to it. How'd you do, Wick, with the watch together?
I think it's up.
Oh,
Or
okay.
not.
I see Wick in there.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Sweet.
Oh, I just clicked off of it for a second. Okay, now I'm back. I'm trying to arrange it with all my screens and stuff. But no, I'm here. I'm ready. And let me actually send the link to Tali real quick. She probably needs it too.
Is there anything in particular you wanted to talk about, Wick, or?
Oh, look, there's so much going on, right? When I first approached you, we hadn't bombed Iran, and now we
Mhm.
have, and that's something to discuss. There's Trump's ICE stuff, right? The ICE agents and them going kind of around masked, unbadged, not telling anyone who they are, just kind of snatching people up. That's fun to talk about. But look, I'm a river. We're gonna go with the flow. If you want to watch this thing, we can watch this thing. I'm always fun. It's always fun to talk about Cenk, Cenk Uygur, and Kyle
You-
Kalinske.
You mostly do debate panel
I do.
stuff, right?
Yeah, Cenk's actually been on one of mine. I had before the election, I had him, Joe Walsh, and Destiny on to debate, and Brianna Wu as well, to debate the whether or not Biden should be pushed out or not, and that was fun.
Wow. Interesting. Cenk was on our channel on October 7th,
Oh, how'd that go?
2023. I think we were talking about him running for president, right? But that completely got overshadowed by what happened that day.
Yes.
We didn't talk about
on
October 7th. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't
You
know
don't
that.
remember? I'll never forget.
I don't
Because
remember.
it's like, wow. But the news really was coming out as we were doing the show. So we didn't really bring it up in the show at all.
Did we?
Oh, how cute. Look, she's sideways.
There you are. You must have talked to him twice because I remember talking to him after the fact about the situation, didn't we?
Now you've got the wrong audio, Tali. So
No.
Try now.
there you
are.
No
go.
way.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay, sorry.
You want to introduce
for having
yourself,
me.
Tali?
Sure, yes. I am Tali Bots. I am Wick's new co-host for our weekly, kind of bi-weekly show. And yeah, I'm a big Sitch and Adam fan. I've been
Wow.
although
Okay.
Wow.
I often call it Adam and Sitch. So
Oh,
Oh
nice.
my
Sorry,
God. Kick her from
Sitch.
the call immediately.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. I'm excited to watch the Kyle and Cenk video. I only saw probably like the first half of it, but I'm excited to pick you guys' brain on a couple other things too. So
Well, Wick, are you taking up the enlightened centrist moniker? Is that something you think of yourself as a centrist?
I do not. And
Okay.
people call me that because I push against the excesses of
because
the
you
left a
are.
lot. I'm not.
Shit.
I'm not.
Shots
Look,
fired.
Fight.
here's the deal. Here's the deal. Just because I have some conservative views, and I do, there are certain policies and things like that. Like I was for bombing Iran.
Some
A lot
are
of my
good people.
compatriots were not. Right?
Okay.
Say, what did you say again?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I
you
didn't
get
hear.
called a warmonger.
I said some of those
if you're in
Republicans
favor
are
of that.
good people, but most of
Yes.
them have lots of
Hmm.
problems.
But yeah, I got called, oh, like, is this a war you wanted, Wick? No. I think that again, American security depends in large part on Iran not getting a nuclear weapon. And if we can go in and do a couple bombs and a couple strikes to set back their progress by a year, 2 years, 5 years, whatever, I'll do that every time. And these were successful strikes, it looks like, at least from initial reports. Yeah, it's just one of those things where a lot of the left has gone kind of crazy, but that doesn't make me a centrist to push against that. This is where I am. I'm a Democrat. I'm center left. And if people want to call me a centrist is like an insult, they can, I guess, but that's not what I am. So
It shouldn't be an insult.
but they
It
use it as
shouldn't.
such,
Yeah,
right?
but
They
it
use it as
pretty
such.
much is,
They usually mean fence sitter,
Yeah.
flip flopper.
which is sad.
Yeah, well, herein lies the problem, right? With the polarization, and you're not allowed to. I think this is the issue that kind of comes up in the Kyle versus Cenk or the really Krystal versus Cenk debate. But I think like the left, of which I was formerly. Oh, okay. So maybe I'll talk a little bit more about my political
Yeah,
leanings.
go
I was
ahead.
on the
Tell us
left.
about yourself.
Okay, cool. I was like a radical progressive up until about 2021, the summer of 2021, which was the last war in Israel.
Mhm.
That was kind of the beginning of my ideological shift towards the center.
Oh, now you're a centrist.
So I think of myself, yeah, I am a centrist, really. I'm like a conservative liberal. Like I don't know how else to describe myself, really.
Independent is better usually. So just
Well, I registered as an independent probably
Yeah.
like 6 months before the election.
there you go.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like Schrodinger's liberal, right? So everyone on the left sees me as like far right, but I remember I like finally got comfortable calling myself like right of center, and I went on like a right wing podcast, and I was the one of the hosts was like, speaking to you, I realized like how much I am not a liberal, you know, and she was like calling me a progressive, and I was like, ouch, okay, I guess I'm not as right wing as I think I am.
Mhm.
Um,
What was the
but
issue that was like the defining difference?
honestly, my alarm about the rise of anti-Semitism on the right. I think it was seen as like sort of
You're a
lefty
liberal cuck if you
identitarian
care about
whining.
anti-Semitism on
Yeah,
the
yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. Um,
We always
but I
get hit
think
with that
like
too, so I
yeah,
understand. Yeah. Go ahead.
I think so I voted for Trump in 2024, and that was my first time ever voting for a Republican. And I'm not I'm not like regretting my vote. I don't like I'm not pleased with everything that's happening, but the I didn't realize how much the right was a carbon copy of the left really until after the election.
Uh-huh.
Um and
It's
I just
funny how
find
when the
myself
yeah, it's funny how when the power shifts hands, all people's views kind of shift. Like the people who were pushing against censorship really hard are now actually it's good to censor people and we should deport them for their viewpoints.
yeah,
And the people who were like, oh no, we should have censorship to hate speech are suddenly like, oh no, everyone should be able to say whatever they wish, right? And it's just fun to watch the
totally.
flip-flops
And it's
go.
fake right, it's completely fake on both sides. Yeah, and I find that like I'm worried actually. I'm worried about the direction that things are going because I find myself in the unpopular camp on both sides. So I'm like, I like Destiny and I like Ben Shapiro, and those are like seen as the cucks uh of both sides. And so yeah, I think the sort of populist versus elitist split that is
Hmm.
happening on the right and the left uh concerns me.
You're an establishment shill, is what you're trying to
I'm
say.
an establishment shill.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Listen, you're among good company. Okay.
Yeah.
So what was the thing now? What were the things you said you wanted to pick our brains about? I have an ego. That sounds interesting to me. Okay.
um well, just kind of this stuff. So like I Sitch, I think this is accurate, but I view you as like more sympathetic to the left than to the
Hmm.
right. And as things go full Nazi on the not so far right, I would really like the left to be strong and be rational. And like I could obviously, you know, I've been talking to some liberals and lefties, and I'm just like, I'm a winnable voter, and they like don't want to talk to me, which is like so crazy because I am, well, A, I'm brilliant and reasonable, obviously, but I'm like, I don't know. I feel like you share a lot of values with these people,
Hmm.
but there is just seems to be no reckoning of what I see as the main problem, which is wokeness.
Hmm.
Uh, and they're not trying to reckon with it. They're trying to decide like basically should the liberals and leftists get together or not? Should we actually work with the populists on the right because they agree with some of the things that we want, but they're completely ignoring like the center and center right people, and they're ignoring what they would, I think, need to do to appeal to those people, which is to stop all the woke shit. um I don't know if you guys would be interested, but Sam Harris just went on I think is Scott Galloway is his name, on his podcast. And I think he makes a really good case, a similar case for what the left needs to do. It's sort of like all of these protests and stuff are nice, but really if you are like Sam and you believe that Trump is the main issue, which I really don't, then what you need to do is be able to win elections. In order to win elections, you need to not be miserable, woke assholes. And there
Right.
doesn't seem to be a real reckoning of that.
It's kind of it's reminiscent of the this conversation with Krystal and Cenk where and I don't, it's not just true of the far left. I think it's true of a lot of people where they don't actually care about getting their goals done, whatever their stated policy prescription is. They care more about saying, okay, this is my team, the other team is evil, and I must destroy them. And I think that's why Krystal and Kyle have such a problem with Cenk even suggesting that people on the left should be open-minded to work with people on the right about specific issues, like if they're isolationist or anti-war or whatever. And it makes them so enraged because that's the guiding principle for them. But I think the good news is that even though that mentality, I think, dominates our sphere, the internet pundit sphere, I don't think that mentality dominates the voters whatsoever. I think they do more just want things to work. They are tired of wokeness. They're all tired of this shit. And I think in coming in 2028, unless something totally batshit crazy happens the next 3 years under Trump, which is always possible, the direction I keep hearing when I'm hearing a lot of Democrat politicians talk is this big fight between the more centrist and the more woke. There's a very interesting podcast on Ezra Klein's podcast where he talked to, I forget her name, the trans woman
Oh,
that
Sarah,
they were.
what's her? Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
McBride.
Yeah,
Yeah, Sarah
McBride,
McBride.
thank you. Yeah,
Hmm.
who, they were trying to get out of the bathroom and everything. And it was interesting because even though she's like pretty, I would imagine she's pretty woke on all the trans issues, a lot of the conversation is her sort of speaking out against maybe not necessarily like woke ideals, but really her speaking out against the way in which woke people act and how horrible they are and how nobody fucking likes them. She's kind of echoing a lot of things that Brown and Wu's saying. I don't know if they've been in contact or anything.
Hmm.
And so you have that. You have Ezra's whole dust up that we watched about the abundance thing. You have Pete Buttigieg just trying to sort of moderate himself. So it will be very interesting to see where this goes in 2028. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that the Democrats are going to realize that the woke shit is just completely unsufferable, is not going to win elections, that they will try to throw it in the trash can. It would be interesting to see it. We have the New York election coming up. Uh, is it today or it's coming up soon? Where,
It's very soon.
yeah.
Zoran versus
Well, it's Tuesday,
Cuomo
so
and a
it's
couple
probably
other
today.
people, right?
Yeah, so it is today. Okay, so yeah, it's today with Cuomo versus the socialist guy. And I mean, I almost wonder if the socialist guy wins and New York becomes horrible in the next 3 years, how that will affect national politics.
I think that you're correct in saying that there's this kind of fight amongst politicians. I think that one of the reasons we see, though, one of the things I fear for the Democratic Party is that there's these two competing incentives at play. There is the incentive of influencers to go as hard as they can against MAGA, right?
Right.
MAGAs are retards, MAGA to like fell for it again rewards and just to push, push, push and to put their thumb into any weakness that they can see and kind of rub it in. Okay. And this plays very well with their audiences and their base because they have this kind of hatred. And I won't mince words, it's hatred for the other
Hmm.
side. Um, that doesn't win voters, unfortunately. It does, however, get you lots of money and a lot of attention. And so you have this kind of competition between influencers who are trying to get personal influence and power and money and prestige and all these things. And then you have the kind of like the general electorate, which wants something completely different. But playing towards the general electorate will lose you your audience. And like Kyle Kalinske is a good example of this, I think, right?
Hmm.
Um, he's uh, he's gone insane. I don't know how else to say it.
Oh my
He's
god.
gone fucking insane after the Luigi Maglione thing where he was like celebrating this dude's death and this dude's murder and things like that, and then talking about how his Israel Palestine stuff is he's gone insane. But it's making him so much money, it's getting him so much influence, but it's really hurting the party as a whole. That's where I see this kind of like war happening, and I don't know who's going to win. I know I hope the general electorate wins, but I don't know.
Hmm. I
Yeah,
mean, if
I'm
they don't win, the Republicans are going to win 2028.
Yeah, but
yeah.
yeah, I
Well,
really don't know.
I'm not confident that they are gonna win. Like, I
Mhm.
mean, you're right. It is hard to gauge, and if you're just judging by what you see online, then you would think that the left, the more fringe part of the left, is winning. Um, But I don't know. I think like part of the like Carl Benjamin dissident right analysis is correct that like a lot of liberals did get swallowed by some of the far left ideology. They're not, it's not like they always remained totally sane, but they were too afraid to speak out, or they, were just kind of allowing the fringe to grow. A lot of well-meaning people haven't thought about a lot of this woke shit very deeply and have internalized some of it. Like they believe this stuff. Even like smart, reasonable people do believe, have internalized some of this woke stuff. So I don't know. I'm not that confident. And maybe like I'm projecting my experience onto the culture, but like I didn't vote for Trump because of inflation, really, or because of the border. Like it was a vibes thing. Like I found myself in like the heterodox space, and I was really so fully done and turned off by the left, and I live in a blue state, and I wanted to, send a message. But like I don't know that any of the people, and I know people like me basically who made that switch and vote. And I don't know if any of the people like me are going to be won over by just like milk toast liberalism. Yeah.
Well, what would win you over? I'm really curious. I think that like there is this. I know people like you, obviously, right? In Pennsylvania, which isn't a blue state. It's a keystone state. It's really kind of central to any ca candidate on a national level. They want to win Pennsylvania, right? And a lot of people I know stayed home, right? They didn't vote Trump, but they just stayed home because they're like, you know what? I don't want either of these candidates. Both of them are just kind of gross to me, and I just I don't want to cast my vote for either of them. And you went so far as to cast your vote for Trump. So I'm just curious, like, would you don't want milquetoast liberalism, that's fair, but what do you want? What would get you back to the winning team, the right team, the correct space?
Uh Based liberalism. So like
Well, what's that look
okay,
like?
sure. Okay, so I'll pick out an example, and he's a bit of a caricature, but it is the vibe that I need from the left wing for me to enthusiastically vote left. Like Drew Pavlo. Do
I
you
know
guys
who.
know who that is?
Mm-hmm. That poor guy.
Based, anti-communist, anti-bullshit, anti-woke, liberal, left of center. He is not afraid to be edgy. And listen, obviously he's like an online personality. He's not a politician, but we're kind of in the personality age in politics anyway. So that is going to matter. And yeah, I want someone who actually doesn't agree with the woke bullshit, basically, and isn't afraid to say it. And that does feel like it's hard to come by.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think in 2028 we're gonna see like a gambit of flavors of woke candidates, of like candidates who are not woke and are trying to ride that middle line where they're not gonna try to offend really
I
either
feel like
side of
that's
the
where
Civil War.
most Dems
That's
are.
where they're gonna, yeah, it's probably where most are gonna line up, and then there's gonna probably be like Richie Torres and some people that are like explicitly anti-woke. I listen, I 100% personally, I would be in favor of that winning. That would be where I want to see it. I'm skeptical that's where the win is going to be. I think the win is going to be on one of the more milquetoast candidates. Try not to piss off anyone.
I don't know. I like Josh Shapiro. He's my current favorite.
Yeah, but he's not going to go super hard. I mean, he's not. I don't think he's woke, but he's not going to go super hard anti-woke. At
He
least in what he's
won't,
talking
but
about.
I, as a Pennsylvania resident, he's doing a fantastic job. Look, I
Hmm.
value competence. I just want people who can get shit done that I like. And yeah, Josh Shapiro is able to get shit done in Pennsylvania, and I like that. And he doesn't, it's boring, and I love it. I don't have to deal with drama. I don't have to deal with, oh, what did he say? It might be bad for my YouTube career, right? But oh, it's much better for my
Terrible.
mental health.
Let's see. It's funny because like so Wick has a position. Wick has Adam's position, all right? Wick is like, I want policies, I want competence, I want things done. And Tali's
Sure.
like, Tali has like my position, or my position, what I think most people will say, which is like, I am vote on the vibes. Okay, that's
Vibes.
what I want. I want a good vibe here, and Trump had a much better vibe than these fucking jokers.
Well, yeah, and I think like so honestly, I never liked Trump. I was like vehemently anti-Trump, obviously, when I was a radical progressive. But
How long ago was
even
that? What was it? What's the timeline here? Is
okay,
that
so like
2016?
so the summer of love, I was out there protesting every
Oh,
Oh
day.
my.
really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So 4
And
years
all the way
ago.
up to like a year after that. So 2021, the summer of 2021 was really the beginning of the end of my radical progressivism. And it was, it started with the Israel stuff and just like realizing that, oh, the left is racist. So it was like me being a Jew and a Zionist. And like suddenly that became completely not allowed on the left, even though I shared every other value with them and I passed every other purity test. So then I sort of was keyed into like, oh, the left is racist basically. And so race
Mhm.
was kind of the first thing that I started challenging my views on. I was watching a lot of debates. I was reading a lot of like I was in the heterodox space. So this is how I found you, Sitch, actually. I started watching Blocked and Reported and um
Oh, you
like
did you
Coleman
you heard me
Hughes.
on Blocked and Reported?
I did.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That was how I first heard about you. Um, and so I was in this like center space. So it was like the race stuff, and then it was like the sexism stuff and like patriarchy stuff, and realizing like that the wage gap isn't real. And I just had all of like the cards fell for me. And the
Hmm.
last thing was gender stuff and trans stuff, which was a really hard pill for me to swallow,
Hmm.
and was a big part of my shift from the left, was just like realize just how big of a scandal basically uh youth gender medicine was,
Hmm.
and just how crazy and captured
Did you
a
read a
lot of people on
book,
the left
or
were.
how did you encounter, how did you come to this revelation?
So I once you go in, all of these things are connected, right? So you start challenging your beliefs on one thing, and then those people are challenging something else that you hold dear.
Right.
It's funny because now I'm like to the right of Katie and Jesse. But
Hmm.
I remember when I was first listening to Blocked and Reported, like I was offended.
That's hilarious.
And I
That's
was
funny.
choosing to push through, because I was in this time of challenging myself. I was watching a bunch of Intelligence Squared debates. I was on Clubhouse going into all of these like conservative rooms and spaces. But I was like literally offended by the things that they would say on Blocked and Reported. Um, so yeah, no, I was reading books. So like obviously Abigail Schreier's book was one of the first books that I read on the trans stuff.
Irreversible
Um,
damage.
Irreversible Damage, and that
Yeah.
was a stunning
Yes,
and
that's a good
jarring
book.
book. Yeah, great book. And then I read like a million
Right.
trans books. I read, Helen Joyce, I read Hannah Barnes, I read Kathleen Stock. Like it was a big topic of interest for me because I'm gay. I'm married to a woman who previously identified as trans.
Oh,
And then we kind
wow.
of
Okay.
walked that back while I was having this revelation. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, so it was, and at the time, my wife was like, while I was like first reading Abigail Schreier and stuff, my wife was like in the midst of a social transition, and I was like kind of in the closet listening to all of this stuff and reading all of
Hmm.
Oh,
this
wow.
stuff.
You're like, don't want to get caught.
Yeah. Well, I didn't, right. I needed to like plan out how I was gonna like deal with this. And because you can't just tell someone that their worldview is wrong, right? So people don't
Just
respond well
drop it
to
on their
that.
head. Be like,
Right,
you're wrong
right.
about everything and an idiot. Yeah.
Especially when there's such cultic aspects to it, right?
Right.
Like,
Right.
so yeah, I had to kind of plan my attack, and part of that included like playing blocked and reported episodes
Mhm.
at specific times when my wife would get into the car, and I would just like act like this is where it picked up, but like
You
this is
had
what I
like, oh
wanted
my
her to
God, you
Just
had like
listen
the
happens
time
to
to.
be
code.
here.
You're
I
like, all right,
swear to God. Yeah, yeah,
this is
yeah.
the
She knows all
persuasive
of this
part. Right.
now.
Yeah. Right
She
as he
knows all of
comes
this
in, and I'm
now.
like, oh, I just happen to be listening. You just came in right now.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
Exactly. Yeah. Um, Success. My wife is now based, but
Oh, okay.
yeah. So yeah, I was doing a lot of reading on like kind of all of these things, on the race stuff, on the gender stuff,
Mhm.
on the anti-Semitism stuff. Yeah,
That's
I got
really
off. I don't know where we left off.
the surefire way that really gets people to change their minds or to open to like realize that the side that they're on, you know, has a lot of this like team playing cult behavior is when you or
Yep.
us or anyone feels like they're personally attacked and you're like, oh, all these people I thought had my back don't actually have my back, and they, you know, they're willing to sell me out for some sort of difference of opinion. And I
Hmm.
think the big problem, unfortunately, and I don't know how to fix this, is that in America, for a lot of people, they've become sort of numb to the far left being so hyper racist against white people. And a lot of white people just don't perceive that as the attack that it is. And
Hmm.
I think that's why it's hard for a lot of white people on the left to sort of turn on a lot of the woke mentality and realize how damaging this is. And maybe they won't until or if some of that like anti-white racism actually manifests in some very overt political way that is actually damaging to them personally and is impossible to deny or ignore.
One of the things I've been, and I've tried to adjust. People are saying my mic's speaking. I'm trying to mess with it and let me know if it's better or worse or what have you.
Sounds
Great.
beautiful to me.
Okay. But one of the things that I've noticed, at least in the last few months, is the rise, because we talk about wokeness. It would be remiss if I didn't mention the woke right in
Mhm.
this situation. I don't know your guys' stance on this, but
How dare you use that term? How dare you?
it's apt. It's very apt, and you can use another term if you'd like. But one of the things that
Well,
gives
I
me hope
completely
for the
disagree, but go ahead, continue.
okay,
I completely agree, so go ahead.
Yeah.
okay, we'll get to it.
We
We'll get
we
to it. We'll get to it, I
disagree on
promise.
this, so
But one of the things that
Sitch
gives
and I
me
are
hope
getting divorced over this term, but whatever, go ahead.
for the Democrats in 2028, one of the things that gives me hope is watching the right do the exact same things that have turned so many off from the left, right? A lot of the people on the left were just tired of being purity tested. They're tired of having to the racism, which I agree with you, is a problem. But then they're seeing this on the right with the Tucker Carlson, the Candace Owens, the Nick Fuentes, and all these other kind of big influencers getting out there. Uh, the Tim Pool's even, right? I call Tim Pool politically trans. He says he's
Mhm.
liberal, but look, we know what he is. We can always tell, okay? Like you don't
As
get
you
to
lie.
self-identify here. But at the end of the day, I see them doing a lot of the same things that gave Democrats problems in 2024. And I see a lot of people realizing and recognizing like, oh, this isn't just a left problem. This is a problem. And I don't know how that's going to play out on the right, but a lot of people just are trying to bury their heads in no offense, Adam, right? But bury their heads in the sand and say, oh, it's not a big thing, it's not a real thing. But it is, and it's happening, and we can all see it. I don't know. That's my thoughts.
I just don't like the term. You're taking the term woke, which and kind of redefining
Well,
a
what is
big
woke
part
to
of
you?
woke.
Yeah, how would you define it? I'm just
I would
curious.
define
Age-old
woke
question.
as as authoritarian progressive politics. And you're just the reason why woke is interesting is because the progressives are supposed to be anti-fascist, right? They're anti-authoritarian. So there's a contradiction there. So when you're saying the fascist right, well, where's the contradiction? It's always been the fascist right, the authoritarian right. So I understand that some people think of woke as just authoritarian, but I think of woke as the suite of goals of the progressive left, like the trans stuff, the race stuff, the anti-white racism, this stuff. And I do think that made its way into the public consciousness. When you say to someone on the street, what does woke mean? They know it's progressive politics. It's like Pride Month. It's all of this stuff. But if you're saying, okay, well, the right is authoritarian. Well, they are authoritarian, yes, but they have completely different goals. So you're kind of throwing away the whole goal set of the right just to call them woke.
Well, I see woke as more of a less of a goal and more of a behavior, a path to get to the goal. So how I would describe it is using identitarian or kind of communal politics
Mhm.
or a worldview in order to attack what I would consider classical liberal values, right? So a lot of people who would say, oh, the white people are under attack, they're being replaced, and we have to, because of this is happening and we have this invasion, we have to curtail the free speech of immigrants because otherwise the white people are going to be replaced. I would consider that a woke kind of way of thinking because, like, the woke on the left would use identity politics for, well, black people are underrepresented and they are having all these problems. And so we have to focus on their race and fix things from that angle. I think that the woke right, they do that same thing, but they just have a different goal. So that's just how I see it. And if you view it as a set of goals, I can see why you would have a problem with the term. But I
Yeah.
don't. I view it
I
as
mean, you
behavior.
lay it out perfectly. So obviously they're both using a similar strategy to achieve completely different ends. And I just
Yeah.
think obviously it's more valuable to focus on the ends. But I do know that a lot of liberals who obviously are for individual rights and hate identitarianism and all that kind of stuff, they see them they focus more on the authoritarian aspect of it. So,
Okay.
And I
but
see it exactly the way you do, Wick, in terms of I view
It's because you're smart and pretty. Like,
that
yeah.
is true.
Go ahead.
I see it as like the personality type or the mechanism that
Hmm.
people use is how I categorize it rather than necessarily just the goal.
right.
So
Yeah.
I
obviously
think
we're
And
big.
it's,
go ahead.
yeah, I have a complicated relationship with it. I think James Lindsay's analysis is very interesting, and a lot of the long form stuff that he's done on this topic is worthwhile looking into. Um, and the like Neil Shenvi, or however you say his name, I think he was one of the even earlier people to use the word woke right. It's problematic because it's imprecise and it pisses people off for that reason. But as
Well,
Wick said to me when I
hold
said this,
on.
that's part of the point.
Well, it's used imprecisely. I will agree with you there. I think that James Lindsay uses it way too broadly. And a lot of people that he would consider woke right aren't, in my opinion, woke right. They just don't fit the definition, in my opinion, right? Even though he's kind of, I'm not sure if he officially coined the term, but he absolutely
He didn't.
popularized it in the
Yeah.
discourse. But I will say that one of the I think which is very effectual is using the term woke holds up a mirror to a lot of people on the right and saying, this is how you're behaving. You're behaving exactly like the people you've been railing against. You're doing the exact same thing that they are. And yes, it pisses people off,
Well,
but good. They should be.
this is where the James Lindsay stuff is interesting because he held up that mirror and some of them leaned in and said, well, fuck yeah, our enemies have been very successful. Why wouldn't I use their playbook? Like that was the sort of Carl Benjamin
Yeah, but
group
it's like that meme with
response.
the like if you're using evil tools, and I do consider that kind of not to use too loaded of a term, but evil is probably the best way to describe it, in my opinion. If you're using evil means to get good ends, that's something I'm always going to stand against. I don't care how many people you want to rescue or how what glorious utopia we're heading towards. If the path towards that is paved in blood, I don't want it. I want off the ride. I'm not going to participate in that, right?
I just don't think it usually doesn't work. Even if it's to me, it's not really. I mean, obviously, I agree with you, like from a high-minded philosophical
Sure,
perspective.
sure.
Okay, but it is from like it just doesn't work because when you become a leader and when you become in charge of a country or coalition or whatever, you have to put all these people in positions of power to ready all the the military, the politicians, the propaganda. You have to have all these little coalitions underneath you to climb the mountain of power. And when you get there, you don't just like dissipate all those things and then you get a clean slate. You have to keep maintaining this coalition of power that you built to get to the position that you got to. And so it seems it's very, not always, but it's almost always very likely that if you have to use violence to get to that position of power, the coalitions you've attracted, the people you've attracted to maintain your power, that's what they're into. That's what they like. And you can't just turn that machine off. You can't switch it on a dime.
That's why you always have to have a new target, right?
Yes.
As soon as you solve quote unquote one issue, you're going to have to go over another issue. And we saw this happen on the woke left, right? You saw them tackle what I would consider actual issues, right? Issues with policing, issues with racial disparity, and things like that that were a problem. But they had to keep going. And so they had to find more and more niche, more and more narrow targets to kind of go in, and it became like a treasure hunt of racism, right? So, well, we've solved most of it, but we got to go find the more little nuggets, and it became the goal became to find the racism rather than
Mm-hmm.
to fix shit. And I think that we're going to see that. I predict, right, that we're going to see that happen on the right. And I would say we see that happen a lot with the Israel stuff, right? And everything now is Zionist occupied government, right? And oh, Trump is being controlled by Israel and all these things. And we're seeing that kind of germinate and start to kind of spread a little from that end of things. And we'll see where it goes. But yeah,
I,
that's my
I think Trump's
thoughts.
going to be able to maintain the right. When he's gone, then all bets are off. But until he's gone, he's gonna hold the
Yeah, but
reins.
that's like
People are
a
gonna fall in
that's
line.
he's going away soon, right?
Well,
I
3 years
mean,
isn't soon.
Yeah, he's
But
gonna
he
be.
had to, he put together a coalition of unlikely bedfellows,
Yes.
which actually that was where what I was starting to say before is like I was really never pro-Trump, but then the vibes of the Trump campaign got good. So I still didn't like Trump. I was able to appreciate him more when I, lost my derangement syndrome and I could find him funny and things like this. But I still I don't think he's very smart or very uh whatever. I still have lots of
Blasphemy.
criticisms of him. I
So
know.
there were no
Um
Trump policies. You didn't vote based on policy at all. You just voted because you thought he was funny.
no, I didn't vote because he was funny. I was like, I wish it was anyone else, and then I would be able to vote Republican
Hmm.
happily. Um, so yes, I wanted a Republican administration to counterbalance what I saw as really the excesses of where the left was going,
So it was
prioritizing
policy.
gender. It was
Yeah.
it was policy, but it wasn't like Trump.
it was a protest
Well,
vote
he
against
he does
Democrats.
no. He
Yeah,
came
it
out with a
was a
bunch of
protest.
anti woke executive
He
orders like
did.
immediately. So that's
He
policy.
did. Yeah. No, he did, and I was happy with most of that.
Hmm.
Um, but no, I mean,
What
so
about
it was like
trans women and women's sports? He's like done. We're at getting rid of that.
yeah,
That's good.
that's good. Those are things I
Okay.
wanted. Yes, those are
Okay.
things I totally wanted. Yeah, but again, I wasn't voting for him. I liked JD Vance. I was like very impressed by him. I was like, finally, someone smart and clever. I could vote for that. I liked the coalition that was forming around like Elon Musk. He kind of really
I
went
know.
crazier.
I
But
know.
that was the vibe that I was signing on to.
Do
So
you?
I've never been MAGA either.
What
So
about the government debt? Does that bother you? The deficit?
it's so funny. I don't fucking know enough to like when people on the right talk about it, it's compelling, but then they don't seem to vote that way. They don't seem to back it up when they have power. So I don't know. I've heard compelling arguments on the other side too.
Don't worry
That
about it.
it
It's no big deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's about as big a problem as racism in 2024. So actually,
Wow.
it's probably a lot less of a problem than racism because it's no problem at all. It's completely non-existent. So
Yeah.
I got a kind of boy in my chat saying the debt should be triple what it is now. I don't know. I'm not an economist. I
that's
don't know
hilarious.
enough, frankly. Um, but as Tali said,
Tali,
it's
click
one of
on the
those.
button to join the watch together so we can watch at
Oh,
least a little bit of
sorry.
this. That's okay. Go ahead,
Okay.
Wick. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying I don't know enough about economics to really have strong opinions on it. But as Tali said, no matter which party is in power, it seems the debt goes up. So it's not a non-issue to me. So
Well, that's good. You don't care about it.
you know.
CNN is reporting that they have early U.S. intel that says that the strike on Iran did not destroy their nuclear sites. So this is why Trump was all
Well, let's
saying
strike
that
them
he
again.
fucking hates CNN.
Oh,
Let's go again.
really? Holy shit.
CNN saying that the strikes on their nuclear facilities were not that damaging.
Oh, really?
That's what they're claiming.
They're like way deeper in there.
I don't know.
Interesting.
You understand that Trump was like, oh, the left thinks Abrego Garcia, I've treated him wrong. I surrender, left.
The only time he has been constrained is through the left and liberals banding together and going through the court system and public pressure. That's it. That's all we've seen.
Is MAGA a fascist movement? Just give me a yes or no.
That's an absurd framing, Kyle. That's mainstream media framing.
You can't say
Okay,
that MAGA
so
is fascist. You
what-
can't. Wait. You really don't believe MAGA is fascist?
I am against Trump, totally, okay? But why do you love Trump will be the next question. Okay.
Did I ask that? Cenk,
okay,
talk
so
about a
now,
straw
hold
man.
on,
I mean,
let me-
you're making
for
up
God's
stuff
sake,
I never
Krystal, let me
said.
answer your questions.
Come
What's the
on.
point of coming on here if I can't answer your
Cenk.
question?
Are Trump supporters fascist? Good question.
What is, you like this music? Is this good background music, Adam?
No, it's terrible.
The epic,
Awful.
like the epic cinema trailer music.
I mean, I was going to go easy on Kyle, but then I heard this background music and I was like, fuck this guy.
Giving you plenty of time to answer, brother. You're making up stuff about me. I didn't say that.
Okay,
So you want to
Jesus
talk about
Christ,
straw men?
Krystal.
You're
this is,
inventing
it's a
things on the
mistake
spot.
talking to you guys. It's a mistake.
I
like
hate
Kr-
all of these people.
I like Krystal. I think Crystal's a little obsessed with the whole
Oh,
Israel thing, but I mean, I think she's nice.
think?
So
I think she's dumb, annoying, and abrasive.
God.
Wow.
Tell us how you really feel. Jeez.
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah,
she's
maybe
not-
this is like the
she's not dumb.
intersexual thing where I have more issues with her because she's a woman. But You're right, she's not dumb.
Hassan,
You're right.
Hassan is an idiot. Hassan is
yes,
fucking
correct.
dumb.
Like
right?
actually
Yeah.
low IQ, actually undereducated.
I disagree with Krystal. I try not to conflate the
You're
how dumb someone is by how much I disagree with them. So she believes a different set of facts than I believe, but she's very smart at using those facts logically and rationally. So
That's a good point. That's why I hate her so much
Yeah.
because she is an effective propagandist.
I'm
I
an
really-
effective
I strongly
advocate for
dislike her.
things that I don't believe in, but
Yeah,
yeah, it's sad.
effective propagandist. Yeah. Hassan's an effective propagandist too, even though he's actually dumb.
Propaganda's
Um,
bad, right? You agree. Propaganda's there's like a lying component to propaganda.
So okay, so no, I don't agree that there has to be a lying component.
So then it's
no,
okay, that's advertising then. Advertising you can't lie, but it's promoting shit, right?
So you can lie. There's
Yeah.
plenty of propaganda that does lie, but I don't think I don't use the word in such a loaded way. I see it
Okay.
as I see it as
I think most people think
Propagandizing your belief,
propaganda.
right?
I think
Yeah.
most people think propaganda. There's some untruth in propaganda.
An
So-
exaggeration, perhaps. Or
Well,
just a-
exaggeration. I think it could be in advertising, but I think propaganda's there's like real lies.
yeah, that I think a lot of people load it with that, but that's not what it's intended to mean, and I don't think everyone uses it that way.
No, I don't either. That's why I was asked.
Yeah.
People are different. All right, let's
Welcome,
see here.
Cenk Uygur, the Young Turks. We appreciate you joining us.
Now look at the look. What do you think's going on in Cenk's mind right now? Look at this look on his face. What's happening here?
He knows.
Does he look like he's excited for this interview?
He knows
Not at
what's
all.
gonna go down.
This is a face of regret. Okay,
Mhm.
I've seen that face many times. Okay, I recognize it. I recognize it on Tali sometimes when we come in, and it's not going as we hoped. Okay,
Now
I've had
what's-
that face before.
What's
okay?
going on Crystal's face here? Crystal has got kind of a different look going. What's happening there?
She's so fucking excited because she knows that she's about to. That's why I mean she revels in this shit, but so does Cenk. So he deserves what he's getting here. Cenk is just always exasperated. Like he didn't even
deserves what
start
he's
yet, and he's tired already. You know.
So Crystal, Kyle, who's the good cop and who's the bad cop here? Look at Kyle over here.
There's no good cop.
Investigator Kyle here. He's like,
We have
He's ready
bad
to crack
cop
the case.
and Yao cop. Okay.
yeah. Oh God, this is so good.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
So, oh, you want to explain? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, Cenk reached out to Kyle and I this week and said, hey, I think we got some things to talk through. Can I, let's have a conversation. So we said, sure, let's do that. And this kind of follows on the heels of a discussion/debate that you and I had back in December, where, the launching point, and you can, correct me if you don't think that this is a fair characterization of this conversation, but the launching point was a tweet that you had put out expressing some optimism about the Trump administration. So we can put that tweet up on the screen from Cenk to refresh everybody's memory about where we started. So you said, in November 29th, 2024, I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election. Even though I was so against the guy who won, I know now MAGA is not my mortal enemy, neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. So over the course of that conversation, you explained to me that the reason you felt optimistic was really two reasons. Number one, as you say there, the establishment was defeated. And number two, you felt that the elements of the populist right and the bros would hold Trump accountable. And it kind of built to this crescendo where he actually turned to the camera and said, listen, guys, in a little while, you're going to be able to say whether I was right or whether Krystal was right. Let's go ahead and play that portion as a refresher. That is element number two.
I want to address something to the audience. Can I?
Sure.
Is this my camera here? Okay, yeah. So right-wing populists, it is now your job to prove Krystal wrong.
Go out and do it, y'all.
So she doesn't believe you. And by the way, almost no one on the left, other than me and Anna, believe you guys that you actually want to cut the Pentagon and that you could pressure Elon Musk and Donald Trump to cut the Pentagon. So are you going to prove the left wrong, or are you going to prove them spectacularly right? Am I going to have to come on here and apologize to Krystal for ever believing in any right-wing populist and say, oh, I was a sucker. Those guys were liars. All they want to do was increase the Pentagon, have more wars, more corruption, and they never held Trump accountable. We waited 4 long years for them to hold him accountable, and all they did was kiss his ass and show that they don't really believe in freedom. They said all this stuff about freedom, but they never meant it. Mm-hmm. They said all this stuff about drain the swamp, but they never meant it. They said all this anti-war stuff, but they never meant it. We're going to come back on here in 1 year, 2 years, 4 years, and we're going to keep doing a check.
So, Cenk, that was kind of the context of that discussion. And just for the audience and for you, since there's two of us and one of you, and we don't want to be like jumping on all over each other, and maybe Kyle and I have disagreements on things, I thought I would kind of handle the first 30 minutes more or less. Kyle would handle the second 30 minutes. You've got a engagement you've got to go to, hard out in an hour, so that's the amount of time that we have.
We could do this for 4 hours if we had the time.
I'm sure we could, and it would be painful for all involved. But in any case, we've got a hard out for Cenk in 1 hour. We want to be very respectful of his time. So with everything that's happened in Trump 2.0.
Hold on. So before they go into this, I want to go back here for a second, because I realize now why they're so hostile in this conversation. It's this tweet or this X post that Cenk put out is probably like the worst thing he could have put out to trigger the shit out of the left here. Because, like, we were talking about this earlier. Right now, there's this huge divide on both left and right. It's kind of the establishment versus populist fight that's going on. And both sides are fighting this war. And the left is terrified that they're going to lose, because the left was kind of like with Biden, was kind of seen as like the establishment force, and Trump, even though he had been president, was seen as the non-establishment force. And so a lot of people on the left are just utterly terrified that even though they want to view themselves, Krystal and Kyle view themselves as, anti-establishment and, anti-war and all this other stuff.
And populists.
Right. And populists. Yeah. They're terrified that they're going to lose all these people on the left to Trump, to the right. They're so terrified of that. And Trump and Cenk's tweet is like rubbing that in their face and basically kind of hinting at like, well, maybe people can move from the left populist to the right populist space because the left is just dominated by the establishment. And that's why they're so triggered by what he said and by everything he's saying in this conversation.
And to be clear, that's not an unreasonable fear. We saw this with Bernie Sanders, right? There's a large overlap between Trump voters and Bernie Sanders voters, right?
Yeah, good point.
And, like that. And so this isn't an unreasonable fear that the left has. For me, I'm very anti-populist, actually. I don't think populism is good.
How
I think
dare you say that on the internet in 2025?
It's just true. It's going to lead to bad outcomes. I don't want it. I don't think that
what's democracy? I mean, democracy's
To an
populism.
extent, well, no. I mean, if we just define anything that is democracy as populism, I think that's way too broad. Populism is I think,
What
and
is the
I'm not a
difference?
scholar. Sure, populism is anti-elitist, and so what I mean by that is it's against institutions. It's against any kind of like setup where you have doctors, scientists, all these things. They are seen as anti-populist in a way, and a lot of populists really don't like them.
I see that as like the rebranding of populism as something bad. I don't think populism, as it was originally conceived, was
Maybe not originally.
Oh, what we've never had real populism. We just haven't. We just.
Well, I mean,
haven't
there
been
was
able
a
to see it work
populist.
out.
There was a populist party that I think actually had a nominee for president. They did try to do the silver standard. They made a very popular movie about it, The Wizard of Oz. So I mean, populism has been around for a while. I agree with what you're saying, Sitch. How many of this 78,000 hearts on this tweet are MAGA? What do you think?
90% of them.
Okay. This is MAGA swooping in and being like, "Look, we're gonna win one. Cenk is coming over to our side."
Yeah.
So it's not all of that's the thing. Is like MAGA is okay. I hope I get this thought out coherently. That's an interesting insight, Sitch, and I think you are probably right. Though that's not how I read it. I find it, but maybe I should, lean into that. But these Cenk and these guys are on the same team. Like they are both the crazy far left populist team. They're just kind of fighting over like optics and purity a little bit because Krystal will talk to Trump voters who are like she jerks off to Dave Smith twice a day. So she's not actually she's not opposed
in front
to
of Kyle,
either.
no less.
In front of Kyle,
he sits in the little chair in the corner.
In the cup chair in the back.
Watches.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's kind of it's really it's an optics battle they're having because Krystal is not going to say, MAGA's not my enemy, it's the establishment that's my enemy, but she is totally willing to work with MAGA. She's willing to big ups, Massey, and not that he's really MAGA, but that's sort of my point too, is like MAGA is not one thing, which is I think part of the frustration even that I have with like the left's messaging around like no kings and all this bullshit and the fascism stuff is like I don't think Trump's a fascist.
Okay. No kings is great messaging. Just real quick, Tali, I agree with you about the fascist part, but no kings is great messaging. I think it resonates with a lot of people who it
I think it's
real
gay,
big
but
ties to the 1776 stuff. You may think it's gay, and I will bow to your gayness radar, being that you are.
Yes, I get to say it. Yeah.
As a liberal, okay, it makes my little moderate liberal heart grow 3 times, 3 sizes. Okay?
I mean, I just like it as a biotech man, honestly. But
I just so like these people think Trump is fascist, but I think Trump is not fascist. He's not an ideologue really at all, and it's actually the people not to upset the chat, but it's the Tucker Carlsons and that sort of anti-establishment revisionist wing that I'm more concerned about. And so I feel like and it's interesting too, because then I try to take this back and I'm like, on the one hand, the left was right when they were talking about Nazis on the right, but they were totally wrong about who it was. Totally fucking wrong. And so were they actually right? Or was it a self-fulfilling prophecy and they kind of created this as a backlash, And I'm inclined to lean more with the latter, but it does seem like there's an inaccurate perception of like the source of this. And so they attack the people who are actually not that, and that turns off a bunch of the people who are more in the middle or not so extreme. But I think this is a fight between them about optics, even though they all believe the same things and Krystal does the same thing.
It's about how much should we praise Trump if he gets something right? How much should we work with the other side? Should we even talk to them at all? I get flack from even coming on your guys' show, to be frank.
What? No way.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
I mean, we're just a couple of populists.
Well,
Look, the left has a lot of the wokeness is about the left overstating racism, looking for microaggressions, just like you said. They're out there farming racism. They're out there looking for it when racism is probably the lowest it's ever been in America, right? So, but there's a Nazi element on the right, but has it changed? Has it really? Is it bigger now, or
Yeah.
is it?
Yeah.
It's
Seems
louder.
like it.
It's
Yeah,
louder.
At least it's louder.
I think it's
right?
bigger. I think it's bigger, guys. I do.
Well, they all
and
got
maybe I'm
the platform, so maybe it's just we're seeing it. So I
I hope
look.
you're right.
I don't know how big. I don't know how to control it is. I don't see a lot of Nazis at the grocery store. I see a lot of Nazis on Twitter,
On X. Yeah.
vocally, but obviously that's worldwide Nazi population concentrated there.
But to be
Hey,
fair, Adam,
hold
you don't
on.
see them at the grocery store, but the ones on Twitter, I don't think in their let's say the true Nazis on Twitter, I think most of them don't look like Nazis in their everyday life. I think there's a lot of people have been kind of brain broken and radicalized. Now I sound like a
You're
lefty.
sounding woke.
I
We're
know, I
working on
know.
it again.
I
You're the
know I
woke
am, and that's
right.
the
I've been
problem.
hearing
Back.
about.
I know. I know. Well, and that's the
But
thing too. The woke right's an effective label against the people on the right who are concerned. Like when
Yes,
P.F. Young
of
says, "Oh no,
course.
this is the woke right," I'm like, that is a good argument right there.
It's
even though
it's very intuitive too. Watch out.
Yes.
When it's intuitive, it's very
Yes.
sticky. So
I think
Yes.
one of the things that people get wrong, and the left gets this wrong too. So before the election, back in 2022, 2023, most of my time was spent fighting the far left, right? And people would come at me and say, well, they're such a small group, but it doesn't matter how small they are. It's what positions of power and influence do they wield within the party? What positions of power and influence are they the staffers of all these politicians that are helping to craft messaging, helping to craft policies? It doesn't need to be a lot of people. It just needs to be concentrated in the right places. One of the dangerous things about the woke right is they are very influential and hold a lot of sway. Like Stephen Miller has a lot of sway in the administration.
you think he's a Nazi, Stephen Miller?
I don't know if he's. I don't know if I
Oh,
go.
he's not a
so far as
Nazi.
a
And
Nazi, but he's a bad dude. Okay, this guy's a.
now I'm
someone-
suddenly anti woke right because I don't know who you're talking about right now when you
Stephen
say
Miller.
that.
Stephen Miller.
No, I know who
is-
Stephen
oh.
Miller is. I know who Stephen Miller is, but I don't like he's not someone who comes to mind
Whenever
when I
anyone
think
says
woke
woke right, I think they mean Nazi. They're basically saying it's a white supremacist, right?
Stephen Miller is like, it's funny. I just read this article that was like, I mean, I don't know how accurate the sourcing is, but it was saying that even Trump was like disturbed by Stephen Miller's thirst for deporting people and was calling him weird. He's like, he really likes deporting Mexicans. It's very, even for me, it's kind of strange. And I think Stephen Miller, I mean, I think he's Jewish, but he does seem kind of suspect. I know there was supposedly I think Steve Bannon said that Stephen Miller was like quoting American Renaissance during the first term, like a bunch of
Oh,
times.
really? Oh,
Bizarre,
wow.
Yeah, which is a
He's
white
reading
national
up on
publication.
Ebola, right?
Right.
I guess
but yeah,
I don't even
think,
see.
Well, hold on. Let me just say, like with what
Yeah.
Wick was saying, which I think is very true, is in terms of maybe doesn't matter what the size is. It matters if people are afraid to criticize them. And this was very, this was happening a lot when woke left first started to come on the scene. Was you would see, okay, no one in the broad left would be they'd all be so scared to like quote to criticize the woke left or even acknowledge that it existed or whatever. And I do feel like to the same extent, a lot of that is going on in the right right now, where you know James Lindsay's attacking people and he gets fucking annihilated by people on X. Even Jordan Peterson gets attacked by people on X. And there's a very interesting thing that happened, which was when Jordan Peterson was interviewing Matt Walsh, who was like one of the only people at the Daily Wire that like people, the far right or the dissident right or whatever you want to call them kind of likes. Jordan Peterson said, we're going to have this conversation about the woke right. I mean, we're going to do it like behind the paywall. Okay. So stay tuned after the break. We're going to have this conversation with Matt Walsh. And I was very interested to see what Matt Walsh was going to say about this. And I go and I go on the paywall and I watch the video and they don't talk about it at all. They completely don't talk about it at all. So it's very obvious that Matt Walsh said, I don't feel comfortable talking about this subject whatsoever. So I do think a lot of people on the right are terrified to really grasp, to to really strike hard against sort of the groypers and that element of the party or the politics, I should say.
And that's one of the seeds, I guess, one of the signposts, the red flags, if you will, that show, oh, these guys are players, right? They're players in the game, and they're having an outsized influence compared to their numbers. And
Definitely.
that's something you guys are going to have
Well,
to
what
reckon.
is
I say you
what
guys,
is
I don't
the-
mean you guys, but the right has to reckon. Yeah.
what kind of policy goals can they achieve though?
I
Unless
think
unless you're
the
just saying like the deportation stuff is.
well, the way that they're doing the report, like, look, I'm okay, right, with deportations in general. I'm not an open borders guy by any means. I think I told you guys this when we had Kata on and I was on the first time. I'm not open borders at all. I think if you're here illegally, we can
Nazi.
tell you to leave. That's fine. But the way that ICE specifically, again, directed by Stephen Miller specifically to handle this has been, I think it's violated, I think, a lot of people's constitutional rights, and it threatens a lot of citizens' constitutional rights. They're tackling people, right? They come into your workplace. They don't have to show a badge. They don't have to show a warrant. They're masked up. You don't know who they are, and they can just take you away. That sounds like secret police to me. And it's Stephen Miller who has directed this. So initially, they were going after criminals, gangbangers, stuff like that. By all means, violent criminals, get them out of here. I don't want them here. Right. But Stephen Miller said, you know what? We're not getting the numbers. Quota. We need a quota. And so what we're going to need to do is you're going to start to have to go to nail salons. You're going to have to go to Home Depots. You're going to have to go to farms, people who aren't being violent, and you're just going to have to snatch them up. And that's what they've been doing. And there's been I don't know if you've seen, but Trump has gone back and forth on this. Right. And this indicates that there is a struggle within the administration of how to do this. There are a lot of people in the administration that says, hey, this is too far. This is too much. This is causing too many problems. But Stephen Miller is pushing hard on getting every single illegal out, or even if they're legal light. And make no mistake, the Trump administration is trying to revoke birthright citizenship. They're trying to make people who are naturalized and who are legal into illegal citizens. They just want all these people out. And I have a huge problem with that as someone who, like, if we allowed you in and you did what you needed to do and you followed the rules, you shouldn't be afraid that tomorrow you're going to have your citizenship revoked. You should.
Are they trying to denaturalize?
Yes, they are. Like, there's a lot of people that they're going after, like, who have received amnesty and like, I'll give you an example. Recently there was a story about a Afghan interpreter, right? One of the Afghans who helped our troops, right? Who served our country by helping to interpret, risking their lives, right, against the Taliban to make sure that we had good intel. They were translating and things like that. They don't care about this amnesty we granted anymore, and they're trying to deport him, right? The Trump administration. I think that's shameful, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
If they worked for us and risked their lives for us, and we promised them they could come here and we would give them amnesty and kind of fast track them towards the citizen process. If the Trump administration and Stephen Miller are coming in and revoking that, I have a huge problem.
Yeah, that sucks. That definitely sucks.
And there was something similar to which I read yesterday was before the Trump administration, if you were a veteran and you had a family member who was not a citizen, if they didn't have a criminal record or weren't doing anything legal, they would generally be sort of like ignored or shifted to very low priority in terms of deportation. And apparently in February, they directly got rid of that policy. And now there are people that, are veterans who have family members or were married to people who did not have a criminal record, but were in the country illegally, who are being, fast track deported out of the country.
That's actually especially interesting, just considering there's like probably a much higher proportion than the average American citizen of vets with foreign wives.
Right.
So that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't support that either. I don't even know how I feel about deportations in general. Like, I'm so turned off by the left's open border messaging. But I don't know how much I buy. Like, I'm not into the very like protectionist. We need to build everything in America and like not trade with anybody, and they're taking our jobs. Like, I don't buy into that either. So I don't even quite know how I feel about the deportations.
Mhm.
But with the, and again, I just don't see Stephen Miller as woke, right? Even though I don't think it's a very coherent definition anyway. But I think part of the problem with the freaks on both sides, and with each party getting rid of them, is they're like
Woke
only
right's not a
willing.
coherent definition, but the freaks. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
exactly.
Sorry.
That's
Just
much
a-
cleaner, much clearer.
much
Exactly.
It hits the
more
vibes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
freak right.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is, I think the sides only call these people out in a tribal way. So, for example, something that I've seen a lot on the left, like the only pushback I've seen from liberals to leftists, I'm saying the only, but the main pushback I've seen is like, these motherfuckers don't even vote for us. You know, it's like, why are we worrying about all of their aspirations and their political goals when push comes to shove, they say Kamala is just as bad as Trump, and they don't even vote for her. And that's what I'm seeing on the right. So they're not calling them out for being fucking crazy and woke and deranged and wrong. They're saying they don't even vote with us, right? And that's what I'm seeing on the right. Like, there are people on the right calling out the freaks on the right, but they're doing so from a like, these guys aren't even MAGA. They'll turn on Trump in a dime, you know, just because. So they're still only doing it in this tribal way that sucks to me as someone who's like lost in the middle. Like, call them out because they're dumb and they're wrong and they're parasitic to your movement, not just because they don't always vote exactly in line with you.
Right. But they don't have to persuade you. They have to persuade other people.
Yeah, you're right.
It's kind of
You're
like
right.
it's the same thing with
But it's
you
a
know,
bad
people on the left
reason.
that say that. Listen, I agree with you. I wish everyone was a free will, not NPC objective, and
Yeah.
would hear these things, but obviously that's the world, sadly, that we live in. And going back to Count Krystal for a second, and what you said, Tali, when you first started talking about this, which was interesting, because I agree with you that Cenk and Krystal do have almost the same position. So it is very weird that they're fighting. The difference, though, is very minor, but is key, is that, and I think it's a very good point that you brought this up, because I didn't think about this, which is like, yes, Kyle and Krystal will masturbate all day to Martyr Maid, Daryl Cooper, and Dave Smith and all this other stuff on issues they agree with. So why are they so mad at Cenk? And it's because while they'll do that, while they'll make alliances with people on the right, if they're on the line on the issue, what they won't do is they will never say anything positive about Trump, and they'll never give even a shred of maybe Trump will do something good. They'll never say that. And that was the difference. Cenk actually started from the top saying, well, maybe we can work with Trump in the MAGA movement, as opposed to just talking about like, well, maybe we can work with individual people in the MAGA movement.
Yeah, no, you're right. That is the difference. That is the
Descend.
difference.
It's sad.
Yeah.
It's sad, but
Happened in Trump 2.0. Do you still feel that original optimism that you expressed at the time, do you still feel that was well-founded?
Absolutely. And the part of the reason I wanted to come on is to see if you guys are on planet Earth or live in an alternate reality. And I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm being
Okay.
The first shot
not trying
fired.
to
Like,
be
I want to see if you
insulting.
guys are crazy. I'm not trying to be insulting, but are you guys fucking crazy?
She shot first, so obviously she planned this.
Initiated the
She's got
struggle
those
session.
clips.
It's
So
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
It's so funny,
Yeah.
though.
She's framing
Yeah.
him as a fucking
Yeah.
flip-flopper.
Yes, 100%.
being genuine about it. And so, and
Look how smug she is. Oh my God, she's loving this.
Chris, I went back and watched our conversation from back then.
Yeah,
and
me too.
Yeah, you kept saying like things against Trump. And that's why I didn't even think it was a debate. It was a discussion, because I was like, yeah, I totally agree with you on Trump and the Republicans, et cetera. I was talking about the populist right and the independents that voted for Trump, the actual voters. And you saw it in that clip. I don't address Trump. I don't address any Republicans. I address the voters. So what has happened since then? Joe Rogan has come out against what Trump has done with Mahmoud Halil, with Abrego Garcia. Almost all of the MAGA hosts have come out against the war ranging from Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon. Then you've got the politicians like Marjorie Taylor Greene. You've got Tim Dillon. I'm not sure you can name a right-wing MAGA host or independent host that's for the war in Iran. So, I'm genuinely curious. Like, are you guys not seeing that, or does that somehow magically not count?
So, Cenk, I have the same question as to whether or not you're on planet Earth. Because, first of all, let me ask you this question. Do you think that Trump 2.0 is better or worse than Trump 1.0?
Trump is irrelevant.
No, he's not irrelevant, because I'll tell you why. Here's why. You expressed optimism about how all this would go. And the reason you were optimistic is because, hold on. No, we just saw your tweet, okay? The reason you were optimistic
I can explain the tweet.
Is because you thought these various groups and influencers would hold him accountable. So did they constrain his behavior, for example, when Elon Musk was running around with a chainsaw, slashing Social Security and gutting the federal government and gutting the CFPB? No, we didn't. In fact, we saw Joe Rogan host Elon Musk, not to mention Mark Zuckerberg and Mark Andreessen, to make the case for those things, okay? No accountability there. Did we see them constrain his behavior and hold him accountable when he launched a crypto shitcoin, the most corrupt scheme in American history, most likely? No, he did it. He's faced no accountability for that. You mentioned some dissent from Rogan on the kidnapping of college students off of college campuses. Is it the right that organized in opposition to that? No, it's the left and it's liberals. The only time that Trump's actions have been constrained at all in this Trump 2.0 era, which is vastly worse than I even expected when you and I had that conversation. I mean, we've got men in hundreds of people in a concentration camp. I didn't see any accountability from the right on that. I don't see any accountability from the right on an American city that is right now under invasion by our own troops, Marines on the ground in the city of LA. No, I don't see any accountability there. I see an administration that, as I predicted, the guardrails are completely off. And the only places where he has been constrained at all is when the left and liberals organized against Elon Musk, Tesla protests, showing up at town halls, etc., made him toxic. He had to be turfed out of the administration. And in the context of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, when you had mass left liberal resistance, even pushing Democratic leaders who were lame and weak to do something, Chris Van Hollen goes down to El Salvador, and the administration did something they did not want to do, which was to bring him back. That is...
My God.
It's very fascinating to me. And we hear this from a lot of people who are political pundits, where they have this idea in their mind that as long as I can keep complaining very loudly and getting other people to complain very loudly about some political issue, that's going to somehow manifest into some sort of political change, right? Because she keeps framing it like, well, it's the left that's somehow constraining Trump's actions by complaining, which to me sounds insane. Completely.
Totally insane.
You know, with the Abrego Garcia thing, which I think is horrible, by the way, that was not because Krystal Ball or anyone on the left was complaining about it or protesting about it. They did that because the Supreme Court is trying to force them to do that. That's why,
right.
You know, I mean, yeah, and I'm glad that the press keeps hounding on him too, but I don't think you need to be, you know, a super left to have anything.
Didn't
like
that guy come back and change though? Aren't they?
They
bringing
did.
him
They're
up
going
on
to try
criminal
to
charges. So
they're trying to charge him with a
not
bunch of
the
other
big
crimes.
fucking win you were claiming,
yeah.
Krystal.
Oh, hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on. Sitch, or I'm sorry, Adam. You guys, all white people look the same to me. That's all I got to say. Okay.
First of all, as a person of
Sitch is
Chad,
Sitch is black.
I'm very offended.
Oh, are you? Well, I don't see color.
No, Sitch is not black.
Okay. Like that is a win. The fact that he's getting a trial is a win. That's what we want. I don't know if he's guilty or not, but the problem I had with Garcia was that he didn't get the process he was due, and they fucked him on that. Right? Excuse my language, but they really just ramrodded him through. Made a mistake. They admitted they made a mistake, and then they said, "You know what? We made a mistake, but we're not going to fix it." And they fought fixing that mistake. The fact that the government, right? Here's my view on this: when the government makes a mistake, it needs to pay a price. When it does something wrong, there needs to be a price paid, because behavior that isn't punished continues.
Was he in the country illegally? That guy?
Yeah, I believe he was.
Okay.
But like there's a process. I'm a process enjoyer. And even if I know you're guilty for something, I still have to do it the right way. Like we have Miranda rights for a reason, even though Miranda was like a rapist, right? Um, he's still, we recognize that even
Right.
if we
Now we
think
have
someone's
rape
guilty.
rights.
Hmm?
We have rape rights now.
No, great. Do you not know Miranda rights? You know what Miranda rights
I know
are.
they are. I didn't know that they were a rapist.
Yeah,
I didn't know the
they
story
were
behind Miranda.
really bad.
I
really
didn't know
bad news.
Miranda was a they them.
Now we have rape rights. That's fantastic.
They
Thank
were-
you. You ruined Miranda rights, Wick.
But they were, even bad people. That's our justice system. Even bad people, even guilty people get the opportunity to answer the charges that are brought against them. Garcia didn't get that opportunity, unfortunately. And now he's going to get it. And if he's guilty, I hope he gets prosecuted and I hope he gets convicted. But we can't just like show a picture of MS-13 on his knuckles and say, that's it. We got him. Yeah, it's just too much.
I'm not an attorney, but there's different levels of justice for different, like
Sure.
there's civil crimes, there's criminal crimes. All these are different. And I think the immigration is the lowest level. If you're not here in the country illegally, you don't get like a jury trial to try to argue that you are in the country legally. I mean,
I understood, but he did get a hearing, and in that hearing, they said that we can't deport you. The judge ruled that, hey, this is a country, El Salvador, that we can't deport you to. Okay, and
because
after he
that's not
received
the
that protection,
place that he's from. That's a completely different issue, though.
No, he was from El Salvador. It was the Guatemala mix-up about whether it was protection from Guatemala or El Salvador. I don't know if any of that's ever been fully flushed out.
They all look the same.
Yeah,
Right.
they all look the same. But the court said you can't be sent to El Salvador. And then the government admitted that they sent him to El Salvador by mistake. So the process he got was violated because they gave him an order and then they ignored that order and deported him.
Yeah.
But if they deported him
that's
to someplace else, it would have been fine.
Then it'd be fine, yeah. Like
Okay.
my big thing about the deportations to CECOT specifically is if they were just putting people on a plane and then releasing them in their country, that's one thing. But they're putting them on a plane and taking them to a maximum security prison where they don't have access to lawyers. They don't have access to like any way to kind of appeal the process, really. Like there are people in CECOT right now that can't contact their attorneys. People don't know who precisely is there because the government won't tell us. And the government fought, even though there was a person that they admitted they made a mistake sending them to, the government fought against getting that person back. And that's a problem for me as a constitutional rights enjoyer. I don't know.
Yeah. No,
I always question what the due process is. Like if you're not in the country legally, if you're not an American citizen, if you don't have legal papers or a green card, then what's the due process in that situation?
I think that's a live debate. I remember at least like people debating this question, right? Like how you read the text. Does it say person? Does it say citizen? Is person supposed to mean citizen and non-citizen? What does it mean in different parts of the text? So I think it's an open question.
Okay.
Yeah,
An
I
interpretive
think it's been
question.
decided, but that's me. I think that
okay.
the basic thing that everyone, whether you're here legally, illegally, whether you're citizen, non-citizen, if the government brings a charge against you, you should have some capability to answer that charge and say, no, I'm not. If someone accused Tali of being illegal, she should have the ability to say, no, I'm not, and here's why. And I think that
Yo
that's
hablo
just the
inglés.
basic you need to give people. And if they don't get that, that's a problem for me.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I mean, we covered the Garcia stuff in the past when it was like,
Well, is it like is it a jury trial or what is
no,
it?
it wouldn't be. It
Like
wouldn't be a
what
jury trial.
what does this look like?
It would look like, well, first of all, you'd have to get the courts to remove the protection order if you're going to send them there. I would agree again, and I agree with what Wick was saying, that if you're deporting someone to the country, it's different. I mean, there's some level of due process, but I would think that would be a much lower level than I'm sending you to a maximum security prison because I'm declaring that you're part of a gang without ever having to prove that. I think that to send someone to a prison whether it be in America or a foreign country, I do think you should have to have something that's applicable to a jury trial, even if they're in here illegally.
Well, that you're making a different argument. Obviously, if you're sending someone to prison, there should be some kind of due process, right?
Right. But that's what happened with Garcia and all these other people.
Right.
CSOT. And like now, though, they brought him back finally, but then they like tacked on all sorts of like extra charges to him. And I didn't read the ruling or looked into it. I did see little blurbs where the judge was claiming that they thought all these additional charges were bullshit. So I guess we'll see how that all pans out.
We'll see how that plays out. But at least he's getting the process.
That's what to go back to my original point, before we got a little sidetracked, was that I think it was the courts that forced the Trump administration to do this. I mean, yeah, the bad press, you know, obviously that's not going to help. But the idea that like that you can't have Cenk's position, which they were complaining about Garcia, and they were talking about this every other show anyway. So it's weird that you would, try to throw that in their face. But it was really the courts that forced that hand. And interestingly, with the Iran situation, I think that Cenk's point completely was manifest. It wasn't the left that stopped Trump's hands or stayed his hands or made him be sort of like not wanting to be fully engaged in it. It was the right. It was the fact that there was a lot of people on the right, or if this was, whatsoever in his administration or on the internet, who were very afraid of the Trump administration, of America getting involved in some sort of big war. It wasn't the left. The left does not seem like it has much sway over the Trump administration at all on any issue.
No, none.
That's true. I agree.
This is the only time this administration has been constrained. It has had nothing to do with the right, had everything to do with liberals and the left organizing against him.
Yeah, that's hilarious. So you asked about 12 questions. I would love the time to answer it, but you didn't actually answer my question. Do you see a massive MAGA revolt against the war? And I'm being genuine. It's a literal question. Or do you just not see it?
Cenk, here's what I can tell you. Okay, Charlie Kirk, your buddy. He has already.
Not my buddy.
He has already gone. He has already gone.
Thing to say.
He's already gone from. He's already gone from being critical of the Iran war to guess what? He got a call from the White House, and now what he's saying? What's he saying? Oh, I trust Trump. Trump is the man for this moment. I know he's going to make the right decision.
The exact
Steve
quote
Bannon.
is.
Go
Can I
ahead.
give the exact quote?
Yeah.
This is from Charlie Kirk. Quote, "We must trust Trump in this situation." Go ahead with Steve Bannon.
So
Steve Bannon, hold on, Steve Bannon, put up element number 4. This is the Financial Times today. Steve Bannon says, if the president, as commander-in-chief, makes a decision to do this, the MAGA movement, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes, the Matt Gaetzes, we will fight it up till the end. But if he has more intelligence and makes that case to the American people, the MAGA movement will support President Trump. When Trump says that he gets to define what America first is, he's right about that. And so when you have Bannon, who also was critical of Elon Musk originally and got a call from the White House and said, cut it out, and he bent the knee, these people time and time again, Cenk, all they do is ultimately when Trump makes the decision, they bend the knee. We are already far enough into this administration to know there has been no constraint on his action that has come from the right. None. And we're in a war with Iran.
Okay.
We are already in a war with Iran. They didn't constrain him here. He's doing whatever the hell he wants to do.
Okay.
The question that doesn't come up in this conversation is, because I do agree with Krystal that I think most pundits, even though they were very against this stuff, they're going to do whatever they think is best for their career at the end of the day. And they probably think it's better for their career to fall in line with Trump, to maintain good, positive relations with Trump in the White House and all this other stuff. So I do agree with that. But at the end of the day, what harm is there? What is the actual harm to say, okay, if Charlie Kirk and all these people are going to try to pressure Trump to, do limited strikes or to not be super involved in the war, and then they flip-flop, so what? Then you say, okay, well, they flip-flopped and suck and they're hypocrites. Like, why is it so harmful to the movement to be hopeful that those people are going to stick to their guns, and even if they end up not doing it?
That they're not going to flip-flop, yeah. So much of this conversation is being driven by the stereotype that the left has of MAGA just being like the mindless cult, the mindless Donald Trump cult. So that's doing a lot of the thinking here.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys just spoke for 8 minutes doing a straw man. Okay. So you make it sound, and this is what's so harmful. You guys make it sound like I'm pro-Trump and I think that MAGA is just a bunch of angels who are secretly left-wing and they're going to magically agree with us on every issue. And the minute that Trump does something wrong, they're going to all push back 100%. And that's what I believed. I believed in rainbows and unicorns. Of course not, Krystal. Of course not. Well, you're trying to move them. Moving the other side is super hard. And so when you see something, anything where they actually agree with us, you have to encourage that. So when you say all the things that you said, is Trump a bad guy? Of course, of course. So if you're listening out here, guys, the framing of all of this is totally wrong. Like, we're having a conversation. Do you think Trump's a bad? Of course I think Trump's a bad guy. He's totally authoritarian. That's why I voted against him. That's why I worked so hard against him. So even the framing makes me like sound defensive when you guys started with a premise that's out in la la land. We totally oppose Trump. So now the second part of the premise that's totally wrong is, do I think that MAGA is going to revolt on every issue against Trump from day one? Why? Why would they? They love Trump. Of course not. That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for, is there one or two issues where there is actual agreement? And can we take that agreement and do something interesting to restrain Trump in those issues? So when you talk about immigration...
And so when has that worked?
Okay, hold on. Well, we're in the middle of it right now. So I'll tell
we're
you
at war with Iran, Cenk. Hate to break it to you. We're at war with Iran. No, it didn't work.
Okay. So, Krystal, let me finish. So when you talk about immigration and all the things that he's terrible on, I know what MAGA's movable on or not. I talk about it on the Young Turks all the time. If you think you're going to move them on immigration, you are nuts. They're not going to move an inch on immigration. So I fight him tooth and nail on that dungeon in El Salvador that they're sending people to, the Marines in the streets. Now, there's some issues like immigration where they haven't moved an inch and they never will move an inch, right? Mm-hmm. There's some issues like the Marines in the streets where a smattering of them are like, this is a little uncomfortable. It feels a little unconstitutional. It doesn't feel quite right. Those libertarian wing, remember, guys, this is super important.
Personally, I think very few people are swayed by someone that they don't know just making some kind of logical argument. I don't think that sways people. I think what sways people is they listen to a person, they like that person, and they go, oh, I like this guy. And then that person, like, based on their likingness of this person, based on the emotional connection they have with whoever they're listening to, that allows them to trust what that person is saying to some extent. And that's more likely to make it so that that person is persuasive to them. I think it's based on the speaker. I don't think it's based on what they're necessarily saying.
Well,
yeah.
One of the big things that people forget is different things persuade differently. Different people are convinced by different types of arguments and different types of experiences. Some people have to experience it themselves to really be swayed on an issue, right? They're all good with immigration until their buddy gets tackled by some masked men, right? And then they're like, whoa, wait a minute, this is too much. But you're generally correct that for a lot of people, what convinces isn't a logical argument. It's, do I trust the person I'm talking to? And this is a problem the left has. The left is seen by many as lizards in skin suits. They're just not genuine. They have a problem with being genuine. They're not seen as genuine. And so a lot of people it doesn't matter how correct they are in their argument. They're not trusted because they're seen as manufactured. And people don't like that.
Well, I think this is the difficulty with trying to be more centery or centristy to both sides on the internet space, is that, like, if you want to be a person that both people on the left and the right can, like, listen to and, you know, get good vibes from, that doing that alone is like, it's kind of one of those situations where, like, you're trying to please everyone so you please no one situation, because most people don't want that. They want to tune into Krystal and Kyle and they want to hear that everyone that votes for Trump is horrible fascist and evil, or they want to tune in to Tim Pool and hear that, like, oh, everyone that doesn't like Trump is a fucking communist retard who, you know, it's going to take all your guns away and destroy America, right? That's what they want to hear, like, 99% of the time. They don't want to hear any of this faffing around bullshit that the enlightened centrists are trying to to pose to each other.
True. They want to hear why they're right. That's what they
Yes.
want. They want to be
Yeah.
preached to. They are choirs, and they demand that the preacher tell them what they want to hear. They want to hear why they are correct and their enemies are wrong.
Except for the people
when it
listening to
comes-
us. Those
Of
are the
course,
Yes.
true people
enlightened
with free
free
will
will
that are the best
enjoyers.
people on the internet.
Well, they're always telling us why we're wrong, though. They like coming here and telling us
But they still
how
keep
wrong we are about
showing up.
everything.
Well, that's one of the reasons that I trust. Well, I trust. That's one of the reasons I like you guys more than I like a lot of people on
us.
here.
Trust
It's
me,
be-
Wick.
Is because
I won't
you
drop
aren't
the rope.
afraid to disagree with your audience.
'Cause
there are
we're
a lot
nice
of
to our-
creators.
We're nice to
are.
our haters. Yeah.
We
We get a lot of haters here just because we're nice to them.
True.
I
But you're
agree.
creating-
People listen to you because they like you more than anything. They can disagree as long as they like you. So
As to Cenk, Cenk
it's very
here,
important.
yeah. What
Well, I think
Cenk
that
is
part of the
doing,
problem with Cenk is that even if he's trying to like reach his hand out, he's I'd say he's very unlikable. He's very
Oh shit!
he's very brash.
Yeah.
He's very aggressive.
Condescending, very
He's very
condescending. Yeah.
True. Yes, he's very
I
condescending.
try not to be condescending.
I try to be condescending, but only to people not listening.
A lot of people don't like, sometimes you come off as condescending and a lot of people don't like it. That's
I can't help
probably
it. I'm right and they're wrong.
See,
it's just
it's
true.
that.
I like that attitude.
There's a
See,
word
I
for
respect
that.
that. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's called hubris. That's the word for that. So people like humility. People fall in love with humility.
That's not true.
Oh my god.
No, but
Donald
so many
Trump is
people
the
are
most
fake.
egotistical person on the
That's
fucking
true.
planet. Okay, and people love him.
That's true.
Okay. I'll have to
Take
think
that.
on that.
There's 77 million people that voted for Trump, right? If you treat them all the same, you will not be able to win elections. Why is winning elections important? Because that is how you take power away from Trump, away from the Republicans. So if you treat all 77 million as hardcore MAGA, you're going to push them away and they're going to vote against you. You can say, oh, no, but it makes me feel better. I have emotional release and my audience likes me more because I seem like I'm tougher on Trump. I was so mean to him. Yeah, but did that persuade anybody? I called all of his voters fascists. Yes, but did that persuade anyone? You're trying to persuade the people in the middle
Thanks, right.
to come to your side. So what are the...
I know he's totally right. He's completely right. His delivery though, it's a little condescending. So
Hyper
Yeah. Well, but
condescending.
I mean, guys, Cenk ran for president. You have
Yes.
to have a certain level of narcissism to believe that you are fit to lead the free world. So, yeah, he doesn't have
I don't think
any humility either.
I don't think he thought he could become president. I think he was just doing it to bring attention to the fact that Boomer Biden was going to lose.
I think he said that to
Yeah.
seem righteous. I think he totally
Mm.
wanted to be
Oh, you
president.
think
and
so?
Thinks he, yes,
You
totally.
think he stood a chance? You think
no,
you
no,
thought
of
he?
course
He
I don't
legally
think
couldn't
he
be
stood
No,
a
no. You
chance.
think he thought he stood a chance?
That's a good point about the legality, Sitch.
I
But
don't-
yeah,
we asked
yeah,
him about
yeah.
that when he was on, and I was like, okay, how you gonna be? You literally weren't born in America. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
the issues where we've got a fighter's chance? War. Okay. So now, do I think that on day one, they were all going to flip and then act and be successful in stopping all of the establishment, all the neocons? And by the way, were we successful? We were not successful in stopping any of them during Biden or any other Democratic administration either, right? So now there's a giant full-blown revolt from MAGA against this war. Now, if you're saying, no, I don't see Tucker Carlson, Bannon, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Posobiec, Cernovich, Candace Owens, et cetera, all of them opposed to the war, you might not, because a lot of people watch programming that honestly just kind of gives them a misleading sense of
And
what's
Cenk,
happening.
Did you
Okay.
see Tucker, Trump saying, Tucker called me to apologize. He said he went too far. Did
Yeah,
you see
so-
Steve Bannon saying, we're all going to fall in line ultimately? So I'm
Okay.
not talking about, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the however many million Americans voted for Trump, some of whom are hardcore MAGA, and you will never move them. And I guarantee you The moment that Trump says this is the policy, they're going to say, "You're right, sir. This is the policy. This is brilliant, and I am on board." Are there independents that can? Are there independents that can be moved? Yes. There are two separate questions here. Okay. Number one is we are in hell right now. Like, the level of damage that has been done to this country, done to the world from Trump 2.0 already is astounding. So the number one thing is triage. Right? How do we stop?
That's what I'm doing.
How do we stop as much damage as we can? And the track record thus far in the Trump administration is the only time he has been constrained is through the left and liberals banding together and going through the court system and public pressure. That's it. That's all we've seen in this administration. The other question is, how do you win elections? So go ahead and address that, and we can talk about the election piece. But real quick, before you get in, as to the earnestness of this MAGA anti-war movement, put element number 3 up on the screen. Do you know, tell me, how many Republicans have signed on to the War Powers Resolution?
One.
Is Marjorie Taylor Greene? No. Is Lauren Boebert there? No. One. Thomas Massey, a libertarian who is, ideologically consistent, kind of similar ideologically to Dave Smith. Every other person here is a Democrat. So to the earnestness of this anti-war MAGA coalition and their commitment to blocking war.
They're not going to sign on with the Democrats. This is a completely bogus argument.
Yeah.
They're just not going to sign on with Democrats optically. It looks bad. To go join a bunch of Democrats who are whinging about Trump. Oh my God, that'd be political suicide. Doesn't she know how the game is played? Why is this a big piece of evidence in her mind, Sitch? Why does she think this is like the gotcha?
Well, first of all, wasn't she in politics at some point?
She was a host on MSNBC.
No, I thought before that. Wasn't she like?
No, I don't think she did it.
She
Well,
ran.
maybe she was like an intern or something, or worked for some congressperson.
In 2010, she ran to represent Virginia's first congressional
Did
district.
she really? Wow. Holy
Yes.
shit. Okay.
Did she win? Let's see, 1 month before the election. No, she lost. Okay, so she lost, right? She lost, and then that's when she was on MSNBC. So I guess she didn't have like an inside look, but it's because she doesn't. The reason she's bringing this up, because I would argue what you're saying is very obvious. There's a lot of optics that goes on in politics. Obviously, the Republicans don't want to sign on.
It's 90%
something.
optics. Holy
Right, yeah.
shit.
It would be like a death sentence for Republicans to, even if they are against it. And I'm not saying this is right, by the way. I'm not justifying it. I'm
Right.
just saying how it is. They're not going to sign on board with the Democrats against Trump in any capacity, usually in any situation. But behind the scenes, who knows what is going on there. That's when different things are going on. But she's making this argument. I assume she's aware of all this because we're retards and we understand this stuff. And so it's because she doesn't want to lose the argument. Is why she's bringing it up.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
because she wants to rub this in Cenk's face because she's so terrified of losing isolationists or losing populists to the right, and she wants to grab them on, and she just views Cenk as being, as destroying that thing. And the real problem with this conversation is that they never actually get to the root of their disagreement.
Right. The people that they're fighting over.
Yeah.
And to be clear, in this argument, Cenk is just correct in most ways. He just is. I think that trying to pretend that every single MAGA is this retarded, evil scum is just, you're not going to win like that. And
Of
to
course
pretend,
not. Yeah.
Of course not, yeah.
And Cenk's correct. Like, I don't have to agree with you on every issue, but if I agree with you on one issue, why wouldn't I work with you? Right? If we can both agree on a single issue, right, that we both want to see changed, why, even if we don't agree on anything else, why wouldn't I work with you?
Yeah.
And I think that that's something we've lost, I think, with, and I mourn this loss. Something we've lost in politics is because you're Republican or you're not on my team, I can't work with you on anything, even if I want to, right? Even if it's something we would both want to do. And I mourn that loss in politics. That's all.
With
You're
Iran.
driving me crazy.
Here is where the rubber meets.
If you're ever in an argument with someone like this situation, it's very important to stop and ask them what are we arguing about? Like, why are you so mad at me? What is offending you so much? Because then you can really you can try at least to get the bottom of it. Because I don't think Cenk knows, and I don't think Krystal really has articulated why she's so emotionally against this position that he's laying out, which is very similar to her position.
Are we really in a terrible, terrible spot?
Are we in
I
hell? No.
I don't
But
think
we
we
are.
are.
I do think that it is worse from a liberal perspective and democratic perspective. Yeah, Trump 2.0 is far worse than Trump 1.0. And I think that there are institutional guardrails are being tested in a way that, thank God for the Supreme Court. Thank God for the courts, right? They are, for the most part, doing their jobs. Amy Comey Barrett, I have to make an apology to her. I thought she was going to be a Trump sycophant, but she's not been. So, based Amy Comey Barrett. But
She's probably watching right now.
yeah, exactly.
Probably. She's a
And,
big fan
I,
of yours.
Yeah.
Rick.
how can you say the guardrails have been tested more now than in the first administration with all the January 6th stuff? I mean, that just doesn't.
I think that the January 6th stuff, well, first of all, it came at the end of the administration as a changing of the guards.
Right. Yeah.
So I think that the opposition party, Biden in this case, they were able to handle it in a way. Like if January 6th had happened for whatever reason, or a January 6th like event had happened
To be
at the
clear, you
beginning
mean
of
Adam means
Trump's.
the elector's scheme, not the riot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was kind of like the climax of
I
it,
understand
right?
it. I'm just saying to a lot of people listening, they only perceive the riot element of it. They don't know anything about the elector's scheme.
Oh, fair enough.
The peaceful transfer. Obviously, Trump had a huge test on the election, right? What is comparable to the test of the 2020 election in Trump 2.0?
I would say in terms of Trump's behavior, I would say that is still the most egregious thing. But I do agree with Wick in terms of testing the guardrail because with the elector scheme, it never really got to I would say it never really got to be guardrail tested because Pence didn't go through with it.
Right. Yeah.
So we never really saw how.
Yeah, but that is
system
testing the guardrails. The Pence guardrail was like the first guardrail, and it totally held. So,
well, okay. Well, then I get.
Are we into like the
think it's
third
a little,
guardrail in
I think
any
it's
situation here?
I would say it's a little different if someone in the Trump administration just refuses to do whatever Trump says. So it
It's
never
not
really
an
goes through a
institutional
system.
guardrail.
Right. Like where now, you have where Trump basically gets the DOJ to throw these to make these crazy
There
sort
is
of
no
orders.
guardrails. What you're
Yeah.
saying.
Where Trump gets the DOJ to do these crazy actions where they say, okay, if you sued Donald Trump or you sued the government, when Donald Trump was in charge, we're going to make it so that you literally can't interact with the government anymore. Right. Which is insanely unconstitutional.
Is that on
illegal and
Krystal's
crazy.
list? I don't even know.
I don't know, but they're banning whole law firms from stepping foot in government, or they're trying to at least. Thankfully, the courts have overturned a lot of that, but they tried to strip security clearances from lawyers and law firms, and they've banned whole law firms from entering into government buildings so they can't represent their clients and do their jobs. It's pretty. Pretty gross.
They took Bolton's security clearance. I mean, is that really that bad?
Yeah, but wait a minute. Don't wait. Don't bad faith the argument. Okay. We're not talking about Bolton. I don't give a shit about Bolton. I'm talking about the fact that if you're a law firm and you're suing the government and the government's response is, well, we're going to make it so you can't sue the government anymore as a law firm. You're going to do a private business saying you can't actually sue the government anymore. That's fucking crazy. And the thing that's even crazier to me is the fact that of all the things that's been going on in the Trump administration, I guess it's because people don't really care about lawyers. That has been one of the most not
no one knows about this but us.
Things.
Yeah.
Because to me, that's one of the biggest checks of power that we citizens have. It's voting and it's being able to sue the government if they're doing something wrong. And if you take away the ability to sue the government if they're doing something wrong, that's a really bad sign.
Yeah.
There's a quote from one of the head lawyers in fire.org. I don't know if you guys know about these guys, the free
yeah, of course,
the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. And he said this about a month ago, I think maybe two. He says, and I'm going to quote him here. He says, "On my career, I have never seen this scope, this scale, and this severity of what we've seen in the last 3 months." And he's referring to attacks on free speech. Right. You see Trump going after Harvard. Right. You see the Trump administration using the FCC to go and block mergers from corporate media companies because they've done things that Trump doesn't like, right? And you've seen them going after the law firms. You've seen them going after Mahmoud Khalil and that whole thing. You see him going after even writing an op-ed that was critical of Israel and not even promoting Hamas. Got a poor lady, a poor person on a student visa, detained for weeks. And luckily she was released, but after weeks, right? And so you have this situation where we talk about how are the guardrails being tested now? This is one of the most comprehensive assaults on free speech that I've ever seen in my lifetime. And that's not to say that Biden was good on free speech. He was not. That's not to say that Obama was good on free speech. He was not. But this is something worse. And so when we think about like guardrails being tested, the courts are holding, thankfully, so far, but they are being over and over again, just everything's going there. Anyway, that's my thoughts.
This is the government. You're saying the government coming after you is the charge that you're making?
I think the government coming after the Trump administration being able to, because you have written something critical of the current America's current stance to Israel, that they would target you and revoke your student visa for that.
Right.
That's a free speech issue, and that's an attack on free speech.
But they're here. They're not American citizens, right? They're here on some sort of student visa.
Sure. But
Okay.
they aren't here illegally, and I don't think that you should. I don't think that we, as a country,
Well, it would just.
should
You,
be
I
telling.
would obviously agree that it would be much harsher if that they were going after American citizens.
I think that well, they are like the lawyers that they are banning from the buildings. They're American citizens. The Harvard and that organization, that's American, right? I'm just pointing out. A lot of people will excuse attacks on free speech against non-citizens,
Right.
but again, the First Amendment protects your free speech, but your free speech exists outside of the First Amendment. Like, I think for me, as someone who does believe in free speech, I think the people of Russia, even though they have no protections for their government on free speech, should, as a moral issue, be allowed to speak freely. Unfortunately, they are not. And unfortunately, we can't enforce like free speech rights upon them, right? For various pragmatic issues. But I think that if I were living in my ideal world, everyone, everywhere would be able to criticize the government that they live in or other governments without fear of government reprisal. And I think, again, Trump has demonstrated that he is willing, if you speak out against him, to go after you. And even personally, look at how he's suing Ann Seltzer for that poll, the Iowa poll or whatever. He's bringing suit against her, and if you think that isn't going to have a chilling effect, and that is not going to be like the FCC can make your life hard if you're a media company, like if you're ABC or whatever, and they can block mergers for years while it goes through the court system. So it becomes easier to just let the government have their way. And this is a problem. We're seeing a lot of these media companies bend the knee, and I think that's a shame. I think they shouldn't. I think they need to stand up, even though it's hard. That's my opinion.
It's the road. You have one Republican who is already at odds with Trump, who is willing to put his name on this war powers resolution. That's it.
So, Krystal, look, I know you don't mean it, but you keep conflating two things. The Republican politicians, including Trump, and the Republican voters, or the people who voted for Trump, okay? So are the Republican politicians corrupt? Of course they're corrupt. Are they going to say, hey, Israel, I'll be your bitch, and I'll do whatever the hell you want me to do? Of course they are. They're completely owned by Israel, okay? So AIPAC, et cetera, the warmongers, by the way, let's be honest, is more than half the Democratic Party totally owned by AIPAC? Yes, right? So I know, oh my God, no, you can't be honest. You have to just say the other side is terrible and our side is angels. No, I'm not going to play that.
Would you rather be on the side of the 37 who signed onto the War Powers Resolution,
Krystal,
or the
I am
one?
On the side of the 37. Everything you frame is a straw man. I am on the side of the 37. In fact, Ro Khanna is my top ally. Bernie Sanders, Ro Khanna and I had the same exact strategy that you criticized in November when we talked.
That's not true.
You literally put me, no, and Kyle did the same thing. You guys put me in the same bucket as Bernie and Ro, reaching out to see if we can find agreement on the right.
But what else has Bernie done? What else has Bernie done that has been profoundly impactful? The anti-oligarch, the Fight Oligarchy tour, which was an effort to bind together the left and the liberals to protest and to resist this administration.
You can
and that
press
has been profoundly
pause
more
if you want.
impactful.
The idea that the anti-oligarch tour is just so impactful on the Trump administration is very silly.
Absolute delusion. Yeah. Absolute. It's just more masturbation. And this is something that, I don't know, I was someone on the radical left, right? It just feels good. It just feels good to protest. It's a social thing. You're hanging out with people. You're feeling righteous.
Oh, yeah.
You are smarter than the people who are against you. You are more noble and more moral than the people who are against you. Everyone is just huffing on each other's fumes at these things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's accomplishing absolutely nothing. Nothing. No, not one thing.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. But it more is for the love of protest that the left really is into a lot. So unfortunate.
Having a conversation with a person who isn't here.
Did the Pentagon budget get cut? Just tell me that. What's the Pentagon budget? Did it get cut?
You've now asked me 28 questions.
Did Don Jr., did he do whatever with the generals? Did that work out?
All right, guys, look, I came on here because, look, you're generally fair. So you asked me 28 questions, and then let me answer them. So, and stop framing it as if I'm a different person. You keep making all these assumptions about who I am. Oh, are you on the Republican side or the Democratic side?
I'm literally citing things that you said, Cenk. Like, I played your clip of what you said.
Christ, man.
Turn to the camera.
Okay,
hey, tell me if I'm wrong.
Crystal, I'm right here. I'm right here. Can I talk for myself instead of you?
You specifically held on the Pentagon budget.
At this point, borderline lying about me in every framing of every question. Can I actually be a human being named
How am I lying? Tell me how I'm lying.
Questions instead of you framing
tell me how I'm lying,
as a
Cenk.
person that doesn't exist?
Cenk,
okay?
I played the clip of you talking, so tell me how I'm lying.
Okay. All right. So now, of all your questions, you have this fantasy land that Trump was like, oh, the left thinks Abrego Garcia's I've treated him wrong. I surrender, left. Come on, what planet do you live on? No, the courts are not left or right. The courts have held. I'm thrilled that the courts have held. And it was so important for the courts to hold. So if they didn't hold on that, he was going to have unlimited authoritarian power. And we are against that, no matter how many times people try to pretend that we're on the side of Trump. Listen to what I am actually saying, and you will see this every day on the Young Turks. I am against Trump, totally, okay? Now, okay, yes, but why do you love Trump will be the next question. Okay.
Did I ask that? Cenk, talk about a straw man. I mean, you're making up stuff I never said.
Let me answer your questions.
Come
What's
on.
the point of coming on here if I can't answer your questions?
I'm giving you plenty of time to answer, brother. You're making up stuff about me. I didn't say that.
Okay,
so you want to talk about straw men? You're inventing things on the spot.
You guys, it's a mistake. So okay, now when you're talking about the Pentagon cuts.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that I thought, oh my God, Elon's such a good guy and Trump's such a good guy, even though I've spoken out against them at every single turn. And then I magically thought, oh, I bet they become liberals overnight, progressives overnight. No, you put out the Pentagon thing so that they're stuck either way. That's why Bernie and Ro joined me, because either they cut the Pentagon, we go, yes, mission accomplished. We got a tiny, tiny amount accomplished during a Trump reign, which seemed impossible. Or they don't cut the Pentagon and they add to it. And then we all come out, as I did and Bernie and Ro did, and go, see, we told you. They're hypocrites. The leaders of your party never intended to cut the Pentagon. MAGA, they were lying to you. Now,
Crystal, does MAGA care, Cenk? Did that work? Did MAGA care?
Yes, they do care.
No, they don't.
No, okay, Crystal.
I've seen zero pushback on the Pentagon budget. Let me just say, because I let you go on for a little while.
Oh, I know.
There were two. There were two.
You know, it's interesting. I just realized now they're having this conversation on Kyle's channel. This is a conversation that really should be taking place on Breaking Points. And I think the reason they had it on Kyle's channel is because if it was on Breaking Points, a lot of the audience would probably agree with Cenk because they have more, there's a lot
Well,
more
they do have
right-wingers.
Sauger fans, obviously. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So they would be more aligned with that. So it is kind of fascinating that they're like, oh, we'll have this conversation in an environment where
sandbagged
everyone's
him.
going to fucking hate you and despise you no matter what you say.
Yeah. They totally sandbagged him.
Mm-hmm.
Going to the
Terrible.
lion's den.
I feel like the Breaking Points audience is crazy too.
A lot of them are. I mean, I look at the comments all the time, and they're just they completely are pro Krystal, and often
Well, and
very against
Sauger and
Sauger,
Krystal aren't that far apart. This is kind of what
Anymore.
you see.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, okay. Glad I'm not.
It's interesting because like before, I'd say like months and months ago, we would watch some Breaking Points clip that would be them talking about like a trans issue or some culture war issue, and Sauger would be on the anti-woke side, and Krystal would be on the very woke side, and they'd argue about it. And I look at the comments would be overwhelmingly pro
Krystal.
Sauger.
Yeah.
No, Sauger.
What?
On woke
Sauger?
issues.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I would see that, but then now that like everything's sort of they've become
Israel.
Shifted and aligned on Israel and anti-intervention and all this stuff, then now it's like it seems like there is a lot more momentum behind sort of a leftward push in the audience anyway. But I still think this conversation would have been a lot better for Cenk on Breaking Points than on this
It
environment.
would be
You mean
October
the left
7th.
and right are coming together on Israel? Hmm.
Horseshoe
Sounds
theory
like
play.
sounds like Cenk is right though.
Instead of calling them the woke right, he's calling them the horseshoe right.
Oh,
So
okay.
maybe there you go.
That's true.
Is that a better
This
term
is-
for you? Horseshoe right? Does that make you feel better?
Maybe. What were you gonna say? Wiki and
Well-
Tali were gonna say something.
Oh yeah.
The only thing I'm going to say here is just a very quick aside. October 7th, we're still feeling the ramifications on America's political climate from what happened there and how it kind of sent up a flare. A lot of us were in the dark about who was around us, but then the flare was sent up and we got to see their faces for the brief moment on how they reacted and whether they cheered or looked on in horror on what was happening on October 7th. And I see that we can left, right, center, all of it. There's just been this new kind of fractal line that's scorched everything. And I think we're still seeing that play out. That's all I wanted to say.
It falls along the same establishment populist break line. That is really the strong break line right now. There's a populist and establishment left and right. The problem is the anti-establishment left and right are kind of coming together. The establishment left and right are not. And I wish they would come together and get married because that's where I would like to be.
It would be
but
nice.
they won't do it.
That would be nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the beefs. Yeah.
It was creepy to see the voices that were pro October 7th and then the voices that were, even if they weren't explicitly pro October 7th, they would be kind of soft on
Excusing
the whole
it.
situation. Yeah, or excusing
Justifying it.
Right. Like, I mean, it's crazy to me. Frogan was pro October 7th and she didn't get penalized by Twitch for that. She's still on Twitch.
She's going to get penalized for something else now. You guys watching the
Well, now she's gonna
HWE
get
lawsuit
sued
stuff?
by Ethan, yes, but
but that's
So-
different
Of course.
subject. Different
Right.
subject entirely.
right. Second Thought and his, band of commies were explicitly pro October 7th on YouTube and they didn't get in any trouble for it whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just very bizarre, very disappointing.
There were two tactics that were floated by me and by you in our conversation. Okay. You said, I think it's great that Elon's responding to me, Don Jr.'s responding to me. Like we have more of a chance. No, you said we have more of a chance with these guys to cut the Pentagon budget than we don't. And I said, nothing good's going to come out of this. And so the important thing to do is to resist the project outright because we don't want a bunch of the richest man on the planet running our government. And so we saw how this played out.
Yeah,
the Pentagon. Hold on. The Pentagon did not get cut. And actually what happened is all of the liberal and left organizing against Tesla, against the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, against Elon directly, tanked his popularity to the point that Trump felt he was a political liability and the whole project had to be scrapped. So the tactic of let's work with them and try to cut the Pentagon budget failed. The tactic of let's resist this project outright and make the case and make Elon himself politically toxic succeeded.
Just for the record, Sitch and I both laughed really hard when Cenk thought that the Pentagon budget might get cut. Because that's just, that would be so off-brand for Republicans. It's just never going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Never going to happen in a million years, but whatever.
There's a key factor here that Krystal is missing, and that Cenk is missing it too, which is that you can't, Trump is never going to do anything, or the Republicans are never going to do anything, or the MAGA pundits on the internet, they're never going to do anything if there's a strong coalition of people on the left that support that thing.
Of course, yeah.
And so, like with the war thing, they could kind of get away with it because, yes, well, the left-wing populists were very against the war in Israel and all this other stuff. The Democrat establishment, the more center-left, was very tepid on it. It was very much like, that's why they were saying like, oh, Trump shouldn't have done this without congressional approval. They didn't say they disagreed with it. They just said he should have got congressional approval. And so that kind of allowed a lot of people on the right to kind of be on that side. Because if they choose a stance and the left says, we agree with this, we're going to go behind the right-wing pundits like Charlie Kirk or any of these other people that are, against Trump at this moment, that's going to immediately sabotage the movement 100%.
Yeah.
So, Krystal, we do live in two different worlds. It's fascinating to see. It's amazing to see. So, number one, the project of saying cut the Pentagon worked. Why did it work? Because they cut the Pentagon, they magically became progressives overnight? No. It worked because it showed and highlighted their hypocrisy, that they weren't going to cut the Pentagon. And now I get it, guys, especially if you're in the audience, you're not seeing it. I get it. And I'm not saying that as an insult, but you're not seeing it.
So
because
you
you're
won
not
because the Pentagon budget went up, even though you thought that the Pentagon budget would get cut.
Can I finish? Okay. So the reason you're not seeing it is because you're not engaging with MAGA, and that's okay. And you don't want to engage with MAGA. I got it.
Do you know who I am? Do you know the show I host?
I don't know if you know who you are.
Who are you talking to right now? I host a show with Sagar and Jetty and Emily Jasinski every day.
Okay. So, Krystal,
no one in this room talks more to MAGA than I do. Okay.
All those people are libertarians, though. So
yeah,
none of them are actually
and all
conservatives.
And all of them pretty much like Emily, I feel like, has moved more in the anti-Israel direction. Sagar was already there. So again, they have like a lot of things that they can line up on that they choose to focus on.
Right.
But she's also, she kind of made the point that I was making earlier, which is she does this, like, she jerks off to Dave Smith multiple times a day. So she is willing to talk to some of these people. She just needs to, frankly, it became in vogue at a certain point to shit on the Young Turks and to shit on started when Anna started peaking. That was when everyone started getting really mad, and then Cenk defended Anna, and then Cenk came out as like, I can work with, he went on the stage with Charlie Kirk. So everyone just it's just like a fun ritualistic thing, to bash them basically, even though they do fully agree on.
So this is part
everything.
of that ritualistic bashing of the Young Turks. It's so sad.
Yes.
I think Cenk is right. Politically, you've got to build your coalition, and right now the Democrats need it more than anything because their coalition is just in the toilet.
They're just building coalitions with the work. That's the problem that I have. It's like, yes, work with people who don't completely align with you, but they're just choosing the absolute worst fucking people to work with. It's just
if the Democrats decide to turn towards the Kyle Kalinskis into the hard left, they will lose and they will deserve it because again, this has not ever given them what they need, which is political power and the support of a majority of Americans. Because there are a lot of policies, individual policies that Democrats, not leftists, but Democrats could win a large voter base on, right? But unfortunately, for whatever reason, and I have some theories, but it doesn't really matter why they're doing it. They are looking at getting into bed with the left extremists, and it's not going to work out. And I'm Really hope that they can change course on that, but we'll see.
Well, they've already been saying, so like again, I'm plugged into both of these online spaces. I feel like the right and the left extremist spaces, which is why I see how much the left especially really misses what's going on with the actual far right, and they pretend that the moderate right basically is the far right. But so with Kyle in particular, there are a bunch of the liberal, what I would say the mostly normal left, who Kyle just recently came out and was like, you know what? Trump is such a threat that I would even vote for Joe Manchin next time, which was different from what he had been saying about Kamala, right? Kamala is going to be just as bad as Biden. And a bunch of the liberal, normal people were like, okay, cool. He's back on the team. And it's like, no, you don't agree with him about fucking anything. But because he said, and there's a pragmatism there. You need to win. Your people need to be elected if you want to be able to implement any change. But it doesn't sit right. Yeah.
Well, there's the interaction that we just watched where Cenk is coming up from this perspective of how do we convince, we being the left, how do we or him convince people that voted for Trump who are like not, classically conservative or swing voters? How do you convince those people to vote Democrat next time? And he says, well, okay, so when they don't cut the Pentagon budget, we all jump on the train. We kind of sucker them in, maybe, if you want to say it in a negative way, or if you want to say it in a more positive way. We frame it that we're on the same side on this issue. We're all on the side of cutting the Pentagon budget. And then when they don't do it, we say, aha, look, these people that you trusted, you fell for it again, or only you should do it a little bit nicer. The people you trusted, or they lied to you, they're hypocrites, you should support, Democrats next time. That's kind of the playbook that Cenk is sort of envisioning here. I don't think it'll work, but whatever. That's the playbook he's envisioning. And he sort of lays that out to Krystal. And her response to that is because she's so she's in the ritualistic momentum of shit on the Young Turks. She doesn't even perceive that. Says, oh, you won because you didn't do what you wanted, huh? That's her response to that. She doesn't even engage with it in any level of good faith whatsoever.
Yeah. I don't think there's a lot of people that really want to cut the Pentagon budget. It's like a small number of libertarians who've been on the left all of my life and just now are just starting to call themselves right wingers. So it's
not an issue that animates the average voter.
Of course. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. Elon Musk was the one that threw out cutting the Pentagon, right? Elon Musk wanted to cut half the government, okay, and got thrown out because he went crazy. Elon Musk is losing sleep at night over the deficit.
Yeah,
nobody wants to cut the Pentagon budget, okay, except for a bunch of anti-war people on the left and some libertarians who are going to be on the left soon.
And it's interesting because Krystal keeps hyping Elon Musk is some sort of scalp victory for the left. But I think I think that's ridiculous. Well, I think it might be true that the pressure on the left personally hurt his businesses, and that hurt his board, and maybe the board would try to pressure him to get out of the government and all that stuff. From the right perspective, there's a lot of articles that were talking about how a lot of the programs they were cutting were things that local Republicans wanted. A lot of those aid programs were things that they had fought for their own states. And so there's a lot of reporting that was talking about how behind the scenes, a lot of Republicans were they weren't saying it publicly, but privately they were very upset at some of these cuts that Doge and Elon Musk were
hurting
doing
Republican constituents.
Right. And so I would wager that had a much greater impact on Trump. Also, I think Elon is personally just awkward and not very nice to be around, maybe. And I think that annoyed Trump too, far more than just people burning Teslas or yelling. I mean, what was Trump's response to people burning Teslas? It was to fucking try to sell Teslas on the White House lawn. The idea that the left is what got, Elon out of Doge seems kind of silly to me.
Elon is a true believer. He thinks the country's going bankrupt. He thinks we need to cut government spending dramatically or we're all going to fucking die.
Right.
So, but he's just delusional. He's as delusional as Krystal is.
He's unfortunately a victim of getting high on his own supply. He said it so
He's
much
also literally high all the
Yeah,
time, which is a
fair
problem too.
That's true.
But
Yeah.
he's
What's wrong with that? Come on, Tally. It's not
I'm a
big...
huge stoner, but he's doing stuff a little harder than that, I would say.
Okay.
But yeah, there was an article actually recently in the New York Times by David French, who went through USAID and defended it from a more kind of traditional right Christian perspective.
David
because
French, that never Trumper. How dare
Yeah,
you?
well, fair enough. But I mean, if you remember back in the day, they were making like little memes of his daughter getting gas chambered and things like that. I understand why he's a little never Trump. Okay?
Hilarious.
They were
It
they
could
were
be
pretty
funny.
bad towards that guy.
Yeah, that's
But
terrible.
but his argument was that during the 90s, one of the problems we had was the government wouldn't fund religious organizations to do aid work or charity work or anything like that. The government was very hesitant and reticent to do that, but they fought really hard because they felt that the government wasn't very effective and that their private religious organizations could do it much better. So they went to the courts, they went to the court of public opinion and fought for the right to run these aid organizations and do these organizations and do the Christian thing and help these other countries and the people who were suffering in these other countries. And he goes through and he defends USAID and a lot of the programs that USAID funds from that perspective, from like, hey, we fought for these programs. The Republicans did. The right fought for these programs. And then you have Trump coming in and Elon coming in and just cutting them all. What are you doing? We want this to happen. But anyway, just an interesting aside to see the I guess the evolution of the 90s right to today.
Government is about getting your constituents paid. So I could see a lot of the people being super chapped because they're like, hey, we won the election. Why are you fucking shitting on us? But that was Elon Musk's goal. That's his whole goal, was just to fucking fuck everyone. Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. But okay. So are you saying that none of the MAGA voters were thrilled that they added to the Pentagon? Is that what you're saying?
They don't give a shit
I'm
because
saying
Trump did it.
Elon and
Yeah. No,
Trump.
you guys were.
See, that's that's even more delusional. They don't give a shit because they don't fucking give a shit. They look at the Pentagon budget like a jobs program, right? Half their fucking families in the military. They're like, that's my nut, bitch.
But there's just so many different people that make up the right and make up MAGA. So yes, there's people like you're saying, they don't care because they don't care because this is their pockets, right?
Yeah.
Then there are the people who just said they were against it because that was kind of what was in the air during the campaign, and now they're for it, right? Because it is what's Trump's saying. So she's kind of right, but that's only about really a section of the base. And that's the thing too, is like the right is not just the base.
Right.
It's yeah.
Well, if you, I mean, I'm sure everyone has experienced this in their daily lives. If you tell someone that, oh, you're gonna be mistaken, you're gonna be wrong about something, and then they are wrong about something, and they turn at you and you give them that smug face. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
They don't care that they were wrong. They're really just fucking messy. They just hate that smug face.
Of course.
So I don't think the smug face Krystal politics is really gonna win any friends over to their side of the movement.
Her audience loves it though, because they're living for that smug.
They are the
face.
smug face, right?
Mhm.
It depends what you're
Yes.
trying to do. If you're just trying to grow your
Mhm.
audience, then on the left or on the right, then yes, go smug face 100% all the way. You will grow your audience.
You won't win
Yeah.
elections.
Yes, but you know she doesn't need to win an election. Okay,
She just needs to get that bank, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But she set up a situation where if you agree with the policy and you're going along with it because you like the actual policy, she's basically saying you're a Trump simp. If you agree with Trump on anything, you're a Trump simp.
Yeah.
That is
Which
true.
is
Effective
that-
way not to not have to deal with the content of what's being said. And I see this happen all the time. Like again, I get, oh, so you're supporting Trump's war now because I was for the bombing of Iran.
Mhm.
Like, no.
Oh, really?
I'm not-
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not a
Based
Trump
wick.
guy. Okay, I'm not at all. I don't know if you guys have noticed yet, but I'm pretty anti-Trump. But I can recognize that this needed done, and he did it. Cool,
Mhm.
great. That's it.
Treason.
He had to be talked into it quite vociferously.
Elon and
didn't
Trump
like
and
that at
Don
all.
Jr. Cenk lied to you from the beginning when they pretended like there was even a 1% chance of it. So when people told you at the time, though, resist them outright and point out that they're frauds.
Okay,
Don't
so
pretend like
this
maybe
is
they'll
so
cut it.
stupid.
That was kind of the
You
point.
guys have a totally ridiculous, All right, let me not be insulting.
Kyle, man. Kyle's so
Why is he so
angry right
orange?
now.
Why is
They're
he so
both
orange?
very orange.
They're
Is it
both,
is it the lighting? Are they slowly becoming Donald Trump? What's happening here?
Oh, it's both. I mean, the background there, it's a real contrast to their skin tone. But yeah, I don't know. It is weird, right? It's like you want to get more face time. I don't know. They
He's
are
becoming
orange,
the thing
not
he
tan.
hates.
Yes.
He dyed his
Turning
hair
into a pumpkin.
blonde and he's becoming more orange every day. What's happening?
Yeah.
What's a new mustache beard configuration here? Very Church of Satan.
Oh, okay.
Insulting. We disagree on strategy. Okay.
Definitely,
So,
yes.
okay, yeah. This whole idea that you're making.
I do like that. Jen keeps like being like, "You fucking Listen, I'm trying to be nice here. I'm
I
gonna
know.
step
I
back
know.
for a
He
second.
keeps trying to. They're not being nice at all. So
No one's being nice in this conversation.
Nuke the Whales wrote, "Why is Kyle darker than Cenk?" And that's true.
It's a good question.
Making a difference because Donald Trump is listening to the left. I can't believe you guys think that. That sounds totally detached from reality.
I'll make that case in a minute.
Why is Elon Musk out? Because people burn Tesla cars? I mean, Krystal, you said that in the intro. Are you serious? No, Elon's out because his policies were always deeply unpopular. No one wanted those cuts.
Yeah,
Deep
and who
MAGA
pressed that
wanted
case?
them, and they're in La La Land.
Cenk, and who pressed that case?
The
It was
left
the
and
left and
liberals
liberals
in the street.
Joe Rogan hosted him on his podcast to pump him up.
Guys,
Joe Rogan,
guys,
think
you're
about,
doing this-
but Cenk, think about
you're doing
this. Think
this
about this.
Joe Rogan got rid of Elon Musk.
He needs to ask, what mechanism do they think, like, how does this work? So a bunch of people go in the streets and they protest Elon, they burn Teslas. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And like, are we playing a video game? If you like burn enough Teslas, is it like fill
Yeah.
an invisible experience bar that like gets Elon kicked out of the White House or something? Like, how does it work? Does someone pick up the phone and they go, well, they've burned 1,000 Teslas, so we got to let Elon go now?
And
The
you think Elon left because he suffered the downside of that, but no, they threw him out, and they suffered no downside from it.
Exactly. Yes.
Go ahead, Tali.
The Tesla thing was just a little, it was bizarre because it wasn't just like, it's easy to blame sort of like anarchists and crazy people when shit gets set on fire during protests and riots and stuff like that. But the Tesla thing, it seemed like a lot of it was kind of normal crazy people, like people
Yes.
just losing they got triggered by seeing a Tesla and went up to it and started fucking keying it, and
Yeah.
everyone was just getting caught on camera, and that started to be very funny, or the people
It
like
was
hiding in
funny.
their Teslas and they would like lower the window and someone would come by. But it really seemed like a lot of people were just or somewhat not organically, because obviously they're influenced by their little information sphere, but regular people, not just the normals, troublemakers, seem to be getting really, really triggered by the
Yeah.
Teslas.
And-
The left is so powerless right now, and just Krystal cannot see it at all.
That it triggers her that they're so powerless. That's the thing. She doesn't want to acknowledge that. And I would argue that actually, like, the attacking Teslas was probably counterproductive
Totally.
because I mean,
Yeah.
my parents who are like,
This
they
is
fuck.
self-goal.
My parents hate Donald Trump with the burning passion of 1,000 suns. Okay.
Mhm.
Whenever I'm on the phone with my dad and he's like, we're talking about like whatever's happening politically. Oh my God. I'm like, listen, calm down. I don't want to have a heart attack. Okay. Like, but he hates Donald Trump. He fucking hates Elon Musk so much. But when they started burning Teslas, even he was like, well, this is crazy. People shouldn't be attacking like random people.
Innocent people.
Yeah, that bought Teslas, most of who were
Mhm.
probably on the left, and they bought them for environmental reasons. Okay. They
Yeah.
didn't buy them to support Elon, cutting shit in
Just a
Doge. And even
car.
he was like, this is crazy. People got to stop doing this.
It's just a car, and this is so frustrating, right? Because you'd see people on the left defending it simply because it was against Trump, and this knee-jerk need to defend anything that attacks the other side is death. It's
Yes.
death for persuasive abilities. It's the easiest thing in the world to defend. To denounce vandalism, to denounce violence, to denounce all these things, and yet again and again, big leftist influencers like Kyle here fail that very basic test that we need to not fail. And we need to just say, yeah, no, cut that shit out. If you're burning Teslas, cut that shit out. It doesn't help anything and it hurts us and it hurts our cause.
Yeah.
But instead, you have people like Kyle like cheering it on, like, yeah, go anti-Trump bullshit. I hate it.
I mean, he's LARPing. It's, it's fine for him to advocate
Yeah.
for. I mean, these are the same people that think it's fine to steal from like Target and Walmart and shit.
Mm-hmm. Well,
And
Wick
it's
had a
totally fine
panel
for them to
about
do it in
this.
their, rich studios.
We had a panel about this, and like it was basically they were all on the left, and like the crazy far leftist, our dear Charlie, was just like, yeah, you can loot any you can loot basically any store, you can burn shit down, and then the liberals on the panel were I don't want to be unfair to them, like Hutch was
Call them
pretty
cucks.
reasonable.
Cucks. They cucked out.
They were to a certain extent. And even like Wick and I went back and forth because I was like, if someone is like burning a car, once the car goes on fire, like that's it. That's it. Everybody's got to get out. Everybody's got to move. And Wick didn't like that so much. He thought that was
look. Just what I don't like about that is like absolutely the person who lit the car on fire, arrest them, charge them, all that. But
Hang them.
No, none of that. 3 blocks.
Light them on fire.
That's not an excuse to shut down an entire protest because one act happens, and that just allows for spoilers to come in, right? The spoilers to come in and to just disrupt an entire protest by breaking a window.
Well, they already blame that behavior on spoilers now, whether it's true or not. Both sides do this. They say that it's plants from the other side who are coming in.
I don't care what they blame it on. I care what I actually see and what is actually true in this case. In these things. So again, the LA riots, the people burning the cars, gross, disgusting. Arrest those guys, right?
No, shut it down.
Bricks
shut it down.
But
Send
there are
to
other areas
in El Salvador.
there are other areas of that protest which weren't violent at all. And I don't think that those protests should be shut down because you have segments that were violent. Shut down the violent parts, but allow the peaceful parts to go. And don't just blanket punish every single person. That's where we have a disagreement here, Tali, is I don't believe in like blanket punishments for everyone. Even January 6th, I just don't
see it as a punishment.
Like January 6th, the ones who weren't violent, I think they shouldn't get the same charges that the people who were violent got. I think that the people who didn't even go in at all,
but don't you think they should have broken? But they should have broken up the whole damn thing once it got violent. That's my thing too. It's like, sure, don't arrest everyone. Don't arrest everyone who's there and not lighting cars on fire. But you got to break it up. That's it. It's a safety issue at that point. There's a car on fire. Everyone needs to get out. They need to be able to get emergency vehicles in. Move. You don't got to go home, but you got to go somewhere else. And this, again, as someone who was a protester, it was a very normal thing. You would get shuffled out of the block that you were in, and you guys would all, whoever stayed in the group, some people would trickle off and others would just go walk 3 blocks over and start screaming at the people living in those apartments instead. So I think we do need, you shut it down. There's a car on fire. That's it. Well, it's over. You're not all getting arrested.
Are you saying that like the entire, like all the protests that day should be shut down? Or are you saying that they should just shut it down in that block area?
That block.
So if people move to a different block and protest,
get out of here. Correct.
Okay. Well,
you gotta get out of here.
It sounded like that was your position, like
yeah,
you can shut down like the block area where the car's on fire, right?
Again, the way she phrased
No, he didn't. He didn't agree with that when we were talking about it.
No, I did.
He's right there. He's right here. Okay.
Why don't you let me answer my questions? Like this is you have 20 questions. I don't get to answer once. No, but no. Yes, obviously, if you need to fix a safety issue, and you need to segment off a section to do that and kind of repel everyone from that section, that's fine. But the way you're phrasing it and the way you phrased it even today is you need to shut that protest down if there's even one car.
The vibes are off.
Well, I think
that's
you do.
The problem. Your vibes.
I think I'm comparing it also like these. So my experience of protesting, mostly a lot of it was in New York City, right? And so you can't, like, you do need to, you're in like a grid. And so you need to have access from like multiple directions to allow emergency vehicles and stuff to get in. And yeah, no, I'm not saying arrest everybody there, but disperse everybody. I think that's totally valid.
If there is a car accident on the highway, do they shut the highway down or do they just cordon off a section so that emergency vehicles can get in and they allow the traffic through?
But you can't. They shut down the lanes.
They could absolutely shut a whole highway down.
They shut down the lanes.
Okay, but traffic still flows. It's just slower, right? But they still allow traffic to be on that highway, even though there is a dangerous situation, right? They don't, in most cases, right? Unless it's like a totally destroyed bridge or something, they don't stop the traffic. They just cordon it off so that the emergency vehicles can get there, the life-saving helicopters can get there, whatever is needed, right? And they take care of that. They move it off the road, they move it to the side, right? That's what I'd like to see during a protest. If there is an issue, right? Take care of that issue, but don't shut the whole thing down.
Arrest them all.
I agree with Rex Vectum. What the fuck are we talking about?
Hey, Wick, you said you were against January 6th, the people that were just, obviously wandering around that got overcharged.
Yeah.
So when they overcharge those protesters, why isn't that ever framed as like the fascist end of America?
Oh, it is by the right. That's what they say. If you think the right doesn't refer to the left as the real fascist, I don't know what you're talking. Like, you're wrong. They do constantly.
Okay, so that is it's just both sides are going to frame whatever it is as the complete
worst possible thing they can. Absolutely.
Right. Okay.
I like this.
Well, and you see this with Kyle and Krystal Ball, and when she's opening up and she's talking about all these issues, things that I also have issues with, but calling things like CEASEFIRE a concentration camp. Come on now, right? It's not. It's bad, but it's not, right? And
why are you defending it? Why are you defending it, Wick?
I'd just like to be accurate.
Stop defending Trump. You're a Trump
accurate
MAGA
in my criticisms. This is a problem. Reframe, like what Krystal is doing here is she's giving ammunition to the right to just dismiss the very real problem because she's using such hyperbolic language that they get, well, it's not a concentration camp. That's not what it is. And so that they just dismiss the criticism entirely when there's very real human rights issues in CEASEFIRE, right? There's very real issues with what Trump's doing there and all these things. But we have to be accurate about what those issues are, or else we'll be seen as liars. And as soon as people think you're a liar, they stop listening to you.
True, I agree.
Yeah, I mean it's a perfect analogy for the whole Israel thing, right? It's like people insist on using the terms like genocide and apartheid and concentration camp and open air prison. And there are people whose ears just shut off when you do that. And the argument is you could just talk about what's actually happening because perhaps it's heinous enough that you don't need these buzzwords. But also the people you're saying you'll be viewed as liars. True, but I think most of the people on either side of this who are doing this are true believers.
Well, this is the thing. They're seeing... Sure, they're true believers, but they're willing to lie in order to get what they want, right? One of the reasons that Krystal Ball does what she does is because it appeals to her audience. Her audience wants to see Trump and the Trump administration in the worst possible light. So they will absolutely...
It's leftist takia. Is that what you're saying?
Say one more time. Sorry.
It's leftist takia.
Leftist takia? What's leftist takia?
It's like the concept in Islam.
Oh, takia is the Islamic word with lying. Okay. I was like, takia, like IKEA? What are you talking about?
Or it's like the Scientology thing, right? They have they have a similar mandate.
Yeah.
It's okay to lie to outsiders.
And this happens on the right too. Like, I hate to be the centrist here, but it's a both sides issue where both sides of the extremes of both sides.
Look, he's owning the centrist title now. You see that, guys? That was easy.
I'm acknowledging reality that both sides engage in hyperbolic language to paint the other side as the worst possible thing because that's what their audience wants to hear and that's what their audience wants. It's a market, and that market will be filled. Like, a lot of people say that disinformation is a huge problem, and it is to an extent, but I see it as more of a symptom. Like, disinformation is created because there's a market for that disinformation. People want that disinformation. They want this, like the spin and things like that. And they will pay whoever does it with their time, attention, clicks, views, eyeballs, whatever, right? So it incentivizes people to make shit up and to spin things and to take facts and twist them in a way that paints their side as good and the other side as bad. And it's best understood as a symptom rather than the cause when it comes to disinformation. But that's just sorry, blah blah blah.
Completely.
Some obviously some J6ers got railroaded, and some illegal aliens are getting railroaded. But I kind of see those as the same. I don't see the illegal aliens that are getting railroaded as like America in flames, which I just object to that framing when so many people on the left are like, they will just dismiss the J6ers, and maybe they should
Why should they?
dismiss the J6ers.
Yeah, just miss the J6ers.
Because it's not like, it's not consequential, and it's not American fascism.
I think it would be the problem is when the government succeeds at doing it to a small group.
It is
it's often
bad.
expanded
We both
into
agree.
bigger
We
groups.
both agree that it's
Yeah.
bad. You're just saying one is like the end of America, and one is just bad.
Well, one's happening now is a problem.
Mhm.
Like the January 6ers were pardoned, whether you like that or not, they were pardoned. That's
Right.
done. What's happening now is the Trump administration is going after the immigrants and citizens on
So,
student,
but
non-citizens on
even when they were
student visas,
railroading
things like
J6ers, were you framing it as, oh my God, it's the end of America? It's fascism. This is fascism.
that. No, I think that's hyperbolic language
Okay.
and these things. And I try. I'm not perfect at it, to be clear.
Right.
But I try not to use hyperbolic language when I can. Again,
Even-
not
even
perfect.
the-
I'm a human guy. Okay. You
Even
can
the
probably
going
find clips of me doing
after,
it.
even going after the attorneys and whatnot, I think that goes away as soon as Trump is out of office. I think that's a unique phenomenon to Trump. I don't think it's going to be something embedded in our institutions.
Oh no, if it works,
Mhm.
the other side will use it too. So this is the thing I told the left and warned the left about, like, hey, the censorship you're doing, these tools that you're fashioning, these norms that you're creating in order to censor Republicans, censor people on the right, this is something you shouldn't do because that weapon is going to be used against you as soon as you lose an election. And lo and behold, I was right, as I usually am, okay, by these things. And I'm giving the same warning to MAGA. These tools that you are fashioning to go after these people, guess what's going to happen when the Democrats eventually regain power? And they will. They're going to use these exact same tools that you have fashioned, these norms that you have helped create, these precedents you have helped set against you. And
Right.
I absolutely fear that. I fear this race to the bottom, that both sides are saying the other side's doing it, so we have to do it too, or else we're not going to win. And it's creating these really bad
Well, the right
incentive
the right
structures.
definitely says this about weaponizing the DOJ, but they claim obviously Biden was weaponized the DOJ before Trump
Sure.
did. So they
But this is it's a whole Israel.
they're
Palestine
making
thing
they're
again.
making the argument that you're making, but they're saying the Democrats obviously started
Right.
it.
But see, this is why I brought up that amazing Ben Shapiro clip some weeks ago where he said, if you bring out something as the other side, if you bring up like a whataboutism to
Mhm.
show that there's hypocrisy and you do it, like you say, oh, well, the Democrats were corrupt with the DOJ, blah, 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 blah. If you bring that up in order to say, well, we need to fix the institution, and that's good. But if you bring it up and say, okay, well, it's okay for Trump to do whatever the fuck he wants, that's bad. That's just a whataboutism. That's just, you just burning the institution to the ground, right? So that would be the key difference.
Well, obviously whenever you compare and contrast between what both sides are doing, you're gonna get charges of whataboutism. The consistent position, I think, is there's some of the January 6ers got railroaded. That sucks. I think it's unique to that situation. It's not like an institutional problem that's going to persist. Is obviously whenever one side has political power, they're going to go after their political enemies as viciously as they possibly can. So I think that's what's going on there. I think it's a similar situation in the case of the deportations and the going after the attorneys. I don't think it's going to be embedded in our institutions. So I have the same sort of perspective on both of these situations, right?
I would,
It's like that sucks, but it's not going to be the downfall of America. But obviously,
Right.
when one team is being assaulted, when the J6ers are being assaulted by the Democrats, they're running around going, "Oh my God, it's the fucking end of the world, right? This is the end of America as we know it. This is fascism." And then when the deportations are getting out of hand and some people are wrongly deported, the left is going to run around and say, fucking fascism. This is the fucking end of America.
I
Can
think
I
it's
use an
important
analogy?
to not fall prey to, because some people are saying it's like the end of America. Because I don't think it's the end of America, but it's not good. It's obviously a bad
Yeah,
thing.
but
It's obviously
that's
weakening
my
institution.
position.
It's
That's
weakening
Well, that's-
that
our
sucks.
guardrails.
It's a that
Yeah.
and all this
sucks.
stuff. Okay.
It's a that sucks.
Yeah.
Hold
Well,
on. I think there's a.
Let's frame it as
difference.
it's that sucks.
But wait a minute. I think there's a difference between saying there was a singular event like January 6th, which fortunately was a one-off event. And I agree with you. Some people got wrongly probably prosecuted in that situation because of what happened.
That
I think
sucks.
it's different. Yeah, that does suck. I'm 100% against that. Okay. But I think that's different than saying an entire like group of people in an ongoing situation will be targeted, whether it's because they're immigrants, whether it's because they simply were lawyers suing the government and Trump didn't like that. I think it's a difference because those are things that are constantly ongoing versus this thing that happened one time.
It's
in
a
temporal space.
unique situation with Trump and the New York Times. He fucking hates these guys at the New York Times. He's got bad blood with them. It's not going to be.
But it's an
some
I'm
sort
saying
of
it's an
happened
ongoing
before.
precedent of there's always going to be people suing the government. There's always going to be people that there's always going to be press that's going against the president. And if you set a precedent where the president can go against the press or go against lawyers just because he doesn't like them, to me, that's very different than there's a one-off situation like January 6th.
How did January
give you an
6th
example.
not set a precedent that you can't protest at the Capitol?
It hasn't. I think you still
it
can
hasn't.
protest at the Capitol.
Yeah.
But I'll give you two examples. One example, one analogy. So the reason that the Trump going after the press and things like that is problematic, to use one of those words, right? Is because
he said the word.
He's not the first
he is.
president
Look at
to
this.
do it.
He's woke.
Do you guys remember Obama? Obama tried to make sure that the Fox News wasn't getting interviews. The Obama administration worked to make sure, I forget his name, but one of the Fox News interview people wouldn't get access to the White House, right? They tried to make that happen. They backed off of that. They failed at doing that. They were the pushback by the press was so great that they stopped doing that. But Obama wanted to. Okay, that's why I'm saying no party is really great on free speech because they're all when they get power they like to silence their enemies. But Trump is doing it to a greater degree, and he might succeed. If he does, his success will make it easier for further successes. It's like enriching uranium. The first 5% is the hardest. But once you get past that, it becomes way easier. Once you erode a few of the liberties, it becomes way easier to erode the others. And that's why I think it's important to even the little things, even the things that you might think won't matter because they're such small scale, maybe it's a one-off, you have to push against all of them, in my opinion.
So you're saying there's a cumulative effect that we're involved in. What is the end of that cumulative effect? Where does this end? Because obviously we can't fight back against the little things. Already we're in the, oh my God, it's the end of America. Fascism is on the horizon.
I think that.
So where does it end?
It's not a good place. Absolutely. I can tell you that 20 years ago, we had a remarkably different way of doing politics than we do today. And I would just ask you, do you think that politics and how we engaged, how the citizenry engaged with politics, do you think it was better or worse 20 years ago than it is today?
The citizenry engaged with politics?
Yeah, how people would engage with politics.
I mean, I don't really know what you mean by better or worse. Like more civil or?
Yes. When I was 20 years ago, if I disagreed with a buddy on even a big issue politically, we'd argue and then we'd get a beer together and we'd be fine. Nowadays, it is less likely that takes place. Less people are engaged in politics like that. And I think that's harmful for America.
Well, I'd say that's a product of the we're on the verge of fascist America in flames rhetoric more than anything.
That's
Instead of
part of it.
focusing on that sucks. We'll fix it next time. We'll get past this.
You were correct.
The
in that.
the rhetoric towards Trump being literally Hitler, I think, was much worse in his first term than it is now. People are not making the comparisons to Hitler all the time. In his first term,
They
man,
were
it was
during the
fucking
campaign.
crazy.
They were during the campaign.
They were, and then they
this most recent
lost.
campaign.
I think they realized it didn't work. I think they realized,
why
oh
they
my
stopped.
God, the gaslighting isn't
but it
working
doesn't stop
anymore.
because they stopped believing it, right? It
Right.
didn't
Well,
stop because
and
they stopped believing
Krystal
it.
didn't stop believing
They just stopped calling
Well,
him
I don't-
Hitler.
I don't know
They're,
that-
calling him fascist instead. They're
I don't know
so
that Krystal
they
ever
haven't
believed that. So, but anyway, go ahead.
they haven't
As
really
you were
changed
saying.
the messaging that much. I think, but I agree with you. I agree with both of you.
I think we're pulling back. I think we hit the peak in 2016, and now we're in smooth sailing here.
I don't think so. I think we are.
Go
I
ahead,
think
Tali.
we
I
are-
keep interrupting you.
No, you're okay. I think yeah, so I hear Wick making like a slippery slope argument, and I'm kind of with that. I'm like, what's the end of this? Like, I don't know exactly how much I buy that all of these things are so connected. But I agree with Wick that like people need to be more principled in that the power that you give to the person you like is the power you give to the person that you don't like, which is why I take great issue with the Trump administration's like anti-Semitism speech codes, essentially for multiple reasons. Partially because I think it's very bad for Jews, but on a principled level, I don't like one of the reasons that I voted against the left was Tim Walz was out on the campaign saying that hate speech is not free speech. And I vehemently disagree.
Oh, yeah.
Hate speech
I
is
hate
free
that
speech.
too. Yeah.
And so I was like, the left's plan for when they get it, the vice president is signaling that one thing that they want to do is crack down on hate speech. And that concerns me. And then what does the Trump administration come out and do? Like crack down on hate speech, the most controversial hate speech of it all, anti-Semitism, where there's bad faith people on both sides of the argument, people trying to pretend that anti-Semitism never happens and people claiming that every type of criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism. And so, yeah, like I'm very concerned about limitations on speech because the way that I always explain it is if Rashida Tlaib is the next president and Zionism is now hate speech, then I'm fucked. And so it's in my own self-interest to not give Trump these types of powers.
Yeah, when did we start trusting the government so much to give them so much power? When did we start doing that?
Well, I am an establishment shill, so
when Donald
I do
Trump
trust.
won the election.
I don't know that they
God
have that
savior.
much power.
Well, I think the issue between you, Adam, and Wick is it's interesting. It's exactly what Wick said earlier about how when people use extreme rhetoric to define a situation, it puts people off completely.
Yes.
And so, Adam, you're like very put off by people saying everything's fascism and all that stuff, which I agree with. And I don't think that we're on the precipice of fascism or anything like that. And I don't think it's necessarily useful to keep saying that for exactly the feeling you're feeling. But on the other hand, we do need to have a word or a concept or be able to talk about this idea where what I don't like from the right is that Trump will keep trying to do things that are seemingly illegal or fucked up, or would be if he actually got away with them, like the elector scheme, would be something that I think you would agree with if he got away with it, would be authoritarian. But he doesn't get away with it because we do live in America. We do have these guardrails and we do have courts and we do have all these things that, at least so far, seems to be holding the situation. So I begin this problem where it seems like you're being overly dismissive of Trump's behavior just because he's unable to get away with something, when I think you can point it out and say, yes, he does have an authoritarian tendency or does want to do authoritarian things. But fortunately, we live in America and he's being stopped from doing those things.
Yeah, but that's same with Biden. Same with fucking Biden. Same with all these motherfuckers.
I don't think that Biden trying to get loan forgiveness, which I disagree with, for college students is comparable to trying to prevent people from suing the government itself or trying to be president by throwing out half the country's votes. I don't think these things are comparable.
Well, you agree his son was corrupt and he pardoned him.
I do agree that was
yeah, okay. Yeah. Fucking, how's that any different than Trump's fucking shitcoin?
Because it goes into we go into the claim of are we bringing up the example to say we want to reestablish the positive norm, or are we bringing it up to dismiss? And I feel like it's too often
position
brought up
has
to dismiss.
My position has always been all of these people who seek higher office are fucking authoritarians, and we're lucky to live in America where we have institutions that keep them in check. Most places in the world don't, and every single leader is a fucking authoritarian. Is
it concerning for you when
that you're a little
party,
delusional and thinking that your side is not an authoritarian? Yes, it is fucking very disturbing for me.
Here's
for
the
you
problem.
thinking your side is completely magnanimous and oh my God, they would never do anything. Oh, it's only the other side that's an authoritarian.
I don't.
It does. It bugs me. Here. It's a level of delusion I don't like.
I understand, but please listen, right? I understand and I've acknowledged Biden was bad on a lot of issues.
But not as bad. Here it comes, guys. But not as bad.
We have to be able to understand that one thing, even though it's bad, could be worse or better than another thing that is also bad, right?
Sure.
Like, I'll give you an example.
Biden was more constrained by norms.
I drop my.
Yes, there you go. But that is a constraining factor, right? It is.
But someone in public is worse than cutting them off in traffic, even though both are bad.
That says nothing about his authoritarian tendencies.
Wait.
It says that he's got some other form of constraint on him.
I can't read Biden's mind. Okay. And I can't
Nobody can now. It's spaghetti.
It doesn't exist, right? I can't read Biden's mind. I can't read Trump's mind. Maybe in Biden's heart of hearts, he wants to be authoritarian, and he would like. I mean, obviously, he won the run again, even though he was like a vegetable, right? So definitely shows you,
course,
he has a high level of ego and narcissism and all sorts of stuff, right? So it's very possible that you're correct that Biden, if he felt he could get away with it, would do sort of crazy authoritarian things and be a complete dictator. And that's how he wants to roll. And that could be what Biden wants, right? But I would argue, even if he wants that, him and other presidents still feel like there's some level of like, okay, they don't think they can get away with certain actions, so they don't even try to do them.
Yeah,
and
the constraints.
They feel constraint. Now, whether it's a moral constraint, whether it's a social constraint, or whether it's simply an intellectual constraint because they know it'll look bad, they're constrained by this, by some sort of internal process.
And Trump does not.
Trump does not have that, okay, at all whatsoever. He's only constrained by external processes of the courts and of other political processes. That's it. And I think we can acknowledge that and we can talk about that. And I don't think acknowledging that and talking about that is anyone saying that, well, the Democrats are the innocent baby angel Aladdins and the Republicans are the evil fascists, even though that there is a difference in terms of what Trump is doing compared to other presidents.
You know, that's how most people frame it, though. You know, that's how
I understand
Krystal
that, but we're not most people. The people
Wick
in this conversation are not
towards
most
that direction.
People.
So
I don't think I am.
I think you
I don't think Wick is.
I think you totally are.
I don't think Wick is. I think that Wick has a position that sounds exactly very similar to my position, which is, yes, Biden did a lot of fucked up shit. Yes, Biden was very corrupt. But I think there's a difference between Biden pardoning his son and trying to throw out half the country's votes. And I think you have to keep that in mind when you have these conversations.
Right. It's a completely different equation. You're talking about somebody being magnanimous, like internally magnanimous with no external pressure. I think we could argue that there's always external pressure. The argument I would make is with anyone in elected office, it's solely external pressure, and those people will obviously they're power hungry. They're the type of people who just it's not really power hungry as much as it's status hungry. They want more money, more status, more success, and they'll do anything to get it. So the constraints are the institutions around them. And if you want to make an argument that we're eroding those institutions, that's fine. But the thing that bothers me is when people only talk about one side eroding the institutions and conveniently forget that both sides are playing this game.
Yeah, listen, I agree with that, and I agree with what you're saying in terms of
when Biden. Well, hold on, just
I'm mostly teasing you, Wick. So I don't really think you're like...
Look, I just get passionate and animated, and this. Adam, you're cool.
Right.
We like.
No,
Adam,
yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, when Biden was president, And when I was fighting the leftists who wanted to, and you could look at me fighting, like literally fighting Josiah from Pondering Politics, Econoboy, probably not Hutch. I don't think I fought with him on this. They wanted to get rid of the filibuster and pack the courts. And I was like, don't do it. Don't do it. It's really bad. This is not what we want. And when Biden or Kamala suggested doing that, I was very, very much against it. That's not going to do what we want it to do. It's going to give way too much power to the executive branch. We need to stop this shit. And I fought against him. But here's the thing. Kamala isn't president. Biden isn't president. So I'm going to criticize the guy who's currently president more than I do the guy who isn't. That's just it.
Trump was obviously very constrained by the establishment surrounding him in his first term. He didn't know, like he didn't expect he was even going to be president, right? So when he went to build his cabinet and build his coalition, he had to build from what was available, and it was all obviously establishment type Republicans. So, but in his first term, I don't like the level of bad faith from the left with Trump. The first term was just off the charts. I think now Trump has far more power because he has a coalition that actually agrees with him. But I mean, aside from the attorneys thing, which Sitch keeps bringing up, what is the big power grab? Even in this Iran situation, where you'd think he would be like, oh yeah, jumping in, I get to be a wartime president, let's go bomb Iran. He still has to be talked into it by the establishment people around him. Where's this authoritarian Trump?
One of the things that I think is a problem with the Trump administration, and I think even Ann Coulter recognized this, is how what's the word? You see sycophantic, I think is a word that he requires of the people in his cabinet. Like the forced loyalty has to be Trump. And that bothers me, right? That bothers me. And I understand that every administration has had this to a degree, but surely you'd recognize that Trump takes it to the next level.
So what is the thing that you object to?
Suck his dick like with their words.
Do you think the thing that you object to is the force? Because look, obviously, I think Kamala Harris lost the election because she was too loyal to Biden. She didn't separate herself from Biden. So if she gives her willingness, her loyalty willingly, that changes the equation.
I think the requirement for it. Like I don't know.
Is it the loyalty that's bad, or is it the force?
Not loyalty. It's the level of loyalty. So like this, it's fine to drink a little bit, right? But if I had a river of it, it would be bad. So it's scale. It's a matter of scale. And I would argue that the level that's required by Trump, the scale that's required by Trump is like a flood, whereas with the other people, it was far less. That's all. That's my argument.
The sycophancy is just as gay and cringe as the hatred against Trump. Like, like I cringe at the No Kings and all of this, and the Trump is a fascist. I cringe. And I also cringe at his cabinet meetings when they all are like, God bless you, our great leader, Trump. Like, that's also very, very cringe. I wish we would all step back from all of that. Yeah,
well, Hegseth did a bunch of that, obviously, after the Iran bombing. We were laughing about it. It was hilarious. I can't look at that and think, oh my God, this is fascism. Like
no,
he's
it's
out
not
there
fascism.
selling his fucking candidate.
No, and I can't reiterate
hold on,
enough.
Just real quick, Tali.
Yeah.
The reason why I have a problem with it is because if Trump is about to do something that the people within his sphere know is going to hurt America, how likely are they going to be to feel comfortable to say, Trump, this is bad, you should stop doing it? And the more sycophancy, again, I'm mispronouncing that word, right? But you know what I mean. The more of that is required, the less likely it is for the people around him to be like, don't do this, stop.
I think the pressure is more Trump going along with the people around him that would want to do bad things than it is Trump. Because I think Trump is basically just being pushed around by all sorts of different factions that want to do things. So that's why
pushed around
ahead,
is
Tom.
loaded. But I kind of agree. What I'm about to say is not any nicer. But he's not an ideologue. It's like, I think what
No,
people said
not
about
at
him
all.
in the first administration is
He's an
true. He
opportunist.
agrees with the last person in the room. Not even an opportunist. Well, yes, he's an opportunist. And
He is an
I think he's
opportunist.
sure. Yeah. And he's out for himself. I agree with all of that. I wouldn't push back on that. But like, he listens to, if you're nice to him and you seem compelling to him, he's like, that's a great fucking idea. Let's move on that idea until the next interesting person who's compelling to him and nice to him comes into the room. Yeah, I think like the left, they're wasting all, there are people on the right calling themselves fascists, right? They are saying it. We could, that's where your energy needs to go, if anything. But no, they're going to continue to call Jordan Peterson. And that's the thing too. It's like the left is just so like out of tune of even what's going on the right. And perhaps the same goes the other way, although the left kind of controls the institution. So I think people on the right have no choice but to be kind of clued into what's going on the left. But yeah, I don't know. The fascism stuff, I agree with you, Adam. It's a huge turnoff to so many people, and that was the biggest turnoff. That this is the end of democracy. If you say it every time, you're crying wolf, and then no one's going to believe you when and if it actually happens.
Well,
I don't disagree with that.
Is the wolf here? I feel like this term is like.
I agree with you because I also don't think it's gonna happen. So like I don't think it's just that you're gonna use it out and then when you need it, like I think there's a 0% chance that the Trump administration is going to turn into a fascist regime. I think there's a maybe I'll eat my words, right? I think there's a 0% chance that he's gonna be running again in 2028. Yeah.
No, on that 20 running again in 2028, I would disagree with you. I would say the chance is far more likely. Do I think it's probably going to happen? Probably not. But I would say I would give that 20, 30, 40%, right?
40% chance he's going to run again?
That he's running
he's expressed that he wants to.
I tried to bet Destiny $1,000 and Destiny wouldn't take my bet. He tried.
I don't got $1,000.
Like,
I'm not rich.
Claim
like
odds on me. So.
Also, I don't make a bet unless it's like the other way. If I was 80% sure that would happen, then I might think about it, right?
Smart.
I mean, I could give
20,
you
30%,
odds.
no.
I could like
you're gonna give Wick odds. You wouldn't give Destiny odds, but you're gonna give Wick odds.
Well, look,
like Wick is a friend of the show.
I mean, I guess I would give Destiny odds, right? If you want
there you go. Let me breaking news. Apparently Big Balls has been fired from Doge. Oh no, I'm sorry, he's resigned. Big Balls is gone. Okay, I know you're all very sad.
What is he gonna do? A tell-all book now?
He's gonna sell all the information he got to Russia, and then he's gonna do a tell-all book. Okay?
He's already sold all that information to Russia. Why do you think he
That's
quit?
a good point. That's a good point. Yes, people are saying that the White House has been castrated because they've lost Big Balls.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
Okay. There's two tweets I wanted to read to you. One that had nothing to do with anything, and one that had to do with the Cenk conversation, which I will probably not come back to. Which is first that JD Vance put out this post. He said, "I wonder if any other vice president has had as much excitement as I do," with a laugh and crying emoji. To which Thomas Massey replied, "Ask Mike Pence about his last month."
Oh yeah, that is hilarious.
Yeah. And then, so Cenk got into a fight on X with your good friend Pisco about the very subject of the video that we're watching here.
Nice.
Cenk says, maybe Trump flip-flops later, but for now it was a pleasure to see this from a U.S. president for the first time in my lifetime. Quote, Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do, it is a major violation. Bring your pilots home now, Donald J. Trump. So Cenk is happy that Trump tried to leash Israel in.
Didn't Reagan do that as well?
Did he? I'm not familiar.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Every fucking president. This is where the Israel derangement syndrome comes in. These people believe that Israel controls our government, controls all of our politicians. They actually believe that no American president has ever tried to push back on Israeli foreign policy. And it's just obviously not true. It's obviously not true. Yes, Trump put it in a tweet or in a Truth Social post.
Well, that was the difference.
Usually,
yeah.
Yeah. But
we saw it.
Who cares? But Biden said the same shit too. And it pissed off a lot of American Jews and a lot of Israelis at the time too. They felt super hamstringed, whatever, by Biden. So it's just nonsense. It's complete nonsense. And yeah,
you're right.
But don't you know everything's the fault of Israel? Everything.
There's
stub your toe.
When I just
Israel.
did a Google search for this week, I got a 1982 New York Times article The headline is Reagan demands end to attacks in blunt phone call. And it's about Reagan calling Israel and yelling at them to stop some sort of bombing campaign they were doing in 1942.
Did you doubt me? Did you doubt my
I
words?
did doubt you. I did doubt you
Okay, well,
completely.
it's okay.
But
He
now I
does this to
realize
me
Never do
all
that
the time.
again.
He
I was a
fact checks
fool
me
to
in like
doubt you.
real
Wick
time.
was correct. Wick
True.
was completely correct. So Cenk had that post to which Pisco replies to it saying, question mark, Trump gets credit for trying to reel back a war he ratified and escalated, which was rejected by every previous president. Are you insane? So it's Cenk responds, he gets credit for telling Israel to stop and getting them to listen. If you're going to pretend that earlier Democrats or Republican presidents were tough on Israel, you're going to get the whole country to laugh their ass off at once. Which we were just talking about that. To which Pisco replies, fact one, every previous president rejected this specific war. Fact two, Trump ratified and escalated this specific war. Fact three, you're giving Trump credit. See, that's really what's triggering here, giving Trump credit, right? This is what's
Of
really
course.
pissing off the left.
3 should be number 1.
Yes. You're giving Trump credit, and he wrote credit in all caps, for allegedly trying to reel back a war he has casual responsibility for. Wow.
All Pisco does is play the political game where we're trying to mean girls Trump. Don't you see we're trying to destroy his reputation here? And you're coming out here and patting him on the back. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, it's just, I mean, it's obviously it's ridiculous to be like Trump blowing up some nuclear reactor and then saying, okay, call it a day and trying to end it there. That is,
That's not
escalating the
war.
war. How's that? Like,
Not
because
war.
wouldn't
That's
it
de-escalating.
right?
Yeah.
Well, if we didn't do this, if America didn't do this, and so Israel had to, I don't know, whatever the fuck they would do, try to put commandos in there to do it themselves.
Yeah.
I feel like that would have made the thing continue to escalate.
When you disarm the assailant, are you escalating things?
Yeah.
Well, it's also
No,
just
you're
too
not.
soon to tell.
Wrong.
That is fair because it could tomorrow. Everything
blow up.
Everything is
We don't know.
changing.
True.
Yeah,
That's fair.
right.
So
And now they're saying they didn't even get the facilities, right? They're like, see ya, we had a 10,000-foot ladder there that you never saw.
exactly. No, we don't know this is that mountain didn't exist. It was just like a big piece of cloth,
hologram?
over, like a frame, and the real mountain was somewhere else. Okay?
Oh.
It was all a ruse. So then Cenk replied to that post, and he said, no, I took Trump's head off when he started the war, and I'm giving him credit for when he gets out of the war and demands that Israel gets out too. You, on the other hand, Pisco, want to hate Trump when he gets us into war and out of war. You want to hate him no matter what. That's because you don't care about policy at all. You care about your brand. There's a lot of fake tough guys out there peacocking about how they're the biggest fighters against Trump voters.
Cenk!
You guys are driving voters away from us. And you don't mind it since it helps your career.
Wow.
I wonder if I could get them in the same room.
It seems like
I've had them both
yesterday.
on my show. I wonder if I could get them in the same room. That would be interesting.
It's going to be good content. There's going to be screaming.
Cenk is right that the type of like obstinate attitude that Pisco takes does push people away. But this is Cenk and Krystal all over again. Cenk's the same fucking way. You guys agree on almost everything. Like it actually is the exact same thing, right? Krystal's just mad that he's big upping Trump, that he ever gave any credit to Trump. Pisco frustrates me. I feel like he's a smart guy, and I've seen him be reasonable. He just loves to dunk. He lives for the dunk. And I feel like when I talk about, which way, dear liberal, he's turning the way of the left. He's decided that is the alliance that he wants to have. He's been like co-streaming with Straighter Aid like multiple times a week, and she's a fucking loon as far as I'm concerned. So I think that's unfortunate because he could be a force for good. I think
He's not gonna be though.
No,
never.
You have two paths before you, dear liberals: the path of the Pisco or the path of the Wick.
Remember
Choose
when
wisely.
Anna was asking us what a Pisco is? Oh, innocent times.
Innocent times. Brian for $50, thank you, says Tali mentioned the quote not so far right has an anti-Semitic problem. What do you have to see to remove the people who espouse those views from conservative thought? I don't think any racist views took over mainstream right-wing views like the left.
Is that a super chat?
That was a super chat.
So if I'm understanding correctly, I think I agree with the premise that the extreme left ate the left more than the extreme right has eaten the right thus far. Asterisk, like what would I have to see? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a great answer for that, but I think I agree with the
Is the
sentiment.
question about the right spitting out the?
They were basically. I don't remember the exact comment he
Gripers?
made. Brian was basically questioning. I mean, he was saying that the racism, the far left racism, took hold of the mainstream left, and they're questioning whether that the far right racism has taken control of the mainstream right. I think was the question.
Yeah, and look, I've seen them do tons of things. Obviously, I mean, when Kanye and Nick Fuente showed up in Mar-a-Lago, right as soon as they figured out what was going on, they fucking threw his ass out. They threw Richard Spencer out of the RNC.
That was kind of a lifetime ago.
Yeah, but well, you think if Nick Fuente showed up at the RNC this year, they wouldn't toss his ass out? I think they would.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And actually, this is
Would they toss out Tucker Carlson?
No.
Is Tucker Carlson a fucking vocal white supremacist? Come on.
He talks
no,
about
he's flirting with it. Tucker Carlson is a Hassan Piker, and he is hiding his power level. The man is possessed by demons, according to his own words. So, yeah, I think. I think he's a white
getting
supremacist?
a huge paycheck from Moscow, but I don't know that he's a white supremacist.
No, and sure, but these things.
I think
also,
he
they
flirts
don't,
with it. Absolutely.
Maybe he does. Well, maybe he does, right? So part of that same lawsuit that you guys were talking about, where he just comes out with his pure hatred. This was before we got on, I think, because I was listening to you guys before we got on. But his pure hatred for Trump and for MAGA. He made fun of like MAGA supporters too. He also said a bunch of weird shit about like white men don't fight like this. Like just so he does have.
That doesn't make you a white supremacist.
I'm not. No.
Oh my God.
Let me finish my sentence.
Talk about flirting with it.
Let me finish my sentence. No, but I'm not even saying that. There's a bit of white identitarianism.
Producers of White Men
there.
Jump. Look out.
There's a bit of white identity, but he's not making it wasn't a joke. So Noam Dworman, who's the owner of the Comedy Cellar, he has a podcast, Live from the Table. He's talked a lot about. He's a right of center guy who's like very concerned with the Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens stuff going on.
Right.
And so I think he's a white supremacist. No, but I don't think that's like a very salient construct right now in 2025. Like the white supremacists are Hispanic, right? So like we kind of have to change.
Okay.
Like.
What is the thing I'm supposed to be noticing and scared of in Tucker Carlson then?
Oh, I think he's a revisionist conspiracy theorist who's has basically the same politics as
Alex
Piker,
Jones,
America
but I'm
Bad.
not scared of
Alex Jones is too. Well, but Tucker Carlson has only gotten more popular since leaving Fox. He's like number 2 or 3 behind Joe Rogan in the reach of his podcast. I think I don't think he represents the Republican Party. And so I do think there's a distinction.
Good. There you go.
Yeah, I think there's a distinction to be made between like the RNC and like the dissident online alt-right. But I am concerned about the dissident online alt-right.
Right.
I think with Tucker, I mean, I remember the comment that you were talking about, because I remember I got in some big internet fight with like Nuancebro about it, because I was like, oh, that's kind of a weirdly racist thing for Tucker to say. I don't think Tucker is a white nationalist or anything like that. I don't think Tucker is really much of anything. I think Tucker is a huge grifter and a liar. I think you're right, Wick, that he is flirting with the dissident right or the alt-right or the woke right or whatever we're going to call them. He is flirting with that group intentionally. He knows he's doing it. But I think he's doing it for money. I don't think he's doing it necessarily because it's something that he believes in. Now,
does that matter at the end of the day?
Yeah, I know. It doesn't make it better, right?
Yeah.
But I just that's just
I'm not
my take on
racist
the
in
whole
my
thing.
heart. I'm just racist.
I know, just
think it
racist
makes
for
me money.
The paycheck. I got you.
Okay.
But he is doing it in a way that is vague enough that he's not going to get kicked out of the RNC or anything like that. Like Fuentes obviously would, because he's very explicit.
And I think that's more insidious in a way. Right?
This came
the right is vice signaling. Richard Hanania wrote about this. I'm a big fan of Richard Hanania, whatever. I think he's a very smart guy and just the right amount of autistic that like
that's always good.
It's always good. It's what I look for in my commentators. But there is a And we can blame the left for this. And I think that would be fair because I do think this is a reaction to the left. But how the left you don't even know what I'm going to say, Wick. So you gotta
I
let me
know,
spit
but
that.
it's just, I think what have you not blamed the left on? Just
I
to be
come
clear.
from the left. I come from the left.
Okay, but
so
yes, but you are no
so
longer
you
the
frame
left.
that.
A
I know,
woman
but
scorned, Wick. You haven't
yeah,
heard this?
bitter-
I know.
There
Well,
you
so
go.
Wick frames my
Bitter
dissatisfaction
grapes.
or resentment against the left as a woman scorned, as like they hurt you, which sure, fair, and that did happen. But I also just like changed a lot of my beliefs, and I was in that incentive structure. Anyway, let me just spit my point out. The left does all of their virtue signaling, and the right has begun vice signaling, right? And so it's cool to be like to be kind of racist, and also I'm kind of with that. Like I do, like we do need to ease up, and I think like good faith racism is great. We do it a lot in my house, but. That's gonna sound bad. That's gonna sound bad.
That's another
My
subject.
wife-
We'll talk about that later. Good faith racism, but let's go.
Yeah, not good. Fun racism. Anyway,
Oh,
that's
jokes.
not what I
Jokes are
meant to
fun.
say.
I understand what you
Yeah.
mean. I understand what you
Yeah.
mean. And I,
Sarcastic,
Thank you,
sarcastic racism.
jokes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And I agree with you 100% on the vice signaling thing
Yeah.
completely. And it is 100% the left's fault. I don't care what Wick says. It is 100%.
Yes.
It is 100% the left's. It's a reaction to the left. Now, to be
Yeah.
fair, I guess to you, Wick, that's all like the youth, the next generation of young people. That's always what they want to do. They always want to transgress against whatever the norms are of the previous generation because that's what's considered cool and rebellious and independent. And it just so happens that usually it would be the right that would set down the norms, the nerdy norms of how to be a conservative, productive member of society, and the left would be the rebels. And we're in some weird, bizarro time where it's actually flipped on its head. Where no, it's the left that's morally policing everyone. So now the right gets the vice signal with all this stuff. And unfortunately, instead of it being something maybe like smoking, it's like, oh, maybe you should be a white nationalist, right? So
It's
that's a
puritanical culture that's happened, right?
Right.
We live in a very puritanical culture these
Or-
days. Anyway,
I don't know if you saw this. It's kind of, and I guess it's somewhat related to this. It's kind of fascinating.
Just before we
is-
move on, I want to ask because the genesis.
Well,
of
wait, I
this
just want to
was-
say because it's related directly to what I was saying.
Okay. I thought we were
is
moving on. Go ahead.
There was people were pointing out that apparently Destiny had blocked his own son on X, and I was like, well, that's weird.
Based.
And there you go. And when I was kind of looking through the replies, I don't know if it was true, but people were saying that they had posted some Discord conversation of Destiny and his son were arguing about the Holocaust. And his son is like starting to get into some big sort of like denial or question. Yes, his son.
He's there. His son's a full JQer Groiper.
Oh, okay.
Pledging
Well, there you
allegiance
go.
to
I
Nick
guess I've been following.
Fuentes.
Yeah. His son's been doing all the like denial of the Holocaust stuff and
Yes.
and everything. And so to me, and then I instantly thought kind of the same thing, like, oh, this is, he's rebelling against his father. He's rebelling against all the norms and all this stuff.
Okay.
Anyway, what were you gonna say?
I was going to ask. So, who is doing a better job of maintaining the taboo around racism? So, this is like, is the right doing a better job
No
of
one.
policing their racists than the left is doing a good job of policing political violence or politically violent rhetoric? Who is doing a better job of enforcing that taboo? Is
I'm
the
gonna
left
say- I'm gonna say-
keeping their weirdos in check better than the right is keeping their weirdos?
I'm
in
gonna
check?
say if we have to, I would say overall no one, but if we have to compare, I'd say the right by a whisker, just
Oh,
because
okay.
the reason I'll give it to the right by a whisker is because I agree with you. Yes, the RNC is not going to allow Nick Fuentes, to show up. Right there, if you're like an explicit white nationalist, they're not going to allow you to show up. I'm not sure that the DNC would bar explicit, anti-white
nationalists.
racist or
They-
black
they
kicked
nationalists.
out Hassan.
I'm not sure. They
I will
did,
say they
but
kicked
that
out
seemed like
Hassan.
they kicked out his son because he was criticizing the DNC, not necessarily
Yeah.
because he's a bigot.
He was like
So-
at the convention being like, don't vote Democrats.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
maybe.
So I would
it's
give it
been
to
a
the
while
right
since
by
I
a
saw
whisker,
Rod, so.
but the right's problem, and you can blame the left for this, and that's definitely true, because the left, and I talked about this way back in 2016, 2017, whenever I did my first fucking YouTube video, the left had created a culture of crying wolf about racism for so long that if you say to someone who's on the right, like this person's racist, their immediate thought is to just not believe you because of the last 8 years of politics. And
You
so
were
I think that is why it's very hard for the right to some extent to police their own races.
Yeah, you were correct that if you were saying that the left has ruined the term fascism, Nazi, and racism, I would agree with you. Right? I think that you're just correct that these terms, because social media rose at the time the left became institutionally ascendant in culture, right? That social media kind of allowed a lot of people to see, allowed these words to become snarl words, right? To become basically meaningless, just uh, synonyms for bad, and they lost their particular meanings. I would agree with you on that. But when we talk about is the right policing their their extreme better than the left, I would disagree. I think that the left is currently in a kind of civil war between the Josh Shapiro types and the Kyle Kalinske types, right? You see the extremes versus moderations that we're fighting for who controls the government, right? Or who's going to control the Democratic Party going forward. And that's a fight that we're having. I don't know who will win. I know who I hope will win, but I don't know who will win. I would posit to you that the right has largely lost their battle because people like Stephen Miller, people like Tucker Carlson, people like Nick Fuentes, even though they don't have particular, like maybe institutional power, well, Stephen Miller does, right? They do have large influence in their group. Does that make sense?
I mean,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I don't agree with it, but
Fair enough. Well, we just
Yeah,
I get the point.
I think I agree with Sitch generally that the left or the right is a little better at it. So the left has ruined the term racism, and the left is actually racist, more racist than the right, in my opinion. I know that's like a big. I knew you were going to make
No,
that face.
no, I
That's fine.
completely agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Say it,
And I do
Tali.
think, I think that one of the reasons. So even Wick, what you described of like the Civil War is kind of happening, but actually only one half is really fighting. Like most of the liberals, as far as I can see, aren't really fighting in that Civil War because they don't actually want to slander the people to the left of them. I think the only two people that I really see, hold on, let me get it out.
Go ahead.
The only two people that I really see fighting against the illiberal left from the left are like Destiny, and he's, I like Destiny, but a lot of people are not going to watch him for all of their
You can't
reasons.
include Destiny. The question is about policing the taboo around political violence, and Destiny came out and was like in favor of political violence.
So I'm not responding to the political violence.
He is one of the people you're supposed to be
that up.
I have a question
policing.
about racism.
Well, I think you set that up unfairly, yeah, because you were like, is the right policing their racism as good as the left is policing their political violence encouragement? I don't think those are the same thing. So I'm talking about the racism thing and the illiberalness and the freaks, right, that I said earlier. So Destiny is one example.
There's a taboo about promoting political violence. Obviously, there's a taboo about racism. They're two completely different taboos.
Yeah, they're different. And so I'm addressing the racism. Like, I mean, Destiny is on TikTok right now telling these young crazy people that microaggressions aren't fucking real. Stop caring about, like, so he's doing that work. And Hutch, I see, is someone also who's trying to push back against the left. I don't see a lot of the other liberals actually like, and you too, Wick, but like I don't see a lot of that in the space. I see a lot of the people who I would consider more liberal than leftist, including like the Piscos, just totally making MAGA is my focus. In fact, they are coming out and saying, in fact, Hutch has gotten nothing but grief and shit from maybe not so much his audience, but the audiences around him for spending any time calling out the far left. And his co-hosts on Live and Learn also all explicitly and avowedly disagree with him. And they say that he should not be spending time complaining about the left because they need to focus on the real problem, which is Trump. I think there are people on the right who have been calling this out. I mean, Ben Shapiro is the example that I go to because he has been calling about the conspiracism on the right, the flirting with sort of like the red pill space, I guess. But because of that, Ben Shapiro is now just seen as a cuck, right? And it's like, oh, Daily Wire is just boomer trash. But I do think the right is trying, and to be fair, I don't think the crazy right has taken as much hold of the right as the crazy left has on the left.
Well, and the reason I think you're seeing this is simply because of the media that you consume. You consume a lot of podcasters, a lot of BreadTube and things like that. And if that's all you were looking at, I can understand how you would come to the conclusion, right? Because I think that Destiny, Hutch are great examples of people who push back against some of the extremes, not as much of the extremes as I would like. I've pushed back against Destiny myself on his violent stuff. I think that's gross and disgusting.
Yeah, you're like the one guy pushing back against the fucking taboo on the left.
There's more of us than you think.
No, there's
more
like
of us
4.
than you think.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly.
And I
so
want there
what
to be
is
even more of us, right? I want to grow this thing because you could say that we are losing the war right now. I don't think we are. I think when it comes to the midterms, I think you're going to see this. And this is a prediction. You can clip it and you can come back to it, right? I think when the midterms happen, the Democrats who win the House seats, win the Senate seats and things like that, they're going to be of the moderate variety, of the liberal variety. And they're going to have much more wins and much more success than the illiberal left will. That is my prediction.
But I don't want them to just ignore the illiberal left. I want them to condemn them. And the right too. I want the
Look,
the
I'll tell you,
normies
I'll
on the
tell you
right
the
to
secret.
condemn their
This is how the
crazies.
Democrats
I
will
do.
win.
They do though, constantly. Like moderate right wingers condemn racism fucking all the time. They can't stand it. They don't want to be called racist.
I agree. They condemn racism, but are they what moderate who on the right is like calling out the crazies on
What
the right?
moderate left winger stands up and against
None.
political violence?
I agree.
Yeah.
None. I just said
Well,
it.
wait a minute.
Yeah, no,
wait a minute.
I
Hold-
agree
hold on.
with you.
Wait.
Or
wait.
two, maybe.
We're talking about. Wait, we're talking about a lot of different things here. I think there's a difference between. Are we talking about politicians or are we talking about pundits? Because if we're talking about politicians, it's very different. I think, yeah, most Republican politicians, if they are confronted with, some blanket racist thing, they're going to be like, yeah, that's bad and gross and whatever.
Yeah, fuck
And it's
that.
the same thing for the Democrat politicians. The Democrat politicians were all completely against, when the person tried to kill Trump. Okay, they were not in favor of that political violence. All right. But if we're talking about the pundit class, that's where it gets all murky, because the pundit class is very vague on these issues because they know that they have some radical, bent to their audience, or some percentage of their audience is radical and
That's the
is
whole
in
point
favor
of the
political
question.
violence, or isn't political with racism. And on that camp, I do think that they're basically the same in terms of, like, I don't think either one of them is worse, or I don't think either one has a one up on the other one in that camp whatsoever.
They're in different levels of development because I do
Yeah.
see what's happening on the right as a reaction to the left. And so they're in a more nascent stage.
Like Tim Pool, who, whenever he talks about not liking Nick Fuentes, he tries to frame it more so on the fact that Nick Fuentes' audience is terrible, not the fact that Nick Fuentes is a white nationalist. And, he had Elijah Schaffer on recently again to, push on all the weirdo fucking white nationalist anti-Jew talking point. Like, what's the point of even having him on in the first place to have that conversation? And even though Tim disagrees with him on a lot of issues, it's like, you look at the comment section, it's like the most blackpilling fucking thing in the world. And I don't know if it's just because the Groyper crowd just floods comment sections, or if it's indicative of Tim's audience. But you look at the comments in the audience, the comments on that video, and they're all like against him in his own fucking video, and it's depressing as shit. And you're like, oh, what the fuck is going on with the online right at the moment?
If you look at who the online right criticizes, if you were to say the online right criticizes other people on the online right they disagree with, that's true. But then you look at who gets the disagreement, and it's James Lindsay, right? They're pushing against the people who are pushing against the woke right, or the dissident right, or the alt-right, or whatever term we want to use for it, right? They're the ones getting canceled. They're the ones getting shunned. They're the ones that more and more people on the right are afraid, I think, as Sitch mentioned earlier, they're afraid to criticize these things because they know if they do, they'll lose their audience. And that's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Should we go back to the video?
Sure. Okay.
Unbelievable straw man.
No.
Are we gonna finish
Can I
this?
just?
We don't have
let
to.
me-
We've been going for a long time. I don't
I mean,
know.
we've been
You
going for a
guys
long
gotta.
time.
Yeah. Maybe we
You
should
guys
just go on
gotta
to super
read.
chats.
It's up to you guys.
Yeah, up to you guys.
Lethal Strain for $20 says, during Trump's impeachment for the Ukraine phone call, a professor said, quote, "It doesn't matter if you name your son Baron or not, America doesn't have any kings. That's the origin of no kings." Is that real? That can't be real.
You guys,
That's horrible.
You should read the poll too, because it's interesting. We were talking about Tucker Carlson, and we got a poll up. How do you feel about Tucker Carlson? 1,200 people have responded. The first one, I love Tucker Carlson, is only 8%. He's okay is 24%. I don't care for Tucker is 49%, and I hate Tucker's guts is 19%. So
Look at that.
Based audience.
Yes.
Well, you
good for
guys have one of the best audiences, second best. And my audience is the best.
Wow.
But yours is
got-
close second by a whisker, right?
you've
So,
got a
you know.
third. I love using that whisker line. You've got a third of the audience is okay with Tucker, and 2/3 of the audience don't like Tucker. So
Good. Thank you, Circuit Fire. Daddy Jamek, the 50 gifted.
yeah, thanks so much, J-Man.
Thank you. Ace for $20 says, as Tiny said, quote, Trump will always have an excuse. He's adept at finding authoritarian loopholes. He'll never fully reveal his hand. So by your logic, he could be a tyrant, even if we can't strictly say he broke the law. Okay.
Yeah, well, Tiny advocated for political violence, so
Okay. JMac for $20 says, if my son ever starts to dive into any extreme ideology, I'm unplugging from the internet, leaving all behind and sorting things out. I couldn't imagine staying involved online until I save my son from the cult. Well, there you go. Look,
dad of the year right there.
JMac is father of the year. Okay, not just to us, but obviously to his actual son. So, thank you. Fondue for $20 says, I disagree with the idea that people shouldn't call out the far right for not being loyal. The first thing these types do when criticized is cry friendly fire. They need to be called out for being two-faced when they are. I agree. Totally. Totally. Okay, let me go to the beginning here.
Did we read? I thought we already read some
some.
super chats.
We read some, yeah. We read some. JV Shada, thanks so much for the 2 Canadians. Says, hi, everybody. Hi. Thank you.
Hey,
What's up?
Hello.
Short Stack Goblin for $5 says, I don't think Kyle is playing up for his audience because Krystal has also become way more unhinged. That household has to be insufferable. There you go.
Yes.
Maybe they just like bounce off each other and they just ramp each other up, right? That's the worst.
so much of it is the Israel thing. If you believe what's going on in Gaza is the equivalent of the Holocaust, and you're living through fucking Nazi Germany and the Holocaust, I mean, obviously you're going to behave much more differently. The problem I always have is whenever you want to have a conversation about, you know, what are the options here? What are our solutions for this problem? It's like crickets. Just don't do what you're doing. Okay, well,
I'm
then
against
the problem
violence.
is
I don't want anyone to die. Like these just retarded platitudes
Yeah,
that
exactly.
mean absolutely nothing. And they're just set up to like make the other person. It's all like word games, right? Well, I'm just against children dying, which is
Yeah.
to set up the other
Well,
person you're
so
speaking
am
to
I,
as pro
okay?
children dying. Yeah. It's horrible.
Yes.
Agreed. Strain sent me the clip. I can't even bring it up on stream. It's too cringe. There is a clip of a person, someone at some congressional hearing saying Trump can name his son Barron. Doesn't make him a bear.
Oh, really?
No
That's real?
That's a real thing. It's super cringe.
And that's the origin of the No Kings thing?
Maybe.
I don't think that is.
pretty
I'm pretty
awful.
sure that's not it, but
Okay.
fair.
Well, regardless of what's the origin of the No Kings thing, it's still a super cringe line. So person should be ashamed of themselves.
This is why the left is losing the meme war.
It is. They're terrible. The Curtism for 255 for 279 Canadian says, hey Wick, what's up, buddy?
Hello.
Look at that.
Sketch for $5 says, remember in 2018 when Fox News won a court case by persuasively arguing that no reasonable viewer takes Tucker Carlson seriously? Yes, LOL. True and
Yes.
embarrassing. Fondue for 39 months. Thank you so much. 39 months. Free Will Seeger says, will time vindicate James Lindsay? Also, I think people call Destiny a cuck for the completely different reasons than Ben Shapiro.
Oh, yeah.
True.
There you go.
True.
You mean literal cuckism.
Yeah.
James Lindsay's not going to be vindicated. Look, you can read, you can reread his book. With Helen Pluckrose, I'm spacing on the name of it right now, but if you reread that book,
Cynical Theories.
Cynical
Theories, yeah. You can't read that book and make the woke right argument. It's just impossible. So
Have
no,
you
but
read any of the stuff?
the question would be, would he be vindicated in terms of that the right would go in the same trajectory as the left, where the extremists take over?
The fascist right is going to be fascist right. I mean, what? Okay, yeah.
Oh, no. That it would
Jeez.
take over the mainstream is what James Lindsay is predicting. The way that the
Okay.
woke took over the mainstream left. That's what I'm assuming that's what the question was about.
Oh, he's high. This is why they call him woke right, because I mean, the argument that the woke made was racism is everywhere, and obviously it's going to take over all our
I'm
institutions.
not talking about the label.
The
I'm talking about
woke
the concept.
But the woke, their brand is overstating the amount of racism in the world. That's their brand.
But that's not what James means by it. He talks about woke being like critical critical
Yeah. I know.
constructive,
Critical,
whatever.
critical consciousness. Yeah, I know.
Sure. I think it is like, okay, so what James is doing makes me uneasy in the same way that Douglas Murray's appearance on Rogan with Dave Smith made me uneasy, which is, I think there's a problem optically with what you're saying, but I agree with your sentiment. So I wish you wouldn't say it like this.
Oh, okay.
So, and I also do think it's worth, James Lindsay has written about this stuff at length, and he like records himself reading this stuff too. And I think it's worth engaging with some of that. I think he's not like, he doesn't come when I listen to some of that stuff and read some of that stuff, it doesn't seem so crazy. And he's not just saying that there's racism everywhere. And he is talking very specifically about what he sees as like a left-wing approach, essentially. And again, some of these people are just accepting it and claiming it. So when James was saying like, this is all Hegelian, Marxist, all of these, half of these writers that I've never read personally, there were people responding, yes, of course. Again, like, our enemies are very effective, and why would we not use their same tools? You know, the tools weren't actually the problem, right? It's just what they believed, and of course, we have the best
Means
beliefs
versus
and the right
ends.
beliefs.
Yeah.
So they are.
There's like a similarities and differences thing going on here. And when he talks about the similarities, yes, I don't deny that the similarities are there. But at the same time, I think the differences are vast, and you can easily point to them. When look, obviously, we share 90% of our DNA with chimpanzees. Okay, to come out and say we're fucking chimpanzees, we wouldn't do that. There's only 10% difference between us and chimpanzees. So when he comes out and he starts going, this is a similarity, this is a similarity, this is a similarity, like maybe he gets up to 50%. I don't know. There's 50% differences that you're completely ignoring. And that's what drives me crazy. It's like we spent 10 years pointing out those important differences to distinguish the moderate left and the moderate right, or the moderate left and the far left. And you're going to come and throw all of that away just to do a dig on the far right.
Sure, and I agree with you, but to be fair, the right was not making those distinctions between the moderate left and the far left.
The right
Not
wasn't?
at all. We were all woke.
Correct.
I
The right was not,
woke.
which was part of the frustration that I had when I was first having my ideological change, was like, the people on the left were calling me a conservative and all of that. And then the conservatives just refer to everyone as liberals. And it's like, no, you don't get it. The people who are mad at me see liberal as a curse word too. Like, they don't, they see liberal as the most evil thing you could be. So it's like, they're not they weren't at least accurately mapping the issue, or they weren't taking care to make those distinctions.
Well,
and the
no,
same way that the
I
left
agree with
doesn't make
everything you're
those
saying.
distinctions on
Yeah.
the right.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I agree with everything you're saying, and I'm speaking from someone who's like center left myself. So our project, mine and Sitch's, has kind of been to distinguish the moderate left from the far left. And we participated in that project, and I feel like Lindsay is, which I would consider Lindsay moderate left, calling out the far left, and now he's fucking pissing all over the project. Once the word woke finally goes mainstream. There's a very good book, Woke Racism, by John McWhorter.
Yeah.
Which is great. John McWhorter, someone who is pretty close to woke, is like calling out the woke and bringing that term mainstream so the normies can come in and latch onto it. They understand, oh yeah, this far progressive understanding of the world is really bad for us, and we need to point it out. And then Lindsay comes along and completely destroys the word woke. You can't even use it anymore.
Hold on, I read that book actually, and I've read a lot of John McWhorter's stuff. And
Yeah,
he's
it's a great book.
One of the people, and John McWhorter describes woke as a religion, right? As kind of like this,
Yes,
this way
as a
of
progressive
viewing
religion.
the world.
He would never frame it as it's a progressive religion. Yes.
No, I mean, yes, the progressives have latched onto it, but I would love to hear John McWhorter's view of James Lindsay's view of the right, because I would predict that he would pretty much agree with a lot of James Lindsay's framing. I take the opposite tack as you. I think he would agree, like, yeah, these behaviors, they're looking a lot similar.
That book is a complete critique of the left. That there's nothing about the right in there. He dismisses the right out of hand in the beginning. He's like, oh yeah, the right are all fascists, basically.
Because he wasn't talking about the right in that
yeah,
book.
but
So
this
obviously
is
he wasn't
the
going
point
to
that I'm
mention the
making.
right.
The fascist. If woke means fascist, you're saying the fascist.
It doesn't mean fascist.
It doesn't.
Well, what does it? The authoritarian fascist.
No,
What does
listen, you're
woke
right
mean?
you're right. The more that you speak, Adam, you are getting to the I take the same issue with the word woke, right? Because even when it first came out, and I was using it to identify the sort of like explicitly whiny
Authoritarian
identitarian.
progressives. Yes.
No. The identitarian whiners, the people saying like men are so oppressed, right? And this is why women shouldn't have the right to vote. And like white men are so oppressed, and we actually need affirmative action now for white men. Like the people who are literally just trying to have the same things that the left was calling for.
Men's rights activists.
Right. Sure. So like that
you're
makes
defining
sense to
them
me.
as woke.
Hold on. Again, because there are the people, Adam, who they're using woke to mean different things. They're talking about tactics or worldview. So the people who are referring to tactics, yes, they see that as woke, right? But I agree. There are totally disparate groups with small overlap that are being cast as woke right in a way that does make it incoherent as a concept.
Right.
Because a lot of the people are just like, I'm concerned about them, and they're not woke right. They're just crazy. And again, some of them are like
woke
openly
isn't the only
fascistic.
problem in the world, right? Like
No.
woke is not the only problem in the world, but
Not
when we
now
talk
that
about
Trump is president, right? I mean, obviously he's put a huge dent in wokeness with all of his
and to be clear,
executive orders.
Trump is not woke right. I would never say Trump is woke right. He does not fit the criteria for woke right.
Hold on, what do you mean by woke right? You said Trump is an authoritarian earlier. Is woke authoritarian or what?
So, woke right, or woke in general is using identitarian.
So woke means identitarian.
Let me finish the definition, right?
Okay.
It's several, there's got to be several ingredients to make it woke right. So either identitarian or communal grievance politics is usually manifests as grievance politics in order to attack classical liberal values such as free speech, right? And the example I use is how the woke left wanted to shut down the free speech of Fox News and Alex Jones and other pundits because, these guys are or hate speech. They go after hate speech when it comes to black people and things like that. The woke right is saying, you know what, these immigrants, they're getting a little uppity and they're speaking out of turn. They're writing op-eds. The student visa guys are writing op-eds. We got to shut that down because the white race is under attack. And I would view that as woke right. Does that make sense?
I don't think those people say that it's because the white race is
You may not agree with the
under attack.
definition, but at least does it make sense?
That it's a victimhood culture.
Grievance culture, using
grievance culture,
identitarian,
sure.
communal, Yeah.
I mean, you'd run into the problem that both camps would say, well, but we really are victims. What are you talking about?
Well, of course, they think they're victims.
Well, look,
right?
if they were, but if there was, we would all acknowledge someone who was truly a victim, we would feel some sympathy for them. Like if someone broke into someone's home and murdered their entire family, we'd be like, oh yeah, you're a victim. That sucks.
But if you try to fix that problem, whatever problem that this victim has, using racial or communal or identitarian methods, I don't think, one, the problem gets solved. You create a whole lot more problems than you would even potentially solve. I think it's just a bad idea in general. I think color blindness needs to come back into play. I don't know if you know who Coleman Hughes is, but he makes this argument
Yeah,
as
I
well.
love Coleman Hughes.
Right?
He's
He's
great.
a great guy. And
Yeah.
he's like, you can't use
Color
racial
blindness.
solutions to fix racial problems because it won't work. It will just create a different sort of racism, right?
Right.
And I would argue the same with the woke trying to fix an actual victim. It's not going to fix it. It's just going to create more problems. And that would be my argument there.
Right. The left, I think, obviously wants, and look, everyone's going to disagree with this out of hand. Like, their stated goal is that they want you to see racism or see race, right? So that you can be aware of it, so that you can fix discrepancies between the races, right? Between marginalized communities and whatnot. I think the right wants you to see race, especially the far right, where they are identitarian to the point. They want the races to join together and compete with one another economically, socially, politically. Correct? Those are completely different goals.
I agree they have different goals, but I don't know where you got that. I don't. The right wants the races to be racially conscious so they can compete against each other.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just missing that. What? Who?
Yeah, I
Where?
don't understand that bit.
I mean, that's the whole idea behind white supremacy, right? Whites are superior to other races. They have higher IQs, all this. That's why they're always talking about the IQs and whatnot. You don't hear the identitarian left talking about, oh, we should look at race so that we can put the races into a hierarchy and catalog them. Correct? Their identitarian project is a completely different project.
No, and again, I agree with you that the goals are different. That's true. But my argument here is it's the tactics that matter.
Okay.
And a good end,
the similarities
by
that
bad means is bad.
the similarities that James Lindsay points out, right? Are they as big a point as this difference that I'm talking about? The general goal of each group in identitarianism.
I think you're misinterpreting the goal of the right, at least. Like, so
okay.
Yeah, there are white supremacists.
What is the goal of the right? We're talking far right and far left. Obviously,
yes,
I'm not talking about the moderate right. I do not think the moderate right is racist at all. I think they've done a great job of policing their racists. I don't think the left hasn't done a great job of policing their communists or their violent revolutionaries at all.
Or they're racists.
Well,
racism is completely and perfectly allowed on the left.
I agree with you, but only certain types of racism are allowed.
Of course.
Obviously, you can't be racist against marginalized people, right? Racism is a tool that they use against the oppressors.
You can be racist against marginalized people if they have the wrong beliefs.
Yes.
So, like, you can call Clarence Thomas a coon and an Uncle Tom and all of this shit, right?
Of course.
Because he has the wrong beliefs. Yeah.
Yes.
So you're kind of allowed to. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I guess I'm just, it's a semantic, I don't know if I'm just nitpicking too much, but I don't think the freak right wants us to recognize race so the races can compete. They also want they
what
want
do you mean?
racial I guess it's just like they're not worried about, like, okay, everyone do this so that we can compete. They're like, no, we are a people group, right? It's a coherent thing. America is not an idea. It's a blood and soil nation. And so we need to recognize that we are kin because these other people who are not our kin don't actually care about us. They're not working for our interests. And so it's about, like, preservation of their race. I don't see it as like a let us all compete. So maybe I'm just nitpicking those words. I guess I don't see what you mean by that part of it. But the left like the freak left believes that Black people are superior to white people. They also, like, believe in a hierarchy of race and oppression and deservedness.
Right.
But the factions are so distinct on the right. So for example, like you're referring to like
It's-
woke right and stuff, but a lot of the people that are called woke right that are in my
Yeah.
mind like an issue group or the dissident right, they're against the anti-Semitism bill and the speech violations and stuff like that.
If
So
you
they're
were,
not.
if your argument, Tally, is that people are overusing the term woke right, then I agree with you. I think James Lindsay overuses the term woke right, but that does not mean the woke right does not exist.
I
Does
agree.
that make
It's not just that
sense?
people are overusing it. It's that it's not really it's not a I don't think it's clear who the actual woke right is.
Maybe maybe I just need to hold a panel on woke right, and we can argue about that specific subject
Yeah.
until our
Till
teeth fall
everyone
out, right?
dies. Yes. Anyway.
Yes. Because we're
Let's
just not
move on.
we're at an impasse. We just do not agree on
Yeah,
definitions.
but that's fine.
We just don't.
Everyone's made their points clear.
Yes,
No one
it's fine.
agrees.
It's a good it's a
Okay.
good conversation to have.
How dare you, Fondue? Look what you fucking did, you piece of shit. Meme Sprint, thanks so much for the 4 months. Says the left could win me to their side by being the pro-consumer party, ban forced arbitration, pass right to repair, crack down on data harvesting. That's interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of free money on the table for the left to pick up that they are totally fucking ignoring. That I think in this environment that's more populist would be in favor of, like forced arbitration. That's an easy one. RBGH fan for $5 says, left and right don't work well these days. I'm libertarian on social issues, free market on the economy, but voted for Trump because the current Democrats are insufferable. I feel like a lot of people probably had a
Hate
similar
votes. Yeah.
feeling
It's
on
hate
that.
votes. That happens.
Potato for 100 knock knocks. Thank you so much. Says nothing happens here. Nothing's gonna happen here. See, this is nothing. You know what's gonna be in 100 years from now? It's gonna be nothing. That's right. Nothing boys win again. Look, there you go. Ike for 2 hours says if you deny metaphysics, you can't argue versus trans. There you go. The Wooster for $5 says, quote, woke right is just a slur against anti-Israeli American conservatives. Groypers and immigrants are the real issue, not Israel critics. The problem is that essentially because the crowd that was ethno-nationalists were also anti-Israel, they were very effective at basically propagandizing people to say, oh, well, woke right just means you don't like Israel. They basically provided themselves cover from what was the actual critique. So Gavatron for 2 Canadians says, Adam, woke right is here to stay. Deal with it.
I will. No big deal.
You got Corrid.
I don't know. I don't use the term woke much anymore anyway.
Right. Caleb the Cynic for 17 months says, well, hello, fellas. Well, hello.
Hello.
The Rooster for $5 says woke right is just a repackaged horseshoe theory, but for right-wing people who don't like Israel controlling American politics. Well, listen, I guess the propaganda worked on you, Rooster, unfortunately.
Israel doesn't control American politics.
Yes.
Psst.
Unless
They
you're
got
saying the
that
opposite.
last.
Because I thought you were pro. Maybe I misread your super chat. Because you were pro. I thought you were pro blowing up the Iranian.
Yeah, taking out
facilities.
the nuclear
Yeah.
facilities, right? But
As
that's different. We did that because we wanted to, Sitch.
our God King Trump commanded, right? Memes Brand for $10 says, I like my definition of woke, quote, approaching issues exclusively through the oppressor-oppressed lens. I don't hate woke right as a term. I just don't know any right-wing groups that fit my definition. Interesting. Brian for $10 says, after Trump leaves, the right will become much better and really take out the fringe. Trump is a bit destabilizing in nature. With new people in, there will be more stability. Maybe we'll see. I mean, Trump is holding together a very bizarre coalition of people, and I don't think he'll survive Trump being out of politics. So we'll find out what happens, I guess.
Wick, have you read The Fourth Turning? Or The Fourth Turning is Here? Do you know about generations theory? Oh,
I have
okay.
not, so I can't speak to that. I'm sorry.
All right. It's pretty interesting stuff. So
I'll have
if
to
you're
check it
looking for
out.
Something.
Send me a link to it, and I might put it on my list.
Mick Scruffles for $5 says, I've only ever seen disaffected liberals use woke right as a way to try and gatekeep what they think are acceptable right-wing views. Because I know, well, James Lindsay obviously was a big proponent of it, who was a disaffected liberal, but there was like the Babylon Bee guy Was he a disaffected liberal? I always assumed he was just always a right wing conservative.
No.
He was using it. Interesting.
Yeah, he
he's
uses it.
all the time. Yeah.
He's Team James. And again, the term like who knows where it really originated, but the person who was using it and popularizing it before James was this Neil Shenvi guy, and he's a Republican like Christian.
Sitch,
Okay,
James
yeah.
Lindsay means white supremacist, right? When he says woke right, he's talking about
No. But he
there's
includes a lot of them in it.
There's a lot of overlap, but I mean, he was criticizing Distributus, Dave Distributus, who I don't know if he's a white nationalist or anything, but he's like pro, monarchist or something now. So he means in a very convoluted way what I always said what woke was, which is anti-liberalism.
right. Well, we've always disagreed on the definition.
I know we have. So.
Yeah, I go with John McWhorter's definition.
Okay. Brian for $5 says, "Don't take it back, Tali. Don't let these guys manipulate you. Krystal is dumb."
Oh shit!
There you go. RBGH fan for $5 says, "Pretend enemies will be fighting against that. Biden is 10,000 times better than Trump forever. So will his wife. Once said capitalism is racist."
Oh really?
Okay.
Biden's wife said that.
I have no idea.
Or I think she's talking about Krystal.
Wick, are you a capitalist?
I am. I'm
Tali?
an anti-communist, in fact.
Oh wow!
Based.
Holy,
Very
that's
based.
great. Communism always devolves into fascism. Communism
It's
is
a
the
stepping stone.
yeah is the sales pitch, and fascism is the result.
This is
Look,
James' argument. So
I'm a
again, if you go
liberal.
into what James has been writing about at length, he's making this argument. He's been doing a lot of like research into the Nazi regime, basically.
Mhm.
And he was reading a book that he read like a full chapter aloud on his New Discourses podcast from a firsthand account of a woman who was a former like Nazi youth. And so that what you just said, that communism slides into fascism, is what James is trying to point out. Maybe clunkily and ineffectively, perhaps even.
Right.
But that is what he's concerned about.
Short Slack Goblin for $2 says, "Krystal just henpecks people she interviews." Henpecks?
Mm-hmm. She didn't henpeck us.
What is that? I don't know.
She
if
said
I've
she
heard
liked
that
our
term.
Barbie review.
What does henpeck mean?
You don't know what that means?
Like I'm
No.
just assuming it
Nag.
means to like
Pick at.
It means to
Okay.
needle you. Yeah.
Needle you?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I mean, she wasn't really needling Jenks. She was full on punching him in the face.
she
But,
kicked him
okay.
in the nuts. Yeah.
There you go. That's a pretty deep henpeck. Ace for $5 says, "Populism, quote, the I want it all version of democracy. Real democracy means compromise. Populists just hide behind public opinion for their dumb ideas."
I made the mistake of reading a book about populism, the history
did.
of populism. So,
Yes.
and when people talk about like, it was very illuminating. Wick, you think populists are people who are against
Anti-establishment, anti-institution. That's how it looks today.
Okay.
Whether it originated as something different, fair enough. Right back in the 1800s, it could have been something different. But
Right.
today is that's what it is.
Right. It is definitely anti-elite. Like the populist movement came out of the idea that the elites are fucking us over economically, and we have to build a coalition democratically to get policies that will be pro the working class. And I don't see, like, this is why Cenk calls himself a populist. So,
Adam,
but
you
if
should
you're,
historically hate the populists, okay? Who was the first populist president?
I don't remember.
Andrew Jackson.
That's hilarious.
The guy who tried to get rid of, or did
That's
get rid of the central
hilarious.
banks. Okay.
That's hilarious.
Your
That is
favorite
fucking
president.
hilarious. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a good argument, Sitch. They wanted a silver standard because they were keeping the money supply. We were on the gold standard at the time.
That was
obviously.
William Jennings Bryan wanted that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and if you keep the money supply small, it really hurts. It helps bankers and hurts borrowers, and all of the farmers were borrowers because they had to borrow money to do their crops and whatnot. So they were completely getting fucked by the economic policy. So look, if people band together to fight against economic policy that's bad for them, that's the way I think of populism. And Wick, it's impossible for me to imagine you'd be against that.
Yeah, because I don't think that's populism. I think
Right.
populism
Yeah.
needs
So
to
we're
be
just
more than that.
we're disagreeing over just the definition. Look,
which has happened several times tonight. But
if
that's okay.
populism, it's so weird. It's like we're speaking a different language. If populism is what you say it is, obviously we need institutions. I'm in favor of institutions. And the random people who are like, you can't trust any institution. I disagree.
Adam, who are the cool, smart, level-headed populists?
The cool, smart, level-headed populists. I'm not sure. That's a good question.
Because I also can't name any cool, smart, level-headed communists.
Oh, got him.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just trying to be like, I understand the idea that you're trying to preserve, and I get that instinct of like, this is of the people, and that's supposed to be what democracy is. So I think I get where you're going with that. But I don't think that's actually the sentiment driving. I think populism is sort of a social contagion, for lack of better term. It's like it's an exciting kind of like group to get into, and not to be like authoritarian myself, but like just because these people believe that what they're yelling about is in their economic best interest doesn't mean that that's even like tethered to reality.
So who are the bad populists? Who are the people that you're saying are populists that you're against?
All of them.
Well, look, I mean, I agree with Cenk Uygur on when it comes to the populist message, when it comes to we need some sort of economic justice. Like I want to see housing prices go down so that young people can afford to start families and whatnot. I want to see
but
people
that's not
earn...
populism.
Okay. See, we're just. But look, I think
we're disagreeing.
I think Cenk would say that's what populism is, and that's why he calls himself a populist. So, Cenk is anti-institution? No.
Yes. Yes, he is.
Well,
what institution is he against?
The Pentagon, for one, right? The military-industrial complex. You can look at healthcare, that institution. I think he would be disagreeing with a lot of...
I don't think you can call the military-industrial complex an institution. It's a usurper of institutions.
This always comes up when we bring up populism, okay? And I just feel like we have to like put a pin in it and then forever move on, because I'm tired of the same conversation.
No, I love having this conversation, Sitch. Come on.
I know. It's like, so populism, at least currently, and I think even historically, was an idea that that the popular person, that the average person, that the population is being screwed over by an elite faction. Okay.
Whoa.
And that elite faction generally is in control of all the institutions. And so the way that manifests is a feeling where you say, well, we can't not only trust the elites, but we can't trust the institutions because they're all controlled by the elites.
Institutionally captured.
Okay. Now, if it's institutionally captured. Now, you could use that information and say, well, a lot of our institutions are fucked up, which they are. You look at our colleges, our mainstream media, and other things, totally fucked up. You can use that information and say, okay, well, we need to sort of look at everything from an individual level whenever these things put out information to actually try to discern what is true, not just believe everything on face value. And we need to try to rebuild these institutions in a way that would actually be based on something that was like objectively true, right? That would be like the big brained free will take, which no one ever goes down. The way that unfortunately it seems to manifest is to say, well, because I can't trust any of these institutions and I can't trust anything, I can only trust a charismatic leader, or I can only trust some person who tells me things I want to hear, or we just need to burn down all institutions. And I think that's the problem with populism. It's sort of one of these, like, in theory, what everyone's saying, what's motivating it, I agree with, but the way it actually manifests is terrible and shitty.
So I should just call it democracy.
It's like dear old
nothing I said there has
Sargon.
anything to do with democracy whatsoever. Because the whole point of democracy is to say we do need to have a bunch of institutions and checks and balances and things in place, and that everything's not just going to be like majority rule.
Right.
Well, I guess I shouldn't say democracy, because that's why the Republicans always say, oh, it's not a democracy, we live in a republic, right? Or a constitutional republic, or a constitutional democracy, or whatever term they want to use.
But obviously you're you object to the people who have the tear it all down mentality, and you're saying populists
That's like
are the people.
99% of the people that are populists. And
Right,
you keep bringing
exactly.
up the ideal of populism, and it's like,
Which is
okay,
democracy, right?
Which is
Which you're in
fine.
favor
No,
of.
this is
I
why I
agree
started
with that, but people don't. That's not the way it ever manifests.
Right.
Ever.
So
This
I
is
should
why
just
I
call it
started-
democracy and avoid the
I started
populist label.
I started
Sure.
by ribbing you about the communism thing. It's like, well, communism has just never really been tried. Like, okay, well, populism seems to suck, so I don't know how much I want to try it.
Right.
It gets like,
Why? Can I ask you why communism fails? Do you have a immediate perspective on that?
well, it's largely authoritarian,
Okay.
and it deprives people of their true, like, it's not a one-to-one correlation, but like it's like the same reasons that I'm like offended by blank slateism, you know, like we're not all equal, and pining for equality to hold people back is not a good thing. It depresses, it weakens, it makes people poor. I mean, again, there's never been a successful communist country that I can look to, and
So I agree
it's
with everything that
cringe and
you're
gay.
saying. The one thing I would add is that it stifles people's motivation for
Yes.
innovation. I think that's like the reason why it always fails, because obviously all
Beautiful.
these communist countries are like, there's no reason to try to develop yourself or anything, any sort of institution, because fucking what's the point, right? But anyway, continue. We're making a point about the populists. How the populists don't work.
Oh, well, again, I mean, it's just like, I don't know. Do we have this is why it's like, it's somewhat useful to ask for example. So like, what was the populist system that was successful somewhere else? Or even like I asked you, who are the smart, thoughtful, level-headed populists that you can even name?
Well, look,
in our own country?
That's a good question. I do think obviously the word has fell out of fashion. It has this new
It's
meaning.
back in fashion.
Well, it's only being used by evidently the crazies, right? Not the people who just want to see every institution burned down. So that's why no sane, level-headed person would want to call himself so populist, because the definition has changed.
No. Okay. Whatever. I really, it's all Sitch's law. I'm so tired of arguing definitions on the populist thing. It doesn't matter how we're defining it. The concept is what matters, what people are advocating for. And we agree that there's a huge movement right now where people say you can't trust any institutions whatsoever. They don't trust any institutions whatsoever. So whenever something comes out, some position or some fact claim by any institution, any media apparatus that they disagree with, they automatically say, well, you can't trust, I don't like this. I disagree with it. I'm not going to research it to see if it's true. It's just obviously it's fake news, or obviously it's fake because it's from a college or some institution that exists, right?
And those people call themselves populists.
Yes.
And Cenk doesn't fall into that category, though.
I don't know why the fuck Cenk's, I have no fuck clue why Cenk calls himself a populist at all. I don't get it. Okay, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
He's using the old
People
definition.
People also use it to kind of mean like, it's like, I'm against the rich, right? Like Cenk and them, they rail against the billionaires.
Yes.
And you're right, Sitch. It is a conspiratorial mindset where like the people who have success and have power did so in some nefarious way, and they're doing so to hold you back at, so that they can benefit.
Yes.
And I'm averse to all this type of conspiratorial thinking from
Based,
either
true.
side.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Mhm.
Ray for $5 says Stephen Miller might go. So there you go. He's a Stephen Miller fan. Val Van Gogh for $5 says, quote, I'm okay. Oh, he's quoting you, Wick. He says, I'm okay with illegals being deported as long as it's done in the most utopian, bureaucratic, zero mistake way imaginable. Well, that's definitely not a straw man, but thank you, Val Van Gogh, for the $5.
Well, look, I would be in
Hold on.
favor of that.
Why is it okay? Why is it a problem where I want there to be less mistakes in the immigration deportation process? Do you not? Do you want there to be more? What's your position? I won't argue with the chatters. Don't argue with the chatters.
Well, no,
Okay.
you're making the argument that it's the end of democracy and fascism in our time. So that's the
No.
difference.
No, I'm arguing. My argument is that it's eroding certain protections that not only should be enjoyed by non-citizens, but some protections that citizens enjoy are going to be eroded because, again, they don't know if you're illegal or not when they come into the Home Depot. If I think it's a fail state if people who look ethnic or look like they're an immigrant, even though they're a naturally born citizen who's was like third, fourth generation immigrant, just because they look brown, if they have to carry their papers on them, or else they risk ICE just snatching them, that's a fail
So
state.
look, you're making the argument that it's a slippery slope to fascism. You're literally saying you've got to carry your papers now, and I
That's
don't
not
think
what
we're
fascism is.
not gonna live in a world where brown people have to carry their papers. Well, look, we live in a world where everyone has to carry their papers. Yeah, like you have to show ID if you're pulled over. So
if you're driving, but if you're walking down the street, I don't have to show the cops my identification. I don't have to have my identification on me.
I think you do if you're
You don't.
If you're
If you're just
driving,
walking down the
if
street.
you match a description of someone they're looking for who is involved in a crime, they're going to
I
ask
may
you
have
for
to tell them
identification.
who I am, but I don't have to show them my ID. I don't even have to have it on me. Why would I?
It depends. Are you walking or are you traveling?
Yeah, I'm just walking. I'm walking in a park.
How dark
If
is
you're
your
traveling,
skin? Get
then
the
you
chart
don't need your
out.
ID. Okay. But if you're
Say one more
walking,
time,
you
Sitch.
do. I said if you're traveling instead of walking, then you don't need to show your ID.
Oh yeah. Read Vile
For
Van
travel.
Gogh's super chat again. No, I'm just kidding.
There you go.
Wick, I hope
was
you don't
making a
mind.
sovereign citizen joke.
Sitch and I
Caleb
fight
for
way more than this. So this is
Caleb
like
for 9 months says Cenk and Anna are controlled opposition. Wow. Watch Anna's appearance on Pierce the other night. Her behavior makes me think Israel still has a lot of work to do. I don't think they're controlled opposition. I think they're just very emotional about the subject and really
True
don't like Israel.
believers.
So, yeah.
True believers.
Tali, how much do you and Wick fight? Do you guys fight like me and Sitch? You can tell we're like an old married couple here. So it's just like, God, please let us stop talking about populism.
No, we don't fight that much. We don't fight that much. There are just like certain things that come down that, like, again, we just
disagree
fall
on
on
them.
different sides of them.
Right.
And Wick is, that's because Wick is wrong, but
Mhm.
we don't argue that
I
much
agree
about
with
it.
Wick is wrong about just about everything.
Terrible. Terrible. There's a reason I did Sitch's laws. Is most arguments are arguments about definitions. You just don't realize it. It's because I fucking hate it. It's horrible. It's
I
unproductive.
absolutely hate it too. I don't want to argue definitions, but
Right. But Ace for
no,
$9.
we're just establishing definitions. We're not
Okay.
arguing them.
Okay.
I'm not saying you
Ace-
should. I'm saying the definition has changed, and I should
Okay.
update. I
You
really should.
Yes, you should update.
I need
Ace
a
for
new
$5
word though.
Says
I can't just go around calling
bipartisanship.
everyone elitist.
You elitist fucks. Ace for $5 says bipartisanship isn't always good. It's only a virtue when it benefits the country. Cenk's defense cuts are bad, but doing it with MAGA even worse. Well, I mean, that's how you feel. Obviously, he's in favor of it. but
Yeah, he wants those defense
he wants
cuts.
those cuts. So,
He
true
wants to
through the
gut our
wormhole.
military.
Through the wormhole for $5 says anyone saying deportations can't be done while giving them a trial is lying. U.S. immigration courts deal with 500,000 cases yearly on a $1 billion budget. There you go.
Yeah, because they just go in front of the judge, right?
Yeah, you don't
the
get them. They don't
judge-
have a jury trial.
Yeah, not
They
for
just-
not a jury to deport someone. Sure.
The judge looks at the evidence and says, "Look, you're in the country illegally."
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Usually what happens is they try to claim asylum or they plea for asylum because we did sign a treaty back in I think the 60s I want to say where we are an asylum country where people can come into, and that is the federal law that we have to at least hear them out for their asylum claim, which is one of the things that's caused
we
like you
detach-
can't fix immigration until you fix that issue.
So
right?
we
But I
detach
understand that.
we detach a CSI group out there to basically discover if they're actually have a legitimate asylum case. We have a team
unfortunately,
of
no.
16
Isn't there
CSIs.
abuse? My understanding is there's abuse of the asylum system, not just
Oh, mine
not
too.
just-
Ding,
yeah,
ding, ding,
not just
ding,
the not just the reasons that people are seeking asylum and how valid those are, but my understanding too is that there's asylum is not just you get to pick which country you want to go to. It means that you are so unsafe that you need to go somewhere safe. And so my understanding is you are supposed to go to the next like the closest in proximity safe country for you. And it's instead everyone's just like jumping over and traveling through Mexico to get into America.
Right.
And that feels like already just on the face an abuse of the system.
Right.
And it feels like an easy way to fix that. Like if
it.
you're coming through Mexico and you are not Mexican,
remain in Mexico.
stay in Mexico. Remain in Mexico. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Someone had a great idea about this, didn't they?
That's why my position was we should remove the ability for people to ask for asylum on the border.
Yeah.
So, I guess unless maybe they're Mexican, if that's the rule, but whatever.
Or Cuban.
For everybody.
Cuban, we have a whole different stance on. Remember,
well,
Cuban specifically, right? If you step foot on the shore, you're good, right?
Right. I'm in Florida. I know about the wet foot, dry foot policy.
But
Malcolm McKee for 2 Canadians says, "Congrats on the MythBusters guy coming on the show."
We finally got him.
Adam Savage.
We finally got Adam Savage. Yeah.
Do you get that a lot?
I do. That's the reason I know the name is because you're not the first. Okay.
There you go. Adam Savage, isn't he like, he really doesn't like Trump, I think. Cameraman 502 for 28 months says the general minimum standard of due process is notice and an opportunity to be heard by a neutral decision maker. Mr. Ubercross for 38 months says Garcia got all the process he was due for removal. He wasn't allowed to be removed to Guatemala. He had a hearing. He could be sent to El Salvador. So, we're going to get this big fight again with Mr. Ubercross about this. He's convinced that the hearing correctly was that the removal order was for Guatemala, even though that doesn't make sense. Because
also,
the government be removed to the country of your origin. You wouldn't be removed to Guatemala. That doesn't.
The Trump admin admitted that they had made a mistake in things. They'd already seeded the ground here.
Right.
No one else is arguing this except for I guess your super chat.
Beyond the whole removal of the Guatemala thing, which to me is an issue, but I feel like it's somewhat of a red herring because again, the more important issue, Mr. Bacross, is whether there's some bizarre legal loophole or not. The idea to me that you are going to accuse someone of being in a criminal gang and send them to prison without proper due process, without an actual trial, that you would need to declare someone a criminal if they're a citizen is fucking crazy. And I would assume you would agree that that's also totally unhinged. So and you're right, Mr. Cross, they fired the guy. The guy that they fired came out and he did some big tell-all recently. Where he was saying that the Trump administration was trying to pressure him into saying a bunch of things that he thought was totally wrong and illegal. So
yeah, and to be clear, after they fired the guy, the Trump admin stance on this did not change. Right? They did not change the fundamental seeding of the ground that yes, it was for El Salvador that his withholding order was from, and they made a mistake by violating that order. That has never been something that Trump admin has disagreed with, even after they fired the man.
Mm-hmm.
Not legally. They may have done so on some podcast somewhere, but what you say on the court of public opinion doesn't matter in the actual court. So
right. Well, again, I assume most people would agree. It's what you said in the beginning of the thing, like if they're just sending him back to his country, no, it's one issue. Sending someone to prison is a different issue altogether. So
I can't wait for the trial when we find out what the tattoo actually means.
There you go. Well, that's the problem is that they could do this stuff and turns out this guy is a horrible human trafficker, gangbanger, blah, 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 blah. And then everyone's going to say, oh, well, it's totally okay that all those other people that got sent to CCOT, were totally fine that they were sent there without
even
any
the gay
evidence
hairdresser?
That they were criminals. Yeah, like the gay hairdresser. Any evidence that they're criminals except for the fact that they had tattoos, so that's obviously.
Didn't he have a tattoo of like a unicorn and a flower?
He did.
He had the tattoos they got him for. He had 2 tattoos with crowns on them, one that said mom and one that said dad.
Oh my God, he loves.
And they said,
his
"Oh,
mom
the crowns
and
mean he's
guilty.
Tren de Agua."
Terrible.
Guilty.
Even the pushback to this though is like, because we're all brilliant and reasonable here, so we're all able to pretty much agree what the issues are with these actual deportations. But like Wick and I we've had a couple conversations about this, and like with panels and stuff, and the left, like the pushback against this is unified only and that they are pushing back against this. So like we were speaking to someone irrelevant is his name. He's not irrelevant. His name is irrelevant. A streamer, and he was like, he's on the left and he was agreeing essentially that the problem here is the due process, is he was sent to the wrong country, are all of these little things. But there are a lot of people who are against this because they don't think that anyone who's in the country should be deported, basically. They're against all of this in principle, not just the process. So
Yeah, but they're not
there's
those
just
people. Right. That's
you're
not
not
me.
no, you're not. You're totally not. And Adam, to be fair, has been trying to pigeonhole you into that group, and you don't belong in that group. But
Not me. It was a super chat. I'm innocent. This vile
Yeah.
Van
Well,
Gogh.
no, I'll vouch for Adam here. His super chatters, right? Your chatters. Yeah, they're the ones. Okay.
yeah.
They're the
Chatters
the
are,
bad
first of all,
people, yes.
chatters are lessers. Okay, they don't get as much rights as full panel citizens. Can we agree? Okay.
True.
Yes.
I think that
Unless
super chatters need.
they give us a lot of money, then
Look,
Well,
I'm
true.
here. I'm a populist.
Adam's
I'm
a
here for the
populist,
little
yeah.
guys. Yeah, I'm here. I don't like these.
Adam's actually going to
elitists.
give over the show to the audience.
Ace wants to
true
come on.
act.
Should I send him the link, Sitch? Ace is like dying to get in here.
we're already going way over. Okay.
I know.
I do have to end at some point. Right?
Yes,
But-
we have to end at some point.
You guys-
if Ace wants to come on some point in the
Wick,
future, yell at you. That's
You
fine.
were dishonest with us. You said you said it was up to us. We could go as long as we wanted to.
Okay,
You just said. I said.
There's thresholds. Fair
Okay.
enough. I'll take the L on that. I'll take the L. on
No,
that.
it's
But
all
hey,
right. No L. You don't need to take an L. I get it. I'm ready to send out the link. Sitch wants to eat.
No,
Look, I haven't
I'm
eaten since
saying
breakfast.
no.
I'm ready to
Saying
go.
no.
So
I'm hungry. I want.
I'm
dinner. I want some
hangry. I'm
Okay.
worse than hungry.
I don't want.
I'm getting
another
ready
hour,
to deport all these motherfuckers.
I don't want another hour of Ace yelling at you, Adam, about Trump.
No,
That
we'll
can be that can be its own stream. That should be his own content.
read his super chats. This has been a lot
I
of
will when
fun,
I get
guys.
there.
So
I
obviously,
will
you guys
when I-
should come back and hang out again.
anytime
Yes.
you want us, just you know our address.
Mhm.
You know how to get a hold of us, right?
Lincoln Towns for 4 months says, "Thank you guys for being a sane voice in a sea of retardos. Also, Crystal Ball is insufferable. Thank you." Harrison Dill for $5 says, "Tali, who is more hateful, the Democrats or the Republicans? I think most Republicans are anti-gay marriage."
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers on that.
I also don't. This is the thing too. I don't. People use that a lot. When they find. I'm not saying your chatter did this, but they find out you're gay, and it's like, oh, but Republicans hate gay people, or religious people hate gay people. And it's like, well, I don't think that's entirely true. A and B, there really are levels to this. There are principled reasons to be against gay marriage that are not rooted in hating gay people, and I'm able to have conversations and commune with people who take those principled stances. I know gay people who are against gay marriage. So I don't think it's the craziest thing. And even with the religious stuff, yes, the more religious right tends to be against homosexuality. But even that, it's on you to decide how much you want that to offend you. Because if the person is just saying gay people are evil and disgusting, sure, that's not my friend. But if someone essentially is trying to save me from hell, that's pretty good intentions. If they're kind to me and treat me normally, you can pray for me. That's okay. I'm not offended by you praying for me. So, I don't think that the right is as anti-gay as the chatter makes it seem.
Are you religious at all? Are you atheist?
I'm Jewish, which is its own category, right?
Well, I mean, that's kind of an ethnicity, though. It's not really.
That's my
I
point.
guess it
That's-
is. Some people, it's a religion. So,
well, it is a religion.
do you
to be
believe
clear,
in
but-
God? I guess is don't Jordan
Are
Peterson
you a
out on me here.
practicing member of the tribe, or are you just
No, I'm not. I'm not a
okay.
practicing member of
So
the
there you
tribe.
go.
No. Yeah. No, I'm not religious, but I see value in religious traditions and practices.
Yes, so do I. But I'm an atheist, so I don't believe in God. But
Yeah, I don't know what I believe. So I know there's a word for
Agnostic.
this. Maybe.
You don't know. It's
I don't know.
agnostic.
Yeah,
That's
on the
agnostic.
one hand, I'm not living my life as if I believe in God, and on the other hand,
Well, then
I've
you
had
don't believe.
on the other hand, I've had a few experiences where I felt like I was in communication with whatever God is. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel.
She's a
That's the
stoner.
crow
She already
that was
told
locked
us.
in the
I'm a
trunk.
stoner.
That's
Yeah.
how I knew God was there.
God scratches my back at night while I'm sleeping, and that's how I know God is real.
Hot. Wow, God's trying to get okay. Potato for 50 knock knock says, I believe what I believe because I'm correct. I know I'm correct because if I was wrong, I wouldn't be believing it. True. That's a
That
very
is
good point.
perfect logic.
Yes. Perfect.
Not circular at all.
No. Caleb for $10 says Trump wants to have his cake and eat it too, gives Israel a half-assed B2 run and lets Iran save face and thinks he can call a ceasefire. Trump's base thinks he's tough and peaceful. Really, he's naive. Well, there you go.
We're going to find out very quickly here.
That's
he is
true.
keeping things interesting, that's for sure. So,
well, as you always said, Trump is better be lucky than smart, and Trump is very lucky. So, Lincoln Towns for $5 says, after hearing a based Anna on your show, I've been watching TYT. Hearing her not be someone like Krystal has made me more sympathetic to her causes.
Yeah, totally.
Short Side Goblin for $2 says, the army discriminates against American citizens.
How so?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah.
M8566 for $5 says, the left, get Elon out of there. Also left. Why didn't Elon cut the Pentagon budget? Yeah.
Exactly.
That's fair. Ryan for $5 says, everyone wants to cut the budget. It's about framing. We conservatives want the Pentagon not to be wasteful. We want a lean, mean fighting machine. There you go.
Right.
Lethal Strain for $2 says, who's more orange, Krystal or Trump?
Krystal's
It's a
looking
close
pretty
call.
orange.
Yeah.
Lethal Strain for another $2 says, I blame Heath Ledger for making chaos look amazing. There you go.
Oh, yeah. That is a huge problem.
Everyone's stuck on the Joker. Ace for $5 says, overcharging January 6th protesters isn't the same as a head of state attacking democracy. One is a mishap in the system. Oh, mishap. Okay. Mishap in the system. The other is a direct assault on the system.
Okay. Please say Ace, future guest of the Sitch and Adams
Ace,
show.
future guest. Yes. Caleb for $5 says, Google the Eastman memos, research the Eastman memos, look into the Eastman memos, do your own research, see Eastman memos.
Yeah, we covered the Eastman memos. I think we read them on stream. We know all about Eastman. Yeah.
We did before, I think, almost any
before
other
it was
YouTuber
cool.
did.
Yeah. We were covering January 6th 2 years before Tiny even discovered it. So
there you go. Yeah, we watched that hearing like the day after it came out, I think.
Yes, yeah.
We were on, the guy with the bat on his wall. I forget his name. The lawyer, one of Trump's DOJ lawyers.
The climate lawyer. The environmental lawyer.
He was criticizing. Remember, there's a lawyer who worked in Trump's DOJ who had a bat on his wall, said like justice or something.
Oh, yes. I remember. Yeah. The justice guy.
Badass. Yeah. Ace for $10 says, Adam, Trump normalized anti-democratic moves. Election denial is common in America and worldwide. This is why violence has become the norm. At polling places, people resort to it if they feel cheated.
Yeah, but whoever loses always feels cheated. Can always do.
This idea of election stealing has been something I've heard since I've been born. Republicans in certain areas take it as a right of, or it's just a truth that the Democrats always steal the election. I think one of the quote is like, vote early, vote often, or the Democrats always get the dead to vote, right? And this is something that's not been new. What was new with Trump is you had the actual person who's running pick up on all that, weaponize it, and use it to try to overthrow the election, frankly. So
yeah, big no.
That's a fair point. Yeah. And also, someone in the chat to say, but the Democrats complained about the election under Bush, which is true. They did the first time.
And under Trump the first time. Hello.
Yep.
A little bit. It wasn't like under Bush. There was a lot of complaining the first time.
No, there was a lot of complaining when Trump got elected. That there was election interference.
Well,
that the Russians.
They talked about election interference. There was a couple people talking about like vote switching and fake votes, but compared to the Trump stuff. It was, or even the Bush stuff. It was, I think it was minor.
You're right. They were framing it differently, right?
Yeah.
The right frames it as like stealing and like fraudulent votes. The left
Right,
framing
that's
was
a good
different.
point.
Like
Yes,
they were
right.
saying that there was election interference, maybe at the ballot box, and also they were saying there was like disinformation interference.
Correct. Yes.
But both sides contest the validity of the election when they lose, and contest the mandate and the true power of the sitting president. Like, I mean, that was
they're always
yeah.
the other side's always saying, "Well, you didn't win by that much," and the other person's like, "We won by a landslide. We have
Sure.
a mandate." You know, it's just politics.
Yeah.
No, that's all true. And that's a good point. But I do agree with Wick. I think Trump was the first president to sort of weaponize it himself as the candidate in a way we haven't really seen before.
True.
Brian for $5 says that's a conservative principle. That's why we were all about small government where it stays in its lane. Conservative W. And Brian for another $10 says Biden had an authoritarian tendency. He openly went against the Supreme Court when he tried to push through an eviction moratorium through the CDC, where the Supreme Court ruled that he had no authority to do so.
But then he stood down, right?
As far as
I don't know.
understand
I don't remember anything
Right.
about this thing, the eviction thing.
He didn't.
Ace for $5 says Adam is pretty hypocritical to call people delusional for criticizing Trump, then get angry when Destiny calls you a MAGA fanboy. Or sorry, he says our Destiny, not Destiny himself. The Reddit.
Oh, okay. I'm not calling people delusional for criticizing Trump, though. What? I mean, I would have to look at the specific statement. So, I
Sure.
think I called Wick delusional, but just I was kidding
did.
around. Obviously,
That's
I was
okay.
like,
Is Ace
that was
like
a
your
joke.
enemy?
That was a comedy.
Ace,
No,
And
Ace
is Ace
is
like
Ace
Adam's
is my
enemy.
frenemy. Okay.
oh your frenemy? Because I think he's giving you a lot of money to insult you, which is always funny when
always
people
good,
do
right?
that. Right?
Ace has massive TDS. Everyone in the chat loves to point this out. We have I mean, it's getting good. I mean, we have, I'd say there's probably 15 to 20 people in our chat now that really cannot stand Donald Trump. So, which is good. I mean, I think I would love our audience to be more balanced, and it's fun for them to fight with the MAGA people. So, I encourage it. Have at it.
Fight.
Guys, do I seem
Ace
like
says
a
he likes
MAGA?
Adam.
Do I seem like a MAGA fanboy to you?
No.
Am I
Yes.
like a Trump fanboy?
Yes. Dripping.
Look at you.
With Trump's simpness. It's terrible. It's disgusting.
I do think you were more sympathetic to him than I am, and you give him more leniency than I do. But that doesn't make you.
Well,
a
yeah,
fanboy.
but I mean, you're just like, you don't trust
I
that
know,
guy.
I'm total Trump derangement syndrome. Like
Well, I
Trump,
didn't
when
look.
hear his
I didn't
name,
say it.
turn
I
into a
didn't
wolf.
say it. I'm innocent.
Right, that's what happens. Right.
I think it's just the classic thing of like people who are centrist being told that they're actually on the right, and there's some truth to it. Like Adam, I remember you getting like struggled
Mhm.
pretty hard before the election
Mhm.
for being
Struggled.
sympathetic, and you were being struggled by consistently by a
I
bunch
was
of different
struggling with
left
people
wing.
fucking lying about me all the time. I mean, that was a struggle, but
Well, but you know what I mean by struggled, right? Struggle sessions. People would come
oh
on to your
yes,
stream
oh yes, yeah,
and try
definitely.
to like take you to hold you to account for all of your different beliefs and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I don't think you're a Trump simp or fanboy. I think you're right of center, which is interesting
Yeah.
that you call yourself left of center, and this is just goes back to Schrodinger's liberal.
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, just because I want to behead all of these illegal immigrants doesn't necessarily make me right wing.
Yeah, no, I agree.
There you go.
I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm joking. So I've done too many drugs to think of myself as right wing. I'm an atheist. I
That's
live in
interesting.
California.
See, now
I'm
Elon's the druggie, right? So we
I'm
got
an artist.
right.
Adam, I relate to that because
How?
that's how I feel about myself. Is like dispositionally, I am liberal, right? I'm like
Yeah.
a gay tattooed,
Yeah.
Jew,
Okay.
whatever. But lists on my stupid identity cards. But
Mhm.
but yeah, my beliefs, like I don't agree with the left on just a lot of things, and the way that I tend to view solutions has just changed. That was a
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, it was like hard for me to accept at a certain point that I was no longer on the left. Because I did, while I was having my ideological journey, I was trying to like fight for the left from the left. But at a certain point, it's like, well, actually, maybe it's not fair for me to like even call myself left of center or like to consider myself as part of their wagon because I don't agree with them. And so like, is it my place to change? You know, it's like, I want the Democrats to change and take up all my views, but maybe that's not fair. Maybe I'm just not a Democrat then, you know?
Which I'm just really curious between Sitch and Adam, which of you are more left than the other? If you had to
Sitch
rank
is
you
more
guys,
left.
you
Everyone
think Sitch is
says
more
I
left?
am.
Sitch is like way more right wing than
What-
me. What are you talking
It's
about?
it's funny because everyone says that, but Adam thinks that I'm the right winger because I'm
What do-
more into like order and rule following, which is a classically
He wants
conservative trait.
mandatory military service. Jesus fucking Christ.
Military or government service doesn't have to be military service.
Look, as soon as I just, it's
A
difficult
Heinlein
for
fan,
me.
by the way.
As soon as I hate that.
Everyone gets the
fucking-
vote.
As soon as we start talking about economics, oh God, the Republicans, the right wingers drive me fucking crazy. Just, I disagree with them on everything economics. As soon as we start talking about stereotypes, I just think it's a product of what we're talking about. If we talked about other things, everyone would be like, oh my God, Adam's a huge left winger. We talk, I will call out stuff that is obviously racist. And they have this reflexive, oh my God, no one on the right is racist. You're just trying to make the right seem racist attitude. And I'm like, no, that's pretty fucking racist what that guy did. So it's what we talk about. But I would feel like a fraud if I called myself a conservative. So
I get that.
yeah, I couldn't do it.
I don't actually
guess-
understand these terms, but like neocon and neolib, like I feel like that's what people use these words as a
Insult.
in a derogatory
insult, yeah.
way. And I'm like, oh, but I think that's me now. I feel like I just caught up, like I said, I just caught up to all the culturally losing ideologies. Yeah.
I think neocons have a level of paranoia on the world stage and foreign policy that I don't have. I'm not really that paranoid. Yeah. I mean, the Iran situation is unique because you're like, oh, I don't have to be paranoid. There's all this evidence that they're enriching uranium way past the necessary point for it. Just everything seems, of course, it could be fake. I don't know. The thing that Powell did in front of the United Nations before we went into war with Iran or Iraq was pretty fucking convincing. It seemed like a smoking gun, but then that never materialized. So somebody
First, Alan for
somewhere-
$5
go
says
ahead.
Adam is right because Wick doesn't realize throughout the stream he's called a bunch of things Trump has done as fascist and ending democracy.
You were doing it kind of consistently.
Did I use that term at any point?
I don't remember. Alex Wright for $5 says, in two scenarios, one pair of objects is separated by 2 feet, another is separated by 2,000 feet. Are these the same thing, Adam?
Well, obviously, Trump is the far bigger threat to humanity, the world, the universe, even. So, I mean, I totally agree.
Soldoge for $5 says, when you're in a lying and obfuscation contest, but Adam is your competition, always has to make up fake claims about what Wick has said or not said.
Well, look, Short Sale Goblin was hearing it too, so it wasn't just me.
Now I'm curious. Now I'm curious to go back and listen. Ace
There,
for
wa-
$5.
there was an implication. Look, and it's
He probably made the democracy point, right? Because he was talking about, how
I made the institutions point that I think that our institutions are under threat by Trump, but I stand by that statement. Yeah, that's true.
I don't think you used the big F word.
right.
No, I purposely avoid snarl words like that because it shuts down people's brains.
Well, that's
Instead
fair.
of-
That's fair.
Well,
Yeah.
wait, that leaves an opening for a follow-up question. Do you avoid the word because it triggers people, which would still be that would be a good choice, or do you
But
not
you
think
believe
it's
it in your
fascism?
heart. That's what I
No,
heard
I
it
don't
in your
believe
he's
brain.
fascist because not everything has to be fascist to be bad. And I
Agreed.
hate that people think that, oh, it's like the whole genocide thing with Israel and Palestine. Like, I can recognize what Israel does is war crimes and bad, but does it have to be genocide? If it doesn't fit that definition, why use that definition? Why insist on it? I don't
Ethnic
think that
cleansing, it fits that definition, though. I think that's a fair point.
Not yet.
Well, I don't want to get into Israel Palestine debate, but when it comes to fascism and Trump, I don't think it yet fits that definition, but it's still really bad, and we can call it really bad, and we don't have to use the word fascism. It's just not helpful.
Tali, when all this is done, Israel is taking Gaza, right? They're going to move the Palestinians somewhere
Well, that's
else.
the big question. So that's why I say not yet. So like, yeah, if it ends up, well, so
What
here's the
other
thing
choice
too that
do
I
they
think.
have? I mean, I'm
Well,
not.
there's a conflation here. So people are gonna have to move in order to rebuild. So like if that's a temporary thing, I don't think it's fair to call that ethnic cleansing. The same way that people were calling it ethnic cleansing when Israel was evacuating the north to send them down south and then evacuating the south to send them back up north. Like that's not ethnic cleansing. I think it's ridiculous. Also, these terms are only used because of the emotional loading that they carry. But yes, I think there's a real potential for ethnic cleansing here if the Gazans are forced to leave Gaza and not return, but I don't think it's happened yet.
I'm not using it to stoke hatred. I honestly think this is why I said what I said about like no one really the people who just want you to stop but don't have any sort of solution just shouldn't be taken seriously whatsoever
Right.
because there's a technical challenge here that I just like what is Israel supposed to do? The fact that they still have fucking hostages is just insane.
Mhm.
So they're probably dead though. That's probably why they're pretending that they still have them, which is
We've had
horrifying in and of itself.
We've had relatively recent sign of life from a couple, so it would
Oh,
seem
really?
as
Okay.
relatively recent, as in within the last few months. Um, so some of these things, like so with the families of the hostages, some of these videos get spread instantly. Some of them get a lot less visibility because those specific families will ask for it not to be spread, and so like the IDF and stuff is not posting it to their Twitter and stuff like that, so it doesn't go as far. But there have been within the last few months signs of life for at least like one hostage. But I mean, I'm with you. But I thought that from the beginning, pretty much. I thought, and I was proved wrong. Like
So
I
did
thought
we-
they were all dead a long time ago.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought you
Mhm.
were saying you thought from the beginning they were going to move all the Palestinians out. I was like, well, I did too.
No.
It's just a horrible problem. And the
And-
people whinging about it are not really taking the problem seriously.
Well, and they collapse the reasons too. So, like, yeah, there is a portion of the Israeli society and let's say like Zionists in America and stuff who do want Gazans to be ethnically cleansed, let's say from Gaza. But then people attribute all of these different motivations to it that I don't think are accurate. So it's like, oh yeah, it's a land grab. I don't think that's true.
No,
I
they
think
want to
Israel
do it
has
as a
shown
security threat.
exactly right. They don't want
Yeah.
people living so close to them who hate them, whether that's an overgeneralization or not. They don't want the security threat. And so it's like, even if that were true, it's like you're saying, it's like then contend with that and not like, oh, well, this is part of their greater Israel plan. And next they're going to go take over Iraq. Like it's these things are just not tethered to reality and they're loaded to make it just Israel is just this evil, maniacal entity that must be stopped.
They gave
it's-
them a
yeah.
shot. America wouldn't have given Gaza a shot. I don't think we would have taken that chance.
Yeah.
Ace for $5, $10 says.
Oh,
Adam, name a-
Ace.
Ace is giving a lot. Hey, Adam, name a president who dodged impeachment because his party was threatened by his voters. And Adam, you're a moral relativist like Dave Smith. For you, Trump's actions are no different than any other politicians, no matter the scale.
I'm a moral relativist. I'm not a moral relativist, obviously. So, but I don't know what you mean by moral relativist, Ace. I don't know what you think moral relativism means, but I know both these can be summarized as Trump bad.
Go for $5 says breaking New York Times: a preliminary classified U.S. report concludes the U.S. bombing of Iran's nuclear site set back Iran's program by only a few months.
Oh my God. See,
That's what the that nuclear scientist guy I was listening to had said as much that too. So
this is like a roller coaster.
we're gonna be back here in half a year, fellas. So
So
Strap in.
that really was Trump's mission accomplished moment then.
It might have been.
Mission accomplished, guys. It's all over now. We cleaned up. Oh, what? Oh, they still have. Oh,
Well,
never mind.
maybe
Go
not,
home.
because it's still possible. I mean, I don't know. Let's see what Iran does. I don't know if Iran wants to be back here every 3 or 6 months. It is possible that Trump will be able to, or somebody will be able to negotiate some kind of deal where they will hand over their enriched uranium that they have remaining. So I guess we'll find out.
See, look at this. Ace is totally the friend of me here.
What?
Ace for $5. Why do I watch despite disagreeing? You guys allow discussion. Too many left-wing spaces are closed-minded, and that sucks. Squad
True.
enlightenment forever. See,
There
look
you
at
go.
that.
That is true.
Thumbs up right there.
Beautiful.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna get people who come in and say, why is Wick hosting Adam and Sitch? Doesn't he know that they're MAGA? Doesn't he
First
know
of all,
that they're terrible people?
You
I'm
tell
gonna
those
get that.
people.
I'm gonna get that.
Well, we
The
are
fuck
terrible
off.
people.
Absolutely.
because
I'm predicting
you were not hosting Adam Sitch. Sitch and Adam were hosting you.
I know. You guys asked me to be
Okay.
on your
True.
show. I said okay. And here we are.
Why is it?
Yeah, you guys
send us some
asked-
of those haters. I mean, why don't they just talk to us? We can have them on.
That's a good question.
Okay. Tali,
Sure.
you
I
were
don't. I
saying?
don't. If I knew the answer, I'd tell you. I don't know. I
They're
think
just
a lot
jealous.
of people see it as betrayal, right? Like that they're giving you any oxygen, and they want to take their ball and go to their little
Yeah.
walled garden and pretend that
I didn't-
everything's all right.
First of all, I didn't vote for Trump, okay? Like your co-host did.
I
You
did.
fucking-
Well, Wick's
yeah.
audience,
She's 10 times more MAGA than me.
and they're not happy about it. They're pushing for our next episode, our
the
next
trial of
conversation to be the
Tali.
trial
Yeah,
of
the trial of
Tali.
Tali.
Yeah.
Really?
Because they want to hold me to account for my vote.
Oh, especially
it'd be good
now
content.
that the war has started. Oh my God, they're gonna
Yeah.
They're gonna pull the Jewish thing on you. They're gonna say,
But even,
"Oh my
like-
God."
Again, Wick was hosting this panel on like the riots and political violence and stuff, and I went on to speak, and it was incredible. Like they were literally like, "Yeah, but." One of the panelists was like, "I don't really feel comfortable having you in this conversation because you voted for Trump. You know, like you don't get to be part of this conversation." And then the other panelists who like were more willing to engage still felt the need to like, "But I think you're really stupid for voting for Trump." Like they still needed to like,
But
it's
would
their own
they-
virtue signal.
But would they enact political violence on you for voting for Trump? That's the question.
Charlie might.
I wouldn't let
Charlie
him.
might.
Okay, I wouldn't let him on protect Tali, even
Yeah.
though
What
she's wrong.
were they in favor of political violence or not? The fact that you're hosting a panel on
Two
that,
were.
can you
were.
imagine right wingers having a panel on? Is it okay to be racist? How many panels do you see like that, Wick?
I could host that panel, and I'd get people willing to argue that.
Could you? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I stand corrected then. Holy shit.
Well, but there are different. So again, there are different like perspectives on this. So yeah, there are some people like who I think Wick is talking about who would just be like, yeah, racism is based. But then there are the people like Dave Green who will like make the argument that racism is essentially a slur that was developed in the post-war era to keep people away from recognizing their rightful nationalistic preferences.
Right. No,
I
we've
assume you've
argued
heard him make this.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
been on the show a bunch of times. We've talked
Yeah,
to
I've
him
watched
extensively about
watched
this.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's I mean, by my metric, he's racist, but
Yeah.
Meadow Works 411 for $2 says, Wick, why don't you ask Sitch and Adam if women are evil?
Are women evil?
Sitch, I'll let you go first.
Yes.
I know you hate women more than
I
me, so
despise women. Women are all evil. Yes. I've taken the red pill, everybody. I'm going deep.
I had that darn kitty on yesterday, and that was the
She's
topic,
great.
right? No, she is.
Oh,
I really
really?
enjoyed that call-in
Yeah.
show.
we should have
And the
her on.
topic was, "Are women evil?" And people called.
Oh, is
in
that what
and
the
talked
topic
about it.
was?
Yeah,
That's pretty
so
funny.
it was
Yeah.
fun.
JMac for $10. Thanks so much, Sir Father Daddy. JMac says, don't interrupt, comma, Wick. Such feminine behavior, shaking my head. I don't know if he's telling you, Wick, not to interrupt, or saying someone was interrupting.
No, he's
and
saying
don't
that Wick
interrupt.
shouldn't interrupt. The comma means He's
Gotcha.
talking to
True.
that person.
Okay.
I don't remember when I interrupted, but it's possible I did because I do that sometimes.
I tried to teach when we were working on the comic. I tried to teach Sitch that little comma at the end means something.
Does it? Does it? Okay.
It's interesting that you said don't interrupt, comma Wick.
Well, I understand because I know that the comma would imply that he's talking about Wick, but I don't
Right,
remember
yes.
Wick interrupting. So that's why
He did.
threw in. See, there's this thing you talk about me not understanding things. There's this thing where you add social ambiguity to situations so that maybe something doesn't feel a little bit as awkward. And I was doing that, but now you've made me point it out, thus ruining it, making it more awkward. So thank you.
Okay. Again, another show
Normally,
that
I'm
I've
supposed
ruined.
to be the autistic person, but
Another show that I've ruined. Thanks.
you did. Thank you. And thanks for $5. Speaking of ruining things, Ace for $5 says, Adam, your tedious accusations shows that term is solely designed to dismiss any criticism of Trump without actually engaging with it.
Okay, quick question for the panel. Is TDS like a real thing? Tali, you can go
Yes.
first. Okay.
Obviously,
Wick,
yes.
Yes, in both ways, though. Trump. There are people who are MAGA who have Trump derangements. This is syndrome. What I mean by that is that Trump can do no wrong. Trump is the one we've all been waiting for. I would consider that a deranged kind of way to look at things, and so I consider that Trump derangement
that's
syndrome.
TDSS. Trump dick suckers.
Oh,
There you
okay.
go.
I mean,
Look, and I obviously
yeah,
I
it
answered hell
absolutely-
yes.
it absolutely exists on the left as well, right? Like, obviously, there are people who have Orange Man bad, and they hear the word Trump and their brains turn off. That's fair, but I mean, Orange Man is bad. He is, but you can
Look at
give him
this.
credit where it's due.
Wick's reaching out to you, Ace, and Sitch. Obviously, you believe Trump derangement syndrome's a real thing. Look, I don't know that I can be. There's some people I just fucking hate, and I can't be objective about those people because they're fucking pieces of shit.
Who?
So, but I realize that. I mean,
Who?
Pisco comes to mind. Pisco's a good example.
Okay.
Just Pisco drives me crazy. I mean, I try to be.
That's
There's some people you just don't get along with, right?
That's fair.
And Ace,
Personality clashes, things like that. Yeah.
how many Ace? You've done like 10, 15 super chats here. How many of them don't have Trump's name in them or reference Trump in some way?
Good point.
0.
There you go. But thank you, Ace, for all
Yes.
your donations. I appreciate it.
Well, actually, there was one that he said that we were a good show because
That's true.
we allowed disagreement. So
AKA Batosai for $5 says, Wick, it's safe here. You don't need to defend the bad parts of the left, which is what was being talked about. You need to separate bad Democrats.
woke is a good term for doing that, but let's just forget that we have that term
Yes.
since we've
Malik,
totally destroyed it. But go ahead, Sitch. Sorry.
Malik for $10 says, would you rather have Destacuck as a father or a mother who does OnlyFans? Wow, what's up with that? Would you rather?
Ooh, that is like the two unthinkable options, isn't it? Oh man. That's
I'd
okay,
rather
guys.
Destiny be my father.
There you go.
I'm going to be real with you guys. Even though I disagree with a lot of what Destiny does and says, I still kind of like the guy. I don't
Mhm.
know, right? I
Oh,
don't know.
I'm an unashamed Destiny apologist. I don't agree with everything he says politically, but I can't seem to get very worked up about the Pixie scandal, guys.
I can't.
Wow.
I have real issues with how he's handled that, but I'll let the courts decide that,
Terrible.
right?
Terrible
But I
stuff.
think what he
I'll
did was
decide for
just
myself.
immoral.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
That's fair. But I'm just telling you, like I think that what he did was unacceptable, and
True
he
and
he
based.
took he basically Hegseth Pixie's stuff, right? He
Mhm.
took it like Hegseth handled classified information, how Destiny handled other people's nudes, okay, with as much care, okay, is bad.
Right.
It's not good.
Right.
Does
Yeah.
that mean that he's banned from my channel? No. Does that mean I want to like him to be punished and pulled his fingernails pulled out and stuff? No. Right? But we can acknowledge that that was unacceptable, not okay. Cool.
There you go. Mark Twain's Revenge for 28 months says, one of my wife's best friends is the chief marketing officer for Tucker Carlson. In my household, I hear many things that make me go, Tucker, no.
Oh wow.
Really? Wow, that's interesting.
Wow.
That's crazy. Look at that. Guys, you got to spill the beans. Okay, you got to tell me, you got to DM me all the secrets. So,
Yes.
and also thank you for being 28 months of Order of the Enlightened. M8566 for $5 says, when are you guys going to do more D&D?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometime,
Nothing's on the
maybe.
schedule now, but we might do
see.
some more D&D. We'll
It was
talk
fun.
about that.
We liked it. Stephen R. for JR says, glad to see Wick on. Thanks for the Cracker Barrel.
He's a guy that I met in Florida, and he recognized me from your show. And he's
Really?
like, "Are you Wick?" Yeah.
Wait, you were just like walking around Florida, and
Yeah,
someone
he
just
saw
saw
me.
you, and you're like, hey.
I was in the airport.
Okay.
He's like, "Are you Wick?" I'm like, "Yes, I
That's
am."
hilarious.
And we went and we got
That's
Cracker
cool.
Barrel. It was
That's
fun.
very
Very cool.
funny. Look at that.
We go round and round in the comments, but he's a good guy. Stephen R. there.
There you go.
Agreed. Based. True.
Max Attack, thanks so much for the 50 or the 5 New Zealand dollars. Says Wicked woke right would define OG Nazis as woke, which is funny and may have some truth to it, but most people see it as ludicrous.
Yes.
Floki VT for $5 says one of our first presidents sued the media, and one media was never meant to be fully immune. Wick has lost the plot. What did they? I don't know about that. What did they sue the president for?
What do we? I'd have to read the super chat. I only.
One of the
barely
first
heard.
presidents had a lawsuit against the media, like
Oh, I don't
back
know.
in
I don't know
the
about that.
1800s.
But again, just because other presidents have been bad on free speech in the past and done things that are bad for free speech in the past, doesn't mean you get to do that again now.
There you go. I mean, did George Washington sue the media because they had a bad poll he didn't like?
I don't remember.
I'm assuming it wasn't that.
Interning the Japanese was probably worse, though. Let's just be real here.
Fair.
Is it though? I mean, we got anime out of it, so
Oh, did we?
at the end of the day,
Think
right?
what we could
Isn't
do if we
everything-
interned them again. Holy
Yeah, like-
shit.
At the end of the day, isn't everything we did to the Japanese like worth it because the end
Mhm.
result was good?
Sitch also likes to make the argument that slavery was good for people.
I mean,
no. Look, we're
would
joking.
they rather be in America?
Obviously,
Than...
slavery is abhorrent.
Solodoge for 2 hours says, I see on Twitter that Sitch is super engaged. Look at Solodoge ratting me out. Okay.
What happened
What a
on
piece
Twitter?
of shit. When you guys were arguing about something, I happened to put out some tweets that were unrelated to the topic. Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Solodoge
look at
ratting me
this.
out. What a piece of shit.
Solodoge is also one of my huge haters. He can't stand me, so.
True. Dr. Adam Refriended, Brigadier General for $20, says woke left people are sexist, racist, xenophobic, and push boundless freedom. Woke right are culturalist, pro-hierarchy, xenophilic, and favor ordered liberty, but both use authoritarian tactics and share a post-Marxist endgame. Well, there
Do
you go.
they?
That's a good way of framing it.
That's what James Lindsay
okay.
would say, at least.
That is a pretty good way of framing it.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave us $20. So
do
that
the
makes it
woke
more correct?
Do they want equity? Total equity? Is that what they're after? I don't know.
I don't think did the chatter say that?
No.
Yeah, I
They
don't
share a post-Marxist endgame.
They don't like
Post-Marxist.
capitalism, I guess, from like the economic level.
Oh,
Yeah, they're
okay,
very
yeah.
protectionist.
Because I mean,
and,
remember, even back in the and I remember pointing this out, like way back when Sargon debated Richard Spencer a billion years
Right.
ago, which I almost was in that conversation.
I remember.
Which in hindsight I should have been. It would have been pretty funny.
Sargon completely regrets doing that conversation.
He
so
100% does.
I
Yeah.
think you're probably better off not in it. So,
That's true.
but anyway,
But no, but that was
continue.
one of my points in that conversation is that if you actually listen to what Richard Spencer was saying, he, even though he was a white nationalist, he was basically a communist or he was a socialist. He just wanted it to only apply to white people.
Yeah, no,
So.
there's validity to that point. I hear it all the time.
Become the Knight for $5 says, hi, Wick. Pleasure to see you on here again. If we're going to have lefties, I'd love to see more like you. Much love. Such an Adam are okay, I guess.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Become the Knight also for $2 says, and also welcome Tali.
Nice.
Thank you.
Ace for $5 says that you treat all actions as equally bad and you don't make a distinction between them. And Adam, you're my boy.
Look at that.
There.
I mean, I can put the actions into a hierarchy. My complaint is when people put it in the hierarchy based on who's committing the action. So
Malik for $5 says Destiny condoned a murder, Wick.
yeah.
Guess who was the first person to confront him on his channel about that?
You, because I
Yes.
remember saying
Exactly.
it. Yes.
Right.
I do remember.
I push back. Again, it's one of those things where I don't have to agree with everything someone says, and I can even think that someone has horrific beliefs, in fact, but I don't. I'm a free speech advocate. I think
Condemn
he has
them.
the right to say it, and
Make
I
them
did condemn his
burn.
take for that. So
Burn like a witch. Don't ever
I'm not going
interact
to
with them
claw his
again.
fingernails or something for that. That's silly.
Okay. Sodos for $5 says slander. I don't hate Adam. I just want him to return to his prior greatness before he got TDS. I am a team at MAGA. Make Adam great again.
That's hilarious.
There
Okay.
you go. Look at that. Look at that.
We both accuse. He says I have the Trump dick sucker syndrome, and I say he has the Trump derangement syndrome. So we're at loggerheads here. I'm not. I don't think Trump is doing too terrible stuff, but I mean, I think it could be much worse.
I just don't see Trump as the issue.
Yeah. Well, look, ICE kind of felt like they had their hands tied for 4 years. So I wonder how much of the ICE stuff is just the ICE institutions like, yeah, finally we get to do our fucking jobs. And they're doing it in a way because they know they have limited resources and they want people to self-deport. So they have to kind of be theatrical about it. So, because they know there's just so many people they can get.
So there have been, again, this changes so rapidly. They've gone back and forth on this. But there was at least, and I still think it's in place, I'm not sure if they removed it, quotas, and ICE agencies that couldn't meet their quotas would face repercussions. And there have been ICE, the commanders of the various, I don't know how they're broken up by brigades or whatever, right? But that have resigned because they're like, well, we're not going to punish our guys for not meeting your quota. And so that has happened. So whether ICE likes this or not, I'm sure some elements do, but I don't know if it's as one-sided as we might make it out to be. But
well, if technically they can't meet the quota, that's different than them saying we don't want to arrest these illegal immigrants because we think they have every right to be here, right? It's a completely different scenario.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that like almost no one is against arresting like the criminals the ones who are like violent and the gang members and things like that.
Well, if they have estimates, if they have credible evidence that there are, I don't know, 10 million, 20 million, whatever estimates they have, and they give them a quota that's far below those estimates, then
I don't believe the 20 million estimate. I don't.
Right.
I haven't seen really any evidence.
Well,
for
I
that.
said credible estimates. I don't know if they're
Sure.
credible or not. So I mean, I would have to see some hard evidence on that.
I think it's more close to probably about 5 million. Probably
Okay.
maybe 7 or 8, right? But it's nothing like 20.
What
20
are
is,
the quotas? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my
Okay.
head, no.
Sis,
But I
do
do
you know
know
what
this.
the quotas are? These quotas that they're talking about?
No. I
I
saw
do know
a
that the Wall
report
Street
that said
Journal-
that they had increased deportations and picking up of non-criminal immigrants, illegal immigrants by 1,000%.
Yeah.
Right. But
Wall
look,
Street-
if they weren't picking up anyone, like 1,000% is
Well, no, I mean they're including plus Trump's administration the first time,
okay.
like 1,000% since the highest it's ever been. So
Yeah. Wall Street Journal about a month ago released a report saying that at least at the time that Trump, the second administration, was on track to deport less people than Biden did in his last year. So in 2024, Biden administration would be deporting more people than Trump would in 2025. That was the trajectory that was going. And that's when Stephen Miller came down and said, okay, we got to pick this up, boys, right? This can't happen. We got to beat the Biden numbers, and came in and they really changed the targeting system and things like that. So
Here's the problem with those numbers, because if they do all these theatrics and everybody says, okay, well, this is no way to live, I'm going to self-deport. Like, that self-deportation process could happen very quickly, right? I mean, how long does it take to get out of the country?
it depends how long you've been here, right? If you want to take your stuff, take your family, got to pull your kids out of school. I don't know. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, it depends upon, I guess it depends upon the level of integration, obviously.
Yeah.
But if that level of integration is minor.
They just got here late yesterday. Obviously, it's much easier.
Well, yeah, and look, a lot of these people come and they're just sending money back home, so it's not like I mean, they have a job and stuff like that, and they're working in a place to live, but I mean, all the stuff I did in my 20s, I could just fucking leave anytime, like pretty much on any notice, so.
So this 1,000% number comes from the Cato Institute, and they were comparing, which obviously is a very right-wing institution. They were comparing it to Trump's 2017 term. So,
Okay. I would like to know the numbers. Like, he did
yeah, I don't know what the
10,000 and then
the-
he did.
Dr. Adam Refriend, Brigadier General, for 29 months. Thank you so much. Says, to clarify my super chat, both woke left and woke right wanting equity, but one focuses on race, sex, and gender, and the other does the opposite.
Right. What's the opposite of race, sex, and gender?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know if that clarified Dr. Adam Refriend did, but unless he means what, like the opposite, like races. Maybe that's what he
Oh,
meant.
true.
Oh,
instead of blacks to whites,
okay,
that might be
yeah.
instead of women, men. That
Yeah,
might
yeah,
that
maybe
might
that's what
make
he meant.
sense.
That would make
Oh,
sense.
okay.
Orca, thanks so much for $2. Says Adam is always great, Soul Doge. There
Hi,
you go.
Wormy. Yes. Thank you. I hearted that for you, Orca. Thank you so much.
And Alex Wright for $5 says, is Trump even going to pursue the non-enrichment deal if he believes Iranians' enrichment capabilities are completely destroyed? Oh yeah, he could I mean, that's an interesting question. He could frame it like it would be towards future enrichment, right? If he wants to maintain the idea that it's all been destroyed, but so they won't do it again. So
Oh my God.
that's the way
That's
that's the way he
a
could frame
great
it, right?
question, Alex.
Yeah.
That is a great question. Kind of a bind he's put in, isn't he?
No, he'll just say it's for the future, right? Make sure they don't keep going. So.
Can you imagine Trump saying that there's I mean, that would just be some admission that his.
No. It's no.
He
Very
came
simple.
out and said we completely annihilated.
Yeah,
we
and he'll
ended
say,
that forever and ever.
And he'll say, well, to make sure they don't start from ground zero again, to start all this mess over again, we're going to make a deal. And they'll agree to not even try, not even think of trying to do this ever again.
Yeah, maybe he could spin it that way.
That's the way he'll spin it.
That is the way to spin it,
Yeah.
but.
Fondue for $10 says, woke won't work because it's wrong and maliciously so. My issue with it isn't that it will succeed, but how much damage it'll do before it's finally discarded. Solid for $2 says, sorry for not watching Sunday's episode, but I'm skeptical these strikes were constitutional. I'm not opposed to stopping Iran from getting nukes, but I'm not sure how you justify the legality of this.
Yeah,
Who cares about the rules?
That's
Fuck
a
the
big
rules.
question.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on the left now. I don't care about rules. Just do whatever feels good. Blow them up.
Did Iran get their due process? That's what I want to know.
They did not.
They
and
need
I'm glad
it.
They did it.
Okay.
Holstein for Jar says Tali protesting accomplishes way more than nothing. For the opposition, it makes it so easy to make the protesters look like retards who our country would be better off with. The right is only in power because of the left.
Yes.
I don't know if I got all that.
I'm not sure I understood it either. But okay. Solo for $2 says, did Kyle support burning the Teslas? I only saw actual Justice Warrior showing a clip where he talked about it without condemning it, with the implication being that he tacitly endorsed it.
I know he specifically endorsed the Luigi stuff, right? And his non-condemning of the Teslas, combined with all the other rhetoric he's had. Has he explicitly condoned it? I don't know, but it's close enough for me to say he's not against it.
There you go, Wick. Hang him
A lot of-
high.
A lot of
True.
people do this thing where they, even if they're not condoning it, they're excusing it. This is like they're justifying it. This was
Yep.
happening with the Luigi Mangione thing. The people would say, obviously, violence is not the answer. But he's really getting at the heart of this unfair system that we have in healthcare where the people at the top get to have all the money and make the decisions about the poor little guy down at the bottom. And these people have just no fucking conception for like how the system would have, that it's completely impossible to just pay for everything that every consumer wants, every healthcare consumer wants at all times. But there's a lot of justification that's given, even if they won't explicitly condone the action. And I think that's bullshit too.
Totally agree. Yeah.
Yep.
At the same
And so-
time, they say, "Look, I'm not justifying this," and then they come
Yeah,
out with
yeah.
25
Then they
different
justify it, yeah.
justifications.
And again,
It's
this
like,
is the
what
Israel
fuck?
thing too. This is the Israel thing too. I'm not saying October 7th was a good thing. I abhor the killing of any innocents.
Right,
But
yes,
this was really a
But they had it
response to the
coming, yeah.
oppression. Yes, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Salah for $2 says, I remember 20 years ago being very divisive. It wasn't as bad today, but that's when a lot of it got started. It was normal to hear kids at school saying Bush should get shot. Granted, that could just be dumb, immature teens.
I was in college when Bush got elected, so I don't know.
I mean, my take, like, generally the vibe was anti-Bush. The vibe during Bush was, at least where I lived, and even on the internet, I thought was like there was a general default flavor of left-wing, center-leftism that kind of existed when Bush was president. I mean, I don't remember people talking about thinking Bush should get shot. I do remember people saying that he was like Hitler, but Sodoge for $2 says, gonna be honest, guys, it's not that complicated. Adam, similar to Cenk, has infinite forgiveness for Trump and no one else because Trump is a populist. That's why he will always make excuses and obfuscates Trump's actions.
I mean, you guys are just nitpicking. Like, what the fuck? Infinite forgiveness? What has the guy done?
Okay, I think he proved his point. For $10 says, on political identity, I believe people should make a distinction between political categories and political allegiances. My political descriptor is liberal. My political allegiance is to the United States of America. That's interesting.
Beautiful.
I like that.
Sitch, we already spanked Trump for January 6th. Okay, he got his fucking spanking. It's time.
He got
to
no
move
spanking.
on.
What do you mean? You got zero spanking.
He got the election. He got the White House again. That's what he got.
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm metaphorically, obviously. He didn't actually
Metaphorical
get. He didn't actually get a spanking, but I
You
just.
got a metaphorical spanking.
How are we going to continue to complain about this? I don't. All
but the
these
problem
things,
is
that's
it
all
needs to
they
be a
want to do
problem.
is continue to complain
wait.
about it.
It's not like, okay, it's not like that was a one-off and then he came back and he got shot at and he's like, oh, we have a whole new Trump now. He's a totally different person, right? That's not, he became president again, and it's like, right, it's literally starting right back at that exact level in terms of like, I'm gonna just do whatever the fuck I want. I'm gonna start suing people. I had to bring up the whole fucking lawyers thing again. Okay, it's just that's crazy to me, and you agree it's crazy. So I don't know why you add like why you're differential to it or why you bend over for it. Okay.
I mean, he doesn't like those lawyers.
Okay. I think Talia was right about the struggle session, but that's another conversation.
What's the struggle?
Soldos Rodriguez says, was late to the Israel part, tired of this idea that we can half-ass war. We don't know where the nuclear material is and dirty bombs are still risks. So if we're going to skew negotiation, then we have a duty to commit. I mean, I get what you're saying. I get the feeling, but this all could work out. Listen, Trump bad, okay? I don't even like Trump, but I think this could all work out in Trump's favor. I can be optimistic. Okay, Iran definitely is signaling like they want to not cause these conflicts going forward in the future. So I'm not going to predict anything, okay? But I will.
Are they
remain
signaling
optimistic.
that?
They are. I think they are.
Iran, hold on. They're signaling that they don't want confrontations like this in the future.
Yeah. It seems like it. Do you disagree?
Okay.
I think they're lying.
yeah.
They put $1 billion into destabilizing the region, into the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. They've been attacking American assets and through their proxies for years and years and years. Anyone who thinks that Iran is just a small boy, ooh, we just want peace. They've been preparing for war with Israel since their existence in 1979, right? When the overthrowing and the Ayatollahs
Right.
came into power.
I think there might
And-
be a slight misunderstanding because I agree with literally everything you're saying.
Okay, fair enough.
What I'm saying is all those things that you're talking about, all the money they spent, all the allies they've tried to prop up, all these things, where did it get them when the time mattered? It got them
Oh, Israel
nothing.
neutered them, right?
Right. Israel,
destroyed
yes,
them.
Israel's neutered them all. And now, supposedly, according to all the people who are talking about it, the political structure in Iran is in complete disarray, and the military is also in complete disarray. And so, to me, when I look at that, and I look at them making all these signals where they talk about, oh, we totally destroyed America, even though everyone knows it's like bullshit, right? And then behind the scenes, everyone's reporting like, oh, well, they're actually trying to, unwind from this as quickly as possible. Yes, they could, for all intents, they could all be lying through their fucking teeth, and they just want Trump to stop and Israel to stop, and then they're going to go right back to building a nuke. It's entirely possible. I'm not suggesting we should trust them, but it's also possible that they realize that this is a total, like, none of what they're doing is working. They spent all these years building up this infrastructure, which has been completely dismantled in the course of a couple of years. And maybe I can have a little tiny hope of optimism. Maybe the leadership, okay, will say, this is fucking stupid. We're not gonna, we're just losing power. We're just losing money doing all this retarded shit. We'll make some kind of deal with America to stop going after nukes. And then Trump can hold it up in the sky and, get the Nobel Peace Prize, and everyone in MAGA can cheer and be very happy. That's the dream, Wick. Okay?
Maybe
That's the dream.
maybe our difference is just like how much we're, I guess, like trusting. It depends on like how much you view the IRGC as a rational actor. And here's where we can get properly racist and Islamophobic, as everyone will claim, but maybe not your audience. But I think religious fundamentalists like this think in the long term. So I don't think I agree with you that they've been shown to be weak and that they want to retain power, so they would be likely to try to facilitate some type of deal. But I see it as akin to the JCPOA, a short-term concession, a short-term pause, so that you'll have the money and support to get your long-term goals accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
So, which is why I'll say, here's for all the people doubting my right-wing bona fides, I would like regime change in Iran. All the things that people are afraid to say right now. Because it's the same thing like with Hamas. It's like, well, yeah, we should just leave them in power because, well, no, fuck that. We shouldn't leave them in power, and we shouldn't trust that they've changed their mind, and we shouldn't trust that they are rational actors in the same way that liberal democracies are rational actors. And yeah, the Iranian people deserve much better.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that it's America's war to fight, but
it's not. To be clear, like
yeah.
if the regime change happened, I would be happy, but I don't know if it's worth the blood and treasure of American to do that.
No, but I think Israel should fight that war, and I don't think that we should stop them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a way to see even just like the attacks. Like, there's a slight conversation in the beginning of this discussion about like, are we at war? And there's good reason to say, sure, we are at war right now, or we were when we, struck those sites. But there's another way of viewing it, of just like supporting our allies in a mission that is also beneficial to us. So it's like not our fight, but we'll support our ally, like the way that things shoulda, coulda gone with Ukraine and did to a certain extent. It's in the U.S. interest to weaken Russia, for them not to have the power and control that they do in their region of the world. And Ukraine is an ally, and Israel's a much closer ally, and Iran is a huge destabilizing threat. So yeah, no, I don't think like American troops should be on the ground. But this idea that like all we need to do is we just need to, disarm their nuclear stash, I don't think that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
the people who are saying like, oh, these guys are full of shit, they want regime change, those guys, I think they're kind of right. I want regime change.
Right. So, I mean, I do, and we talked about this last week at some point, where yeah, like the leadership of Iran, it is a theocracy. It is based on this kooky religious sect of Islam that believes they got to like blow up Israel or whatever for their prophet to come back, and all this other stuff. And so, from that perspective, and I was in that mode of thinking too, of these people are not rational actors from a Western perspective in terms of self-interest, and therefore it's we shouldn't really trust them. So it definitely is possible that everything they're doing is just lying to try to rebuild the program, and we'll see. I think we'll start to see if that's true or not in the coming weeks and months in terms of whatever negotiation deal Trump and Israel works out with Iran, whether they're willing to actually agree to 0% enrichment, whether they're actually willing to give up their whatever they're enriched or not. That should kind of shed light, I think, on how serious or not what their motivations are, what their goals are. But the only reason I think that I have some optimism about the direction of where they seem to be going was I kind of have been comparing them to Hamas, where Hamas, it seems like in a lot of these negotiations, a lot of these situations, like whenever Hamas gets attacked, their response is always just like, yes, hurt us harder, daddy, kill more civilians, kill more people, it just fuels us, we fucking love this shit, just hit us harder, harder, harder. And that to me is like, okay, these people are fucking crazy, definitely religiously motivated. But Iran just seems to be very different. They seem to be more like, oh my God, all our shit's getting fucked up. Please stop. So to me,
It's
that
not
shows
just
that there's a level of like self-interest and rational thought that I don't think Hamas has.
maybe. So maybe I hear you. Like, I don't even think Hamas, you're right. I like the way you put it. Like, just hit me, give me more, kill all my civilians, please, Daddy Israel, please.
Yes.
I agree with that. But I don't know that that's even necessarily religiously motivated. Obviously, the Hamas
They're just perverts, is what you're
doctrine.
saying.
No, it's politically motivated. They want
Right.
their citizens to die, not because they hate their citizens, and not even because I don't even think they believe they're martyrs for the cause, not for Islam, right?
Mhm.
They are martyrs for the cause of demonizing Israel on the world stage so that they can have more power. It's the same, like, so I think the similarities between the IRGC and Hamas is they will make a deal that, or they want to make a deal that allows them to remain in power. And so maybe that's an indicator of being a rational actor, is working in your own self-interest, even if not in the interest of your country and your people.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just very skeptical. For some reason, I'm skeptical of the Ayatollah. Yeah.
I mean, that's a fair position to have.
Yeah.
That's
Do
totally
we have any idea what the replacing regime will be like? I just would worry that they're the same or worse.
Don't know enough about the Iranian politics to say,
I mean,
but I do know that the current one is bad. It's very, very bad. Like I think we underestimate how bad it is. Look what they do to their women. Right?
No, look, I get that. I totally get that. But if you think of the world like I do, where it's the exterior forces that are forcing certain behaviors, you take one guy out and put a new guy in, you still have all those exterior forces that are forcing the behavior.
Can you name some of those forces in this case? Like in specific with Iran, what are those external forces that you worry would weigh on, let's say, Reza Pahlavi or something?
Well, I don't know the players. That's why I asked, because I thought maybe you have more information than me. Obviously we read about the 88 clerics that decide on who the successor is. So obviously there's 88 clerics that have a power. Basically, they're the power base that are deciding. So if they are not just the people who are deciding, but they have some sort of institutional support, like they have the money, they're the tax collectors in Iran, they know where the bodies are buried, whatever it is that's giving them that political power. If it's their goal to see Israel wiped off the map or continue the war for forever, if you replace the guy and you still have those 88 people as their base of support and their views don't change, nothing changes. Do you get that?
Yes. You're talking literally about 88 people right now in the current formation of The IRGC, is that
I
what you're
don't
saying?
know. Maybe it's 88 people, maybe it's 200 people, maybe it's 500 people.
But
Usually
you're talking about you're saying there is currently a specific infrastructure that allows X number of people to.
yes. Normally
Okay.
it's some
We got to get
form
rid of
of
that infrastructure.
normally
too.
it's some
They're part of the
form
regime change.
of taxation, right? Their wealth is derived from preying off of the population, right? And that allows them to sustain their power. So autocratic regimes usually have a small centralized power base. That's why I refer to the 88 people. I've read in North Korea, it's like 150 people keep the Jong
see.
dynasty in power. In democracies, obviously, in the next election, somebody's got to get 70 million Americans to vote for them to take power. It's a completely different system, right? And
I see.
obviously, their constraints are this bottom up process. What do those 70 million people want so I can make them happy and keep my party? So I don't necessarily know how is regime change going to change anything. It's going to be the exact same thing that happened in Iraq. Like until you have institutions.
I have a few thoughts or responses. First, I should humble myself quickly and say that like these are big boy things, and it's very easy for me to say like, oh, we should go topple the regime, right? And even if my reasons are all well intended and altruistic, that doesn't mean that everything's going to work out peachy keen. Doesn't mean that things wouldn't get exponentially worse. So all of those things stated. I don't think that Iran is like Iraq. So Richard Hanania put out a Substack piece, something like the case for regime change or something. And I think he makes a compelling enough case in my estimation that Iran, the civilization, is very different from the other countries that we point to as failed. Well, he makes a couple points that Iran is characteristically different from a lot of these other countries that we point to as failed regime changes. He also argues that not all of these regime changes were actually a net failure, that even if things like weren't perfect, it didn't overnight turn into a liberal democracy, that in some of these places, at least overall conditions for the people are better, that people are living better lives now than they were under former regimes. And just Iran just has a history of like literal parliamentary democracy in a way that these other countries didn't have. Iran has a very diverse population in a way that some of these other countries didn't and don't. It's also like things were so different so recently. Like the taste for freedom is still on many people's tongues in a way. Iranians have proven their hunger for regime change in ways that these other populations did. And Iranians have proven that they are willing to go out on the streets and fight and die and be maimed and be imprisoned for their freedom to reclaim their country. So and maybe I'm totally a naive, neocon here, but I don't think that it's the exact same situation as it was in Iraq. I think it's, and I don't think that it should be an external installation of a new government. I think ideally regime change, maybe like Wick was saying, would happen, the lead would come from within. I don't know of like multiple different factions vying for power in Iran. The only one that I'm really familiar with is Reza Pahlavi, who is like the son of the former king, basically. And now there were reasons that he was overthrown, right? There are reasons that led up to the revolution. But yeah, I just think like Iranians go ahead.
I just asked Grok, so obviously, I'm asking an AI, but I asked has Iran ever been a democracy? And it gave me a little breakdown. Iran has experienced periods of democratic governance, but its history with democracy is complex and interrupted. Here's a concise overview. So when I look at the overview, and they had a parliamentary democracy under Mosaddegh, I don't know who that is, from 1951 to 1953. So 2 years, 2 years they managed to put a democracy together. So I just, look, I don't know if you have if you talked about Ukraine and the situation in Ukraine, like Ukraine has been marching incrementally towards democracy and Western style capitalism and all that stuff over decades now, right?
It's taken a while, but
Yeah. And it's very incremental steps. Zelensky is elected as fighting corruption. Obviously, autocratic regimes are just filled with corruption. It's all about people are in power because they're corrupt, and that's basically how it goes. It's all a patronage system, right? If Iran is a patronage system, that it's like a giant prisoner's dilemma. It doesn't, as soon as a guy takes charge, the patrons are still there with their hands out, right? Now, how does he deal with that? Like, you just can't say, okay, well, everyone's free now.
It's a hard question, right?
Yeah.
It's a hard question. And again, I hesitate to speak on things which I do not know a base level on. What I do know though, is that Iran, under any circumstances, cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. I know that.
Well,
right?
this is why, because it's totally
They're an enemy
centralized
to
power.
America.
Yeah, and 88 people are making the decision on whether or not to drop the nuke, right? That's not a good system to be in.
Well, it's because even if they had the best system, right, them having a nuke, they have explicitly stated and have acted as such that we are their enemy, and that we will be treated as their enemy, and Israel will be treated as their enemy, and Saudi Arabia will be treated as their enemy. I'm not so worried about Iran itself dropping the nuke. What I'm worried about is them giving the nuclear weapon, the dirty bomb, whatever it is, to one of their proxies.
Yeah, me too.
And one of their proxies blowing up one of Israel's ports, or God forbid, getting into the United States and setting off something here. But even it wouldn't even have to be that egregious. It could be one of the military bases that we have in the region. That just opens up a can of worms, and it's just unacceptable. And even if they want to use it as just a bargaining chip, no, they don't get to use that as a bargaining chip. Again, I'm Pax Americana, baby, right? I think I'm an American hegemony enjoyer, and I think that because they're our enemies, and because they sidle up with our enemies, our rivals, such as China and Russia, we should keep their power level to the minimum. And look, if all it took was a couple airstrikes to do that for a year or a few months, let's keep doing that, right? It's cheap, relatively, for what we're getting out of it. That's my sense.
Fuck them up. Woo.
True. Warheads on foreheads, baby.
Woo.
Let's go.
Looser Doman for 2 Canadians says, great stream. Got new respect for the guest. Hi. Or
Cool.
hail. There you go.
My Dumb Movies wants me to point out that they had a constitutional monarchy with a parliamentarian rule from 1905 to 1911. So still,
They doubled their first round.
still 6 years. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if they did have some kind of rule of law, I mean, I'll give them credit for that. It's really, I mean, it's an incentive system where just the elites that take power are incentivized to align their goals with the populace when they are forced to have elections where they're going to stay in power. Their status is dependent upon people showing up and voting for them. And that's just, in autocratic regimes, you don't have that. And when the elites and the populace motivations diverge, you get shit like what's going on in Iran and Russia and North Korea, all these places.
Okay. Pirates Playground for 2 months says,
Oh yeah, this one's good.
great news. Adam says having to pay $1 trillion a year for pure interest on the national debt is no big deal. Woo, I was worried for a second.
Liar! I never said that. Come on, I think I'm with Trump. I think they should lower interest rates. Why are we paying all this interest?
There you go.
It's so stupid. All we have to do is lower interest rates. Just like Trump said, if inflation gets bad, we raise the interest rates again. No biggie. What's the problem?
J-Mac or CEASEFIRE, thanks so much, Dag J-Mac, for the $20. Says, I'm a big Wick fan, but I've never listened to Tali. I'm a Tali fan now, too. However, Sitch and Adam, a fan for life.
Look at that.
Hell
Thank
yeah.
you so
And
much.
if you like
Beautiful.
Tali and you like Wick, again, Tali and Wick, we do a weekly, bi-weekly show together where we have people on, we talk about various issues of the day, do debates, things like that. So you can see us
Search
both together.
WhickTV, right? That's your
True.
channel.
At Wick-TV on YouTube or WhickTV on Twitch.
Do
and
you
Kick.
do Twitch? Wow.
I do. I got more. I get about 30 viewers usually on
Mhm.
Twitch, and I get like anywhere between 50 to 100 on YouTube any given day. But yeah, I do both.
If you dump Twitch, you concentrate them all in one place, and then your numbers would go up.
True, but some of my audience just prefers Twitch, and so okay, I mean, it doesn't hurt me much.
Right.
Only the lefty losers prefer Twitch.
Well, but they are part of the group
Bam!
too.
Yeah,
Okay,
I know.
they're part of the
Slam.
group too.
Tali, don't you
I
have
can
a
shit on
struggle
them.
session coming up?
Yeah, I do. I can shit on them because I don't have a Twitch, so it's
There you
easy.
go.
We don't have a Twitch either, so.
Fondue for $5 says, but Sitch, if Trump got a peace prize, the left head would explode so hard everyone would think Iran succeeded. You know what?
Yep, that's
a great
exactly
point.
right.
That's a great point. They all assume a nuke had been dropped. RBGH fan, thanks so much for the $5. Says the winner of the stream is number 1, Adam, number 2, Tali, number 3, Wick, and number 4, Sitch for screwing up my Kyle joke. Pretend an M equals fake Eminem. Oh, I see. I got you.
Pretend an M. Oh, that's
Calling Kyle
good.
because he
That
does
is
kind of look like Eminem.
good.
There you go. There you go.
We're
I'll
gonna
take
call
the
him
L on
that
that
from
one.
now on.
Brian for $50. Thank you so much,
Look
Brian.
at this. Yeah, Brian's
Says-
coming in. Thanks.
He is. Iran is horrible, but it's almost certainly won't be regime change. They have institutions to keep the regime going. The only way it could happen is if the Iranian people revolt, but it doesn't. But if it doesn't, it won't be like Iraq. The culture is different. But if it does, it won't be like Iraq. Yeah.
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 Whenever the revolt comes in and changes the regime, it's usually because some other equally bad regime is like waiting in the wings, and they just use the people to do the dirty work. And as soon as they
But the
come in,
people
they
actually
establish
hate the
order.
regime
Oh yeah, yeah.
without a clear replacement.
Yeah.
Yes.
The people that they have a problem organizing, right? How do you do that? This is why they cut off the internet. They're like,
Right.
holy shit.
Totally.
We don't want these people organizing. And if they come up with a plan for leadership, we're fucked.
Yeah.
There you go. Anyways, thank you. Oh, wait, one more. Alex Wright for $2 says, Powell, we would have cut if not for the tariffs.
Talking about
That's
inflation or the inflation rate or the
hilarious. The interest rates.
Yeah,
if
yeah,
he's
yeah.
saying we would have cut interest rates, except Trump's tariffs fucked it up. That's so funny. That's hilarious.
I know. Look, they think the tariffs are going to cause inflation, and they just need to be ready. So
he's just jamming the knife a little deeper in Trump's eye. Like, oh, actually,
right.
I totally would have cut interest rates, but you fucked us.
Get your treasury bills now while you can.
There you go.
That interest
Anyways,
goes to somebody.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. Thank you so much, Wick and Tali, for coming on and talking. Good conversation. Great conversation. Everyone liked you. Go subscribe to WhickTV. Great channel.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we'll see you guys all
Thanks,
on
guys.
Thursday.
Yeah. Take care, everyone.
Bye.
See ya.
Okay, drop your N-bombs and F slurs now.